the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We thank you so much for being with us. We're ready to go today, fired up, and we hope you are as well. Bible study live today, noon Central. Don't forget, RBU, Rick and Bubba University, letters from the audience. I am compiling all of the emails that are headed my way, and there's been a lot of them. I got quite a stack in my office of questions from you, the audience, that Rick and Bubba will dissect and break down and answer. Of course, we can't get to all of them, but it could be a reoccurring theme here because you always have lots of questions for us, and so they'll try to go through and answer as many as they can as we record Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's a 45-minute podcast, so they'll go through as many as they can for 45 minutes, but that will be this week. All right, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up?
You talking about some LFTAs? Letters from the audience?
Yeah, letters from the audience. Letters from the audience.
Letters from the audience.
Letters from the audience.
We'll spin off a QFTA.
Yep.
LFTA.
Thing.
Just realized there's not an intern here. Do we know who would intern? It's supposed to be early?
Yep. There's only two coming today.
At the end?
It normally is.
I'm not going to out them on the air.
Oh, I was just asking. I'm not. They're not in trouble. I just want to know.
Outing them.
we normally promote who's here, and I just realized there wasn't anybody here. I think it was more on me realizing it wasn't one here. Well, how was y'all's afternoon yesterday? Good. Everybody fine?
Nothing major.
Okay.
Normal day.
Yeah, normal day. Did you run? You were
I
contemplating what time of day you were going to try to do it.
I did between 4 and 5, and it was hot.
Yeah.
Real hot.
Yeah.
Man.
Hurt you hot.
Yeah.
Slap you in the face hot.
It's just thick.
Boy, man, isn't it though?
That's the thing.
Golly. Try having no hair. Man, you'll sweat. There's no
I'm
hair
trying.
to catch the sweat.
If you see my hairline, I am trying.
Buddy.
Maddie asked me a question yesterday, and it was one of those that it was a head scratcher. I thought when she asked it was stupid. And then,
wow,
then I said, well, I mean, I didn't tell her that, but I thought, that's a 10-year-old question for sure.
Right.
And then it had me baffled all day, the rest of the day.
Okay.
She said, I was taking her somewhere, and she said, I need to ask you something. I said, okay. I thought she was like really serious about something. She goes, when you take your finger and you touch your leg,
okay,
do you feel your leg or your finger? And I thought, that's a dumb question. And then I started doing it, and then I couldn't figure out.
I think it's my leg.
Yeah,
it was my leg. Yeah, but
now, where'd she get that?
I asked her that. I said, because at first I kind of just kept driving and thought, man, whatever.
It's a combo,
but I
if I was touching a sharp object, I'd feel my finger.
Well, that's what
but I'm not. I'm feeling my leg.
So why do you feel?
When you pick your nose.
To do it.
No, I'm just kidding.
So when I started doing it, I was we were still on the way, and she saw me. She's like, "Oh, you're doing it, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Well, I am because I feel like I'm feeling my leg, but then I don't feel my finger." But to Speedy's point, think about what he just said. If I touch something else, it would be my finger that I would feel.
Right,
but
because it's not your body.
But I'm feeling my leg instead of my finger. And for like an hour, this confused my whole brain.
I can't really. There's no real good answer.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what, sweetie, I got to tell you, I may take this to the kickoff hour in the morning because I don't really know.
I'm over touching. I'm going with the leg.
That's what I ended up.
But if there's an ant bite on my
myself.
leg and I'm touching it and scratching it, I feel the ant bite on my leg, not my finger.
Well, I get that.
How about that? You weren't ready for that.
I just wasn't ready for that question. It was hard-hitting, and I kind of thought, well, whatever.
Things that make you go,
It did. It was a head-scratcher all day.
Oh. About that.
Okay.
I asked her, I said, where did you come up with that? And she goes, oh, I just was thinking about it the other day. She'll do that. She'll keep you on your toes. Now, them other two, I don't. They don't do that. They
won't.
Them other two, no.
Yeah.
The older two.
Yeah.
It's food for thought, I tell you that.
Yeah,
it is.
It will make you think.
My drive on 280 was completely different.
It'll get you down 280.
I would touch my arm and I'd touch my leg, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it's
weird. I'm not feeling my finger. Well, wait a minute, I am feeling my finger. No, I'm feeling my leg. Why shouldn't I be feeling both? Like, I was really confused by the whole thing.
Back to the heat for you, Greg, and running. You have the ability to think warm during cold.
Yeah, if
Can
the
you
wind's not blowing
think
very
cold
hard.
during when it's
No,
warm? You can make yourself.
That's
no.
not possible.
Okay, so you can't go the
Doesn't
other way.
work that way.
It doesn't. Okay.
I don't know why, but it doesn't.
Right. Yeah, Greg says he has the ability to think warm during cold weather, minus
I'll try it
the
today.
wind. I'll give you that. The
I'll
wind.
try today, see if I can
And just
think
kind of really
cold.
think about it. Yeah.
I'll try it. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's very hard. Look, I'll be
I'm
honest
trying to
with
do
you.
it right now.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's you look, and it is hot. It's the summer. We're in the South. I'm not saying this is the only summer it's ever been
My
hot.
whole
I'm just
life
saying
it's
it's
been
been hot lately, and hey, it'll slap you if you don't
It
watch
will.
it.
Right in the face.
As Reese comes in with his high-res shirt, going, "Oh yeah, I can." They've for about a week or so been on some roof. I don't know.
A great time of year for that.
And hey, he said, "Hey, hot is another.
Listen,
is another.
I remember
It
those
elevates
days.
again.
Yeah, it makes everything
Yeah.
a little bit tougher.
Sure it does." All right, we'll take a break. We'll
Gotta
come
drink a
back.
little water.
Yeah, we're off and running. We got lots of stories here, some questions that we'll ask or answer, I should say, from you as those are compiling. We just haven't really done much of that lately. Some stories out there of interest, and as always, we'll break them down the way we do, which is somewhat unique.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread, or a chicken cutlet with creamy, cheesy zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap? At the very least, be well and eat well too, with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You
don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We are off and running here for the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us. There's a situation here with Jason Aldean that I would love to discuss and try to break down here, because the country singer has apparently angered liberal activists with anti-crime, pro-gun, pro-small-town video that was put out for his song. I don't understand the anger, because in his message yesterday on Twitter, he said himself, hey, I'm just using actual footage. In the past 24 hours, he said, I've been accused of releasing a pro-lynching song, a song that, by the way, has been out since May. Yeah, that's been out since May, and was subject to a comparison that I, direct quote, was not too pleased with nationwide with the BLM protests and all this kind of stuff. These references, he said, are not only meritless but dangerous. This is not a single. There's not a single lyric in the song that references race or points to it. There isn't a single video clip that isn't real footage. And while I can try and respect others and have their own interpretation of a song with music, this one goes too far. He says that they're saying things that aren't true. Basically, he's saying the message was, try that in a small town when it comes to the BLM and the riots and all this kind of stuff.
Blah, blah, blah.
And he says for him, it refers to the feeling of community that he grew up in, where we took care of our neighbors regardless of the differences of the background or the beliefs, because they were our neighbors, and that was above all differences. He said, my political views have never been something I've hidden from, and I know that all of us in this country don't agree, and how we get back to a sense of normalcy where we can all at least go throughout a day without a headline that keeps us up all night. He said, but I was never, this has nothing to do with race or whatever. It has to do with, hey, all the riots in the summer of 2020, try that in a small town and see what happens. Well, apparently,
and we've had those discussions.
Yeah, apparently CMT has pulled down the video because of the liberal activists that are creating something. Because, you know, if they promote something and they repeat something enough and they have that narrative and that's all they push, well, then the public that doesn't really investigate much, they start believing it, and thinking it's true.
I'm gonna go ahead and congratulate him here because he's finna sell a lot of records.
Yeah,
You
I
watch.
agree.
All this whole thing, that's what's gonna happen.
Morgan Wallen times two.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen.
Exactly.
But he was canceled a couple years ago. I don't know if y'all know that or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what that do? Everything he did went up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, to y'all's point, so Jason Aldean, he sent out on Twitter yesterday afternoon at around 2:15 p.m. He sent what I just read, and I didn't read the whole thing, but that was kind of what he was expressing in his tweet. 9.5 million views.
There you go.
So, I mean, that'll tell you what you need to know as far as the way people feel. And, of course, the comments are like, this is ridiculous. The song's been out since May. It doesn't have any lyric or anything in it, any suggestion in it. But you put a video out showing video of the riots that are actual footage. He didn't make things up. They didn't go and create a new scene. It was actual footage of the rioters and all this kind of stuff, but that's deemed.
Well, the video at this courthouse they chose to use, but I mean it's been there forever. In 1927, there was an incident where somebody got hung or something. The train, but I doubt they picked it because of that. I mean, every old building in the country, I'm sure you can find a story too, but. I'm just saying they're picking out everything. But again, all it's going to do is they're going to be people who's never even heard of him that'll suddenly know who he is, and they'll either for a negative or most of it will be positive. I guarantee you he's finna sell a bunch.
Oh, I'm going to add some music today.
Yeah. Exactly. That's just.
I'm not saying that was his motivation. I think he truly believes what he said. Because if you've ever followed him and his wife, they get a lot of heat for their views. They're very conservative on the internet, and they don't back down.
But I just don't understand people like CMT. They just crumble, man.
Well, that's the see. I don't even really care about Jason Aldean or his music, but I will support him in this because of the way we act about things like this.
Right.
The mob mentality.
This is someone's opinion
against that.
And
they want
again,
a mob. I'm bringing you one.
He's using real footage.
Yeah, it's
he's
not like
talking
he
about.
made something
So these
up.
things did happen.
Yeah.
That inspired him to write this song. And I don't see why you would take it down. If you don't like it, don't watch it. If you don't, I don't know. I just this censorship that we're dealing with.
That's
in this
what I
country
can't stand about it.
Is because there'll be things that I don't like.
What's the song called?
Try this, try that in a small town.
Yeah.
There's the video right here.
It says with lyrics warning violent criminals as well as those who disrespect law enforcement and the American flag to try that in a small town. Aldean sings, "Yeah, you think you're tough? Well, try that in a small town. See how far you make it down the road." Around here, we take
I
care
believe that,
of,
by the way.
Around here, we take care of our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. That's kind of something, but it's a new video for try that in a small town, and it's referring the 2020 riots, and that was something we not only said on this show, but just every day walking around, that if you were in a small town, it came up, and they were like, hey, they better not come here.
Well, okay.
You know what I'm saying? And when I
don't.
say they, I mean rioters, and we had rioters of all race.
We were talking about a
in the
story
summer of 2020.
Before we went on air about was it Walgreens? Where is it at?
In San Francisco right now. You ought to see
that
it.
they have to lock everything behind chains because people just walk in and grab stuff and leave. And the prime example, you come to a small town, you probably ain't gonna be able to pull that off.
No,
because somebody's gonna stand in your way. But in these big liberal cities, it's just chaos. It's just anything
chaos.
goes, and that's what he wrote about.
Right.
It's like they ain't nobody in them places gonna do anything about it. But you better watch it.
Right.
Come somewhere else, somebody might. But
and it'll show
you. If you disagree with that, I mean, he's not harming anyone. He's not calling for people to. He's just making a point. I mean, don't censor it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's footage.
The stuff
from,
that we don't censor is what's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're gonna pull this.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff we leave up, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm
What's got
adding
everybody?
some songs to my playlist
Go
as
ahead.
we speak.
Yeah.
If y'all are wondering what I'm doing,
Right.
And again, kind of like we was talking about yesterday.
Big Green Tractor. I believe I had it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and he doesn't need publicity. He's extremely successful, one of the biggest draws in the country music business.
Yeah.
So it ain't like he's doing this just to get attention because he doesn't need it.
Yeah. Well, it says here, because the mob, not only did they smash and grab in 2020, the mob will go after you on social media too.
Sure they will.
And that's who did it. Gun control activists and others took to Twitter to voice concern. And the big issue is the footage from smash and grab robberies and cities burning during the 2020
real.
riots are shown in the background of the music
You mean things
video.
that actually happened? Is that what you're talking about?
The music video for the song "Try That in a Small Town," which, by the way, I got to say again, has been out since May. Yeah. But now the music video has been released, and so now that's what everybody's upset about.
Greg, to your point, he's probably at a stage in his life where he would rather have less attention than more.
Because he doesn't need publicity.
No, he doesn't.
He's extremely successful.
Yeah. So the song's tough stance on crime and the pro-Second Amendment messaging has upset liberals who voiced their complaints on Twitter. So the Twitter mob goes after you, and then it influences people like CMT to pull the video when really all he's done is use actual footage from 2020.
Well,
it's just bizarre.
You saw the CMT awards and these other awards. They're falling under that same crap everybody else has.
Yeah.
They're giving in to it.
Yeah.
But
I think that's it's not surprising, is it?
No,
not at all. Not at all.
Not today.
It's just I can tell you this though, it's frustrating.
It is. But don't complain about the footage because it actually happened and that's real footage, so it is what it is.
Yeah, so are we supposed to
It ain't
ignore
like I wrote a script that made a certain group look bad. No, this is actually them looking bad for real.
Yeah. Showing rioters doing smash and grabs.
Yeah.
Burning cities. Are we supposed to forget that happened?
Yeah.
And not okay.
Now if you made that up about it, that'd be one thing.
Right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're a frequent listener, well then, you've probably heard us talk about Simply Safe. You know they were named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably sitting around resting on their laurels, right? No, definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's next generation hazard detection that distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke so your home is protected and you get fewer false alarms. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring service, trained agents stand ready to respond to an emergency. Monitoring service costs under $1 a day. Simply Safe is easy to set up yourself, or you can have a certified technician install it for you. Financing through a firm, you can secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Right now, get 20% off when you sign up for interactive monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We are getting lots of emails and communication through you guys from the Jason Aldean segment we just did. Cannot believe it, but we can. It's one of those things where you can believe it, but it's still frustrating.
Yeah.
And so you say, I can't believe it, but really in today's climate you can. But it is amazing how the mob can influence organizations and when I say the mob, I mean
CMT. Of course, they don't show
the Twitter
videos
mob.
anyway.
Yeah.
You know, you can watch his video online. They don't need CMT.
Right.
They hardly,
No.
like I say, most of the time they have a show on anyway.
I have yet to be on probably the last, I don't know, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
I've made my way over to CMT. Who cares?
Yeah.
And your music awards stuff.
They're like
Who
MTV.
cares about that?
I don't know why they give awards now. They don't have music. They may have one show that plays it every now and then, but most of the time they just have programming. Just like MTV. MTV doesn't play any music.
Right. That's ridiculous. I saw
when I was younger, when MTV showed up, I was so
Hey, was that
fired
not
up.
cool?
When that rocket ship took off.
When you make a stand like this, just know others are going to make a different stand.
Yeah.
And you got to be willing to live with that.
That's right.
And that's just the way it goes now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Here we go.
Well, you thought, and y'all
listen,
y'all touched on it last segment. You thought it was hard to get into his concert now?
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, he's supposed to go to a
Just
whole
wait.
new
It's going to
level.
go to it. Yeah, it is.
Hey, I got 2 hours in the car today, and at the moments where I'm not talking to a recruit or two or a player or two, I will be listening to Jason Aldean.
Yeah.
This is
Jamming,
unbelievable.
loud,
He's got some
in
good
the
music.
truck, fired up.
And you know
You'll
what?
be rolling on the dare. That'll be you.
I need to be. I need more of it. You know, hey, give Morgan a break, Ham.
Yeah. Just
Back
good
off. Let him
night.
breathe.
Yeah, let him
Please
breathe. a
let
little
him
bit.
breathe.
Between him and Riley, I got to back off.
Yeah. Switching gears a little bit to, did you see the number one overall pick in the draft, Paul Skynes from LSU? Has inked a
Is it
record.
Skynes or
Skeens.
Skeens?
Skeens.
Yeah.
Is it Skeens?
Skeens.
$9.2 million, Helmsy.
Yeah,
He inked a
He can toss it.
$9.2 million signing bonus with the Pirates.
He can toss it for sure.
How about that?
He can toss
Huh?
it, Rick.
Pretty
He
good
can toss
payday.
It. Oh,
It's a little
Skeens.
payday.
Yeah.
Talking about those Skeens.
Oh, look at that.
Jimmy Skeens.
So anyway, it that beats I think a 2020 signing bonus for the Detroit Tigers, $8.42 million, where I think their number one overall pick signed back in 2020. Spencer I forgot. I don't know his last name, but anyway, that just took the record there. $9.2 million signing bonus.
We know the odds of making it in professional baseball are crazy.
Yeah.
The last guy that he just broke his record, did he ever pan out?
Oh boy, that's a great question.
Who was the guy?
Let's see.
Was it Strasburg?
It was Spencer.
I thought you meant record like playing records, not.
No, the record signing bonus.
The signing bonus.
Hey, to his point, I've never even heard of the guy.
Yeah.
It says here.
They thought that.
Yeah.
No, here he goes. It says here the Detroit Tigers first baseman who got the $8.42 million signing bonus in 2020 played just one minor league season before making Detroit's opening day roster last year.
Well, there he is. They panned out.
But,
for every one of those, there's also the Billy Bean. Remember what happened to Billy Bean?
Yeah.
They thought he was a can't miss, and he just couldn't play on that level.
He went 12-2 back to Skeens. He went 12-2 with a 1.69 ERA. Good night. 19 starts, 209 strikeouts, 122.2 innings. So anyway, he gets a $9.2 million signing bonus with the Pirates. And we talked about it. Look, during the World Series, the folks that were commentating, they said, look, he could skip. He might do one or two things in the minors, but he might just go right to the Pirates bullpen, and you might see him in the bullpen this fall. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, so Ohtani, he's up for
all right, listen to this real quick.
Free agency,
Just based off what you're saying. Let me make sure. This is interesting. The 66% of first-round picks do actually play in the major leagues.
Yeah.
66%.
66%.
Around that number.
Yep.
Interesting. I love stuff like that.
Yeah.
About that.
So Shohei Ohtani is up for free agent, or it looks like people are interested in him. And they've already announced that they're not going to allow him to go to the Dodgers or whatever. But the Yankees, there's rumors that he could go to the Yankees. And there's there's a rumor of what he might sign for. And they're saying it's something that we've never seen before as far as what he brings to the table and the amount of money that he could actually make.
$200 billion.
Yeah, that's how much.
Thank you, Joe.
is what he could possibly sign for. They're saying that the numbers are just really something else that are rumored now. I don't know, but the man is the best in baseball right now, and so we'll see how that plays out.
$200 billion.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking.
I'll take
of.
that all day. All day.
Yeah.
$200 billion.
Okay, well, we got how much? How much, Joe?
Over $200 billion.
Okay. That's
Y'all
how much
seen his latest?
Yes.
Y'all seen his
You
latest?
talking about when he falls asleep?
You talking about he's representing our country?
Yeah, that's a
He's sitting there and his chin's in his chest. He's
Well, it is.
Put him
It's
up.
crazy. It's crazy.
Guys, it's time. It's finally here. It's time to do something.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think we're there.
I don't think we can mask it anymore.
No, we can't.
My goodness.
He is. He's a mess, man. Here it is.
And we brought Israelis and Palestinians together at a political level, and
And if you can see the video,
as I affirmed the Prime Minister.
And
his face is down like this. He's just looking down.
Yeah, the whole time he's looking down at his tie.
Good night.
And at his hands. And bless his heart. Hey, we got to do something, y'all. This is ridiculous. So I didn't see any of SEC Media Days. I know it's in full swing. I communicated a little bit with Dad yesterday. So I did see Kirby Smart on the panel there on the SEC Network. He was kind of talking, and they were actually jabbing about his weight, and he said, "Hey, I'm actually down 5 pounds." He had a lot of fun, but it was like, "Hey, what keeps y'all going? How do you?" And he kind of pulled a Saban on, we stay hungry and we got to revamp, keep it going, all this kind of stuff. But I understand that. It was pretty good media days. I got another one today, and we ran the list yesterday of teams that are going to be there.
Did I see that Bobby Petrino is at Texas A&M
offensive coordinator.
with Jimbo Fisher?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, how about that? I
Will Jimbo let him
Well, I don't know, Greg. That's
do
why
his job and not try to call plays.
Well, Jimbo's in a handle. He's got to win, and it better be now. And so I think he's pulling out all stops, going, I've got to pull back.
I didn't realize that he was there.
I'd forgotten it until I heard him bring it up.
Is it this first year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be the first year. Now they won't let him ride a motorcycle. But
No, you're right.
Of course, that was the picture I saw yesterday when they were talking about this.
Oh yeah, of course. But
it's hard
like
to
I
live
said,
that one down.
Jimbo Fisher's always called the plays, and I imagine it's going to be different for him to let someone else do it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
he needs
and
to try
listen,
something.
And Petrino, he look, for all the jokes aside, some gun can coach and he can call plays. And so if he'll let him do that, maybe they'll. Now you got to have players too, so I don't know what that looks like. I think they've had some pretty good recruiting classes.
Them, but then a lot of them I think left in the portal maybe, but they got talent.
Yeah.
But like I say, the past few years they weren't just kind of bad. I mean, they were really they lost a lot of games.
Speedy, you're right.
They lost a lot.
It does feel like he's got to do something like that. He's running out of time.
Oh yeah,
if he hadn't already run out of time.
Absolutely,
right.
Finally,
yeah. He is definitely running out of time.
They throw tons of. I mean, he has resources that are unreal, and you got to be. You know, you
he's
pull this off. And then here comes Texas rolling in there next year, a huge rival.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, it's one of those things where, all right, look, buddy, you've got to do something here, and I think it's okay. I got to get out of play call and be more maybe of a head coach and just hand that off to somebody else because obviously it's not working. Yeah, and that's a last ditch effort before they go.
Does that mean he ain't gonna have him readers on the end of his nose?
Guess
You know,
so.
he'll have him looking at his call sheet.
Yeah, you wonder if it'll be a little bit like, you know, even though Saban has a defensive coordinator, he's heavily involved in how that is ran on the defensive side. I'm sure it'll be a little bit like that.
Yeah,
where he's kind of just overseeing
completely
it.
hands off.
Yeah.
But will he let him call the plays?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what he hired him to do.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know, that's part of being a good head coach too. Get good people and let them do what they do.
You're right.
So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's up in Nashville, and understand the music, the country music stars are coming out and supporting it. So that's kind of cool. But today, Wednesday the 19th, you got Alabama up first, then Arkansas, then Florida, then Kentucky. So we should have some Saban gold today. Then Thursday, it's Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Tennessee to round it up. Yesterday, I forget exactly who was there. I do know Mississippi State was there and Georgia, and there was maybe Vanderbilt,
Auburn,
and Auburn. Yeah, that's what it was. You know, I forget Mississippi State because again, I know Arnett is going to be a great coach and been put in a tough spot, defensive coordinator, now head coach at Mississippi State. But now we have a new offensive coordinator, calling plays, and some of the offensive guys were there yesterday going, it's similar, but we're having to learn a new system too.
It's going to be different without Leach there.
Yeah.
I mean, just from an interest.
You're right.
You know.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
Yo, Biv, this one still needs to be vacuumed.
The service at Chuck's car detailing business is spotless. But new word of mouth recommendations leave him short of hands.
They don't have an appointment? Just get him in line behind the pickup truck. I'll stay for another couple hours and get it done tonight.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'll take you dancing. ABC tonight. It's CMA Fest's 50th anniversary.
I could not be more excited.
With performances by Luke Bryan, Keith Urban, Carly Pierce, Luke Combs, Shelley Roll, and more. Plus summer's hottest collaborations. Cody Johnson and Reba McEntire, Miranda Lambert and Avril Lavigne. Dierks Bentley, Elle King, and Lainey Wilson host.
CMA Fest!
Tonight on ABC and stream next day on Hulu.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at mypillow.com/Bubba. Do you like to save money when you shop, but still get top quality products?
Sure.
I don't think anybody would say no. Of course you do. We all do. And right now at mypillow.com/Bubba, you can get their delicious My Coffee for 50% off, and they'll even send you a Go Anywhere My Pillow for free. Their 6-piece luxury towel sets in all sorts of colors are just $29.88. All-season slippers are just $25. Giza bed sheets that rival the same level of comfort and quality you'd expect at luxury hotels are just as low as $29.98. Summer beach blankets and beach towels are 60% off. I could go on and on. They are really stepping up here with a lot of the savings, and we are loving it. The MyPillows 2.0s, they're made in the USA, and the temperature-regulated technology that's been incorporated into Them will keep you comfortable and cool throughout the night. So check it out right now at mypillow.com/Bubba for all these show specials and more, as well as finding a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So either go directly there to mypillow.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and click on sponsors. And speaking of that, it made me think of sleeping because of My Pillow. Last night, I guess maybe 1 o'clock. I was going to say a little after midnight, 1 o'clock. We had a little system come through where I live.
Okay.
Had carried a lot of lightning with it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. There goes the dog.
Yep.
Did you not give him that pill that knocked him out?
Well, it kind of it kind of duped me a little bit. Would y'all go when you do use all your little weather apps? I know you do the hourly and stuff, and sometimes I'll hit the radar and just see how it's going, and it didn't show us getting any because I checked it. I saw that there was lightning. Like around 9 o'clock, I saw there was lightning in the area, and so I was like, oh, boy, let me check. Yeah. And it just showed that it was kind of all going to go away, but no, it hit. So I woke up to him pacing, and we just put him out. Again, we have Jerry said, is he going to be okay? I said, yeah, he's not like probably at his greatest, but he's safe. I mean, where we put him, he's extremely safe, and that's where he wants to be. So we put him back out last night, but it was popping and thundering, and
he's got
wind was blowing.
He should want to be inside the house.
You think?
You would think that.
Mm-hmm. And if Leo could talk, he was like, "Please don't put me out there with him."
Yeah, come on,
because I'm fine.
I'm good.
I'm totally
lay right
okay
here in the corner.
I was wondering if how was it like a lot of like thunder and lightning?
Yeah.
Did you get scared?
No, but it did. The sound of the wind and the rain and a couple of thunders clapping and stuff like it did wake me up. And then
we had
I heard him
about
pacing.
7. The wind got to blowing like crazy, and it got real dark, but it never really did anything.
I noticed this morning everything was wet, so I didn't know. I slept right through it. I must sleep. We got box fans and stuff, but all right. So I'm gonna ask y'all. I asked y'all this in the commercial break, but I don't think y'all gave me enough. I watched a show yesterday, and I don't get caught up on shows like this much, and I got to be in the right kind of mood to do it. Somebody actually called in about this a couple weeks ago, and I gave it nothing. And then I had a dear friend, Rob Ingram, reached out last night. He said, if you're not watching this, then he said this is one of the best shows ever. And it's Jury Duty on Amazon Prime. And the concept is, and I'm not ruining anything because they tell you this right out the gate. The minute it starts, it shows it, is it shows you what jury duty looks like from a fake trial, okay? Everybody is actors with the exception of one person.
Okay, they think it's real.
That thinks it's real. And it is, Amanda and I started watching it last night, and we had tears in our eyes. We were laughing so hard. It is hilarious.
Okay.
And I thought at first, I know, and Rob was building it up to me because I even called him out and said, "Hey, I think that's a bit of a step out. What you're saying about this," and I was laughing. I thought it was funny, but then when I saw Amanda had tears in her eyes, like she was like, "What? I can't get enough of this." It's called Jury Duty.
It's some kind of weird reality something.
Yeah.
Yes, and it is hilarious. Yeah. I'm telling you, hilarious.
Hobie was telling me about this a couple of weeks ago, just in
Also
passing.
known as your daddy.
While we were trying to do a little bit better. And he said it was, I've had, like you said, callers, some emailers, people I know, and I don't know why. I don't know why I can't get into it.
I actually told Rob this. I said, I need about an hour away from I need just a nonsense distraction. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like I just need a distraction that is mindless, and I got to tell you, it was funny. I mean, if you need something to laugh at, watch it. It's hilarious.
So is it? Would I get secondhand from it or anything like that? I think that's what's got me not doing it.
I don't think so because you know that they're acting.
Okay.
Because the guy that doesn't know is not really doing anything that gives you secondhand.
Okay.
Not to the. I've only watched. We watched. They're in they're short episodes. They're like 30-minute, 25, 30-minute episodes, and so. We're 3 episodes in, and so I have not seen anything at this point that makes you go, you would be secondhand.
So, and this has been described, but how do they describe the cameras being there? Are they
just the fact that they're wanting everybody to see how?
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
do they look at?
He has no clue.
Do they look at the camera like in the office, where they kind of look over at the camera?
No, not at all.
Because I would like that. I would like if they said something and like looked over at the camera. That would be funny.
Of course, y'all know
they don't. They don't.
Y'all know where I'm going. I'm going to have to watch to make sure it ain't all set up.
And that's another thing.
Well,
I think
it is
are you sure
no,
he's not acting?
He's in on it.
Are you sure he's not acting?
Well, no.
That's my thing.
Because there's some things going on that he can't. Like, it would be like us being put in a situation. Now, you talking about somebody. Now, if you were in his spot, Speedy, you would not be able to handle it because some of the things that are going on.
All right.
You talking about now, it would be secondhand embarrassment to him. Like if you were in his situation, seeing these people do certain things, you would not be able to handle it. But it is. I'm telling you, it's hilarious. And the actors, I don't know. There's one actor in there you'll know, obviously, and that's part of the story too.
Okay.
But the other people are people that we've all never probably heard of or anything. But it's funny.
Okay.
God, it's funny.
I'll watch it.
If you need a good laugh, jury duty Amazon.
Okay.
Belly laugh.
I will say this. Speaking of shows, I did watch most of the first episode of Quarterback yesterday on Netflix.
And
I like it.
Oh,
Okay, I like
it.
it.
Yeah.
I like it. It's kind of cool because anytime you can see behind the scenes, and just the family and how they kind of go throughout the day and what's important to them and how they manage all that is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the behind the scenes.
And I really think I don't know. I think this would help Bubba on Kirk Cousins.
I think it would. He's a
100%.
very likable guy.
He's extremely likable.
No,
I don't want to make him play any better.
And
but
even his head coach.
Guys, they won a lot of games.
Even his head
They
coach
just fell
said,
on their face
I think he gets thrown under the bus a lot.
He does.
He doesn't need to be.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's easy to point out a quarterback and go, it's his fault.
Mm-hmm. But like
there's a lot of people around him.
But as Peyton Manning, he started the whole episode, and he said quarterback position he thinks is the hardest position in all of sports because of that ridicule and everything's on you.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're a football fan, especially if you didn't have a dog in it, you just wanted to see great football. You saw two really good games. They both went to overtime, and deciding who's going to get to the Super Bowl. And
entertaining,
but boy, it was not without controversy.
Rick,
especially one. I mean,
okay, I want to go back to that
Bird Box. I've seen so many Bird Box tweets, and they're all great. By the way,
one play, really shouldn't decide a game, or one bad call. But in this case, if that call, and it's not one of those where you look at it and people can go, no, it was a blatant pass interference, and I don't have a dog in this fight. I mean, Rick, it was so bad I couldn't believe they didn't call it. Mm-hmm. I was like, is it a joke? I mean, I thought it was just an automatic. I thought it was so blatant they probably didn't even throw the flag. They just, they didn't want to pick it back up.
I'll go this far. I'm gonna say something, and maybe it's already been said.
I mean, it's a decleater.
But I have to say it just so I can be okay. I don't understand it. I can't. I honestly, I can say I don't understand. You know how sometimes you can say, well, I'll tell you what the guy, just like the missed roughing the passer in the AFC Championship.
Yeah.
Even though the guy who I like having that guy in the booth who says you're not supposed to call it if you don't see the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
From his angle, he thinks that he hit him in the face or hit him in the head, but you're not supposed to call it unless you can actually confirm that happened. So he shouldn't have called it, but I can see how he missed it.
Right.
Yeah.
This one, I can't. What do we? Did everybody just stand there? Was it one of those things I've had it happen in my life where you don't do something and you don't respond to something, like something falling to break, and you're like, I don't know why I didn't grab for that. But now it's broken in the floor and I'm just standing here. Why didn't I do? Was it one of those things where
Rick,
they just got caught in a stare?
And again, at full speed, it's still obvious. But maybe this, because if you look, and the reason he wasn't at the ball, if the ball was thrown to the inside. See, now don't get me wrong, he makes the catch. Well, he may drop it. We don't know that. He could have dropped the ball. But the point is,
if he hadn't got hit by a bus,
the ball. if it had been like right on him, maybe they would have rung the. I don't know why.
Greg, it was in perfect stride with him. It's just that guy got there before the ball.
That guy will turn.
Boom.
Like if he'll turn his head towards the quarterback, it's a no.
Well, if he turns his head towards the quarterback, it's a pick six.
Yeah, or it's incidental contact.
Right.
But,
Well, that's
and
what
look, he admitted it. You heard the interview with the DB, didn't you? They asked him if you interfered. He said absolutely. He said, but basically he was out of position and he's taking off. He said I played the receiver instead of the ball. And he goes, but hey, that's the way it is. You get.
But what you're saying is he would rather have the penalty than just give up an easy touchdown.
Most definitely.
Yeah, he said himself. He said the mistake was I didn't turn my head. I played the receiver instead of the ball. But he was kind of the guy who had beat him. He was out of position.
He can't either. The defender cannot believe it. I want y'all to look at him looking around to see where the flag is.
Let me go back.
And then he starts celebrating.
He even said it.
He really can't believe it. He's like, what?
No, he was as shocked as anybody.
Please watch his head on a swivel.
He's like, okay, where's the flag?
It's not on the left. It's not on the right.
Don't see it.
When he gets excited, he's like,
oh yeah.
That's it.
He couldn't believe it.
Well, what I'm saying is,
but you saw pass interference calls in that game where they were just kind of giving each other the business. Rick, that was a borderline assault.
I think he thought he was going to get there about the time the ball did.
Yeah,
and he was just playing.
Yeah, he was
trying
just
to jar it. Yeah, because I
think that it's possibly, and I've heard people even say there's 2 penalties on this.
Yeah.
Targeting and pass interference.
Yeah. Right.
But I will go back to this.
Well, I don't care nothing about the target.
Yeah, I couldn't care less about that because
neither did the referee.
But what I'm saying is, guys, listen. If the DB said, well, my mistake was I didn't turn around and look at the quarterback, well, that's what the referee should be saying. Here's why I called a penalty. Hear me tell you what your mistake was. I mean, so we all know why it should have been a penalty. Everybody knows, both players involved knows, all coaches know, all commentators know, all good ones know. Why didn't the ref know?
Yeah.
That's the part
Rick,
we can get.
And the thing is, that was the game. That would have been a first down. Game is over. Saints
they
go
might have fumbled
to
the snap.
Not likely.
Who does this referee think he is? D4?
Well, let me just say,
who does the referee think he is? D4?
Yeah, that was good. Of course, my attitude is this, and most of the players are the same way. That's part of the game. You know what? How about this? Don't let them drive down and tie the game up, and you get the ball first in overtime. Don't throw a pick.
Right.
It would have something you had to overcome, but you had an opportunity to overcome it, and you didn't do it. You had 4 quarters of football up to that play too. You can go back and find stuff that happened. It's not one play.
I will go this for you. The Saints squandered multiple scoring opportunities in the first half and kept taking field goals. But I will tell you this too. Is this? I think, and it was funny because Sherry decided she was going to watch both games with me yesterday, so that was fun. But she said, even sitting there watching, she goes, I think the Saints coach and possibly the rest of the team is so worried about this call. She goes, it's like they need to forget it because they're not going to get it turned. I think it's now affecting every time something bad would happen, they'd go over and argue the call.
Yeah, I mean,
it's almost like it rattled them to the point
the coach argued it the entire time
that they should have just stopped and said, "All right, guys, look, that is absolutely a penalty, and we got robbed, but we've got opportunities to win anyway." And they let it affect them for the rest of the game.
Point.
And they couldn't get past it.
I mean, we can go back. I mean, they had a face mask on golf they didn't call that stopped the drive. I mean, you can do that. That's football. Yeah. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. It was a ridiculous call. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not like they both went up and was battling for the ball, and you go, well, I didn't see it, or I did see it, or we're letting them play.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are thankful that you are here and ready to go for a brand new hour on a brand new day. And we have a lot to cover on the program today, and obviously you'll be part of it as we break down the stories of the day. And, of course, to no one's surprise, there is much to talk about. This hour starts as it has since the attack on America way back on 9/11. That very next morning, we started the show and have ever since with our national anthem. and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. No Name Studio, bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've completed the kickoff hour again today. Rick and Bubba interns, Super P and Cam Solo, earning their degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University. Common sense, of course, now, do I have to tell you, it is deemed a superpower. Eddie Van Adler takes the YouTube experience to a whole new level. You can watch it live and archived every day on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you're not a subscriber and you're not part of the over 100,000 who are, go ahead and subscribe, and that way you get alerts every time a live feature is happening at the YouTube channel, including the live show every single Monday through Friday. And on Wednesdays, like today, we'll have our Wednesday Bible studies. We continue the walk through the Revelation, chapter 15 today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel as far as the live option. Then Adler archives that for you, and it's available soon after on our YouTube channel and, of course, on our podcast channel. Podcast channel also gives you all of the Rick and Bubba audio every single day, the entire show, to listen to on your own time if you can't catch the live option, or there's parts of the live option that just don't work in your schedule. You can go back and pick up any of the show on your own time. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome in to the Rick and Bubba experience.
But how was I to know you'd be letting go? Rod, now cuts like a knife. Yeah, cuts like a knife. But it feels so right. Brian Adams.
We have a Brian Adams story for today.
Well, let me tell you something. I saw that footage, and for some reason, I guess it's the same one.
Yeah.
What I love is when the guy gets on stage, he's right on the part he needs to sing, and the guy sings his part, but they tackle him, and Brian Adams picks up where the guy left off. Perfect. Just kept going.
Good stuff.
Oh, yeah. But how about this? The guy was there. I mean, he had it.
He did.
It's just people don't like for you to jump on stage
No.
and sing parts of it.
Yeah.
It'll freak everybody out.
Yeah.
People will frown on that.
But my favorite part is Brian Adams didn't start the song over. He just picked up where that guy got tackled.
Yeah, just kept right on going.
Yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah.
So we'll have that for you today. Bubba, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm learning the lesson as we sadly age before your very eyes and ears. So, the human body, and as you get older, I mean, everything just gets harder, just so everybody knows. But as it was once
I don't
said,
know what you're talking about. Rick.
I don't know who to credit this with, but the person who said aging ain't for sissies.
Yes.
But anyway,
should be in granite somewhere.
So I've worked hard to do a little better, to have a better quality of life, and all that's worked, and loved it, and feeling great, and just feel like the king of the world, and. So yesterday, after, this is the interesting part, after doing a little bit better and coming home, because we didn't do it at home yesterday because Sherry had a friend coming over, and that friend has a daughter that's 7, that kind of sees Sherry as like a godmother, and so Sherry spends time with her from time to time and with her mom. And so I pull in the driveway and I hear activity in the pool, and Sherry's like, "Hey, we're out here, whatever." And of course I was blazing hot from doing a little bit better outside. And Sherry said, "Well, look, just jump in the pool one time before you go in there and take your shower." And I said, "Yeah, because everybody, of course, the little girl wants the cannonball and the can opener." I thought, man, that pool feel good. It'll feel real good. So I come off the rock, and do what some people would say was a perfect can opener, and the kids love when I make the pool a wave pool and all that, and so of course, as soon as I'm about to try to go over and spend a little time cooling off, then go in and take a shower, I hear, as children have chanted throughout my entire life, and one day, Lord willing, like Greg gets to experience, my grandchildren, but Speedy, you get to experience, we'll chant. Y'all have grandkids. I'm not there yet, but I remember, when my kids were small, and then of course my niece and nephew, when they were small, and then all the various baseball teams and lacrosse teams and all this, Mr. Burgess, throw us. Oh, yeah. Please throw us.
Please.
And I've thrown Pearson when he was young. Please throw us. And the throwing, they never, it's again and again and again.
Again and again.
Throw us, Mr. Rick. Throw us.
Over and over.
And so
over.
I'm throwing this little 7-year-old girl, and she's just into the sky. And of course, I make the joke that, won't you let Miss Sherry and your mama continue to throw you, because I don't want you to land on one of the trees, and get caught on a limb, and they love that. Yeah. And so I probably threw her probably 5 to 7 times, okay? And then Sherry was like, "Look, we're about to eat dinner. You need to go get a shower." She needs to go in there and get, her mother wants her to come in and bathe and all this. Okay. So I go in, no problem. Everything's fine, we watch some little kid movie, and popcorn, and so and then everybody leaves. I'm like, all right, Big Papa heading on to the bed. Go to bed, and I get up this morning, I can't move. I get up this morning, and my lower back, it's as if, like it would be almost impossible to do anything. I mean, it's so sore. And it hurts so bad, and
it's every muscle.
Yeah,
too.
Every muscle. I can barely tie my shoes.
I thought it hurts to breathe.
I thought, how can that even happen? And I mean, what could, I mean, keep in mind now, just and usually a few days a week do a workout that, I think, well, my body's beyond all that.
Yeah.
But apparently throwing children requires something that I normally don't work.
Yeah.
It's
just a movement you don't do.
You use muscles you don't use. That's the thing.
So very sore.
Combination.
Well, were you more right throwing?
I come here and then come out with the right.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. When you just did that, could you feel it when you just did?
Not really. Just any movement forward, standing up, bending over is a no-go.
About everyday life?
Yeah, all the things you do, like very, very, controversial things like getting dressed. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I saw that. I can't believe that referees that have whistles could not see that, what we were seeing.
It defies logic.
It really does.
Because, Rick, we got, and I think this goes back. I don't want to blame the referees because they got too many rules now. I mean, there's just too many rules. It's just we're looking for this. Look, we need to simplify the rule thing. My gosh, without instant replay and stopping every third play, they can't call the game anyway.
I know. No, that's true.
And the one you should have replayed, you can't get to apparently.
Well, I go back to this.
But I don't want them to add that. They got too many replays. Yeah, we need to make pass interference replay now. No, I don't want to do that.
I'm gonna go back to this.
I would say this. What about just one totally blown call, like you're calling point of order? In Robert's Rules of Order, where you have one, you can throw it anytime during the game, and they will review whatever your problem is in New York.
I'll go. Why don't we just do this? In this particular case, we do this with 2 minutes left. Why doesn't New York decide if something has happened that is so blatant it has to be corrected?
They may change the rule.
And they say, hey,
I think you'll see a change.
Stop. Hey, they're stopping play. oh gosh, I guess New York said this is unacceptable.
Yeah.
And they go back
do
and
that.
say we can't let that stand. That affects the game too much,
Right.
and that is so blatant. And I want y'all to know I've moved on for who's in the Super Bowl and all that. This is just now, I guess, that sociology degree of mine.
Yeah.
I just got to understand how you didn't call it.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
care about
Yeah.
it.
I don't
And you
either.
got to overcome it. I'm interested in the human element of how somebody stood there with stripes on and looked at it and did not drop a flag.
Can I ask you
that,
this?
That just,
I've seen them call interference for way less.
That's
than
what
that.
I mean. Yeah.
Well,
So
no,
what-
I would
what-
like the guy to explain to me what he
Yeah,
said.
well, so when it comes to the side
I'm
judges,
really
I want to
interested
hear
in
that referee that's his call.
Do you-
I want to hear what he has to say.
do you think when it comes to the side judges, they're each responsible for something different?
Mm-hmm.
One is responsible for, hey, you got to made the catch. The other one's looking to see if it's any type of unnecessary roughness when they go out of bounds. Do you think they got crossed up on who was responsible for what, and they both looked at each other and said, "I wasn't looking. I was looking at something else."
Do you
is
think
that possible?
How do you get to at that level though? I'm at the NFC Championship.
I know,
game.
no,
I
yeah,
ain't
'cause-
at the Pee
yeah, the
Wee
guy on the
Saturday
other
morning
side of the
flag
field could have
game.
said, "I saw it," but they're all looking at something different. Do you think they both got together when I didn't?
I think it was one of those human moments where something happens. You look around and nobody's throwing the flag. And you're like, wait a minute, nobody's throwing it?
Right.
Oh, should I have thrown it?
Hey, Bird Box, you cost us a trip to the Super Bowl.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The ability to do what he had done and talk about the two different
Yeah.
stories. I mean, 41 years old versus 23.
That's amazing.
That's a big gap, guys.
Yeah.
But you could see it. The old savvy.
Golly.
The old
crafty
quarterback.
quarterback.
Quick release, calm as he can be. And the Patriots they're just a machine. The way they operate and the way they know who they are. They fully understand their philosophies and how they do things, and they're difficult to handle. Then you've got a team on the rise with a lot of young athletic people. Who did, in my opinion, did a great job of surviving a devastating first half.
Yeah.
To have a chance to win the game, and actually did win the game at one point, and lined up offside.
Well, my only fault with the Chiefs is they didn't take the ball when they won the toss because they did that the week before,
didn't
and they were
understand
up 14-0 on the Colts before they knew what happened. So I don't know that I ever give Tom Brady the ball. I just didn't understand that at all. Anyway.
You talking about you were regretting that 8.5 minutes later when he scored?
Yeah. I mean, when you thought you weren't even going to get in the first quarter.
I looked at Sherry when they said we were watching the game, and all of a sudden I heard the term, and that'll be the 2-minute warning. I said, 2-minute warning?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute, the game just started.
Yeah.
And I said, is that half? And because the Patriots ate up so much of the first half, and defensively they had the Chiefs figured out, and the Chiefs had to make adjustments, and they did at halftime. So credit to them. And then the Chiefs, if you're a Chiefs fan, Speedy, clawed their way back and then got the game won and lined up offside.
Won the game, but D Ford lined up offside.
You finally get some pressure on Brady, and he makes because the Patriots and Brady, if you go into a game, they're going to say we're going to give you in the game 2 to 3 mistakes. That's it. We're not going to make any more.
That's right.
And if you don't make those mistakes happen for you, we will beat you. And there's not going to be many.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're going to think at one point we'd never make a mistake ever.
Yeah.
And then we're finally going to make one because we are human. Yeah. And when we do, you got to take advantage of it. And they finally get the bad throw. Gronk bats it up in the air, and you get the interception, and you say, it's over. And you see that little yellow flag up there on the screen. And then you look, and you see the defensive end. Here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Looking forward to chatting with you. Would you like to have your letter read and Bubba and I discuss it in this week's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast? Well, that can happen. Now, it's not going to happen if you don't send us one. So if you want to send us an email saying, I'd like for my letter to be considered in this week's Letters from the Audience, the topic of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, as Bubba and I unpack Rick and Bubba history, behind the scenes, whatever topic you'd like for us to discuss, send those before we go to recording tomorrow. So you really need to get those in today by the end of business. And that's Speedy at rickandbubba.com. Speedy at rickandbubba.com. So, Bubba, we have an update on what's his name?
Travis King.
Travis King. Yeah. That's the one, the fellow that was apparently not was the military already having some discipline problems with Ha Ha?
Well, listen, I feel sorry for his parents.
I feel sorry for his parents by the way he acts.
His parents are wanting him back. I understand that.
Well, sure.
I told Rick in the break, I said he's obviously had behavior issues. That may be one reason they put him in the military to begin with.
Well, that's possible.
Well, a lot of times that's what it takes to straighten somebody out.
Well, look, trust me, my kids attended a Christian school that was not a covenant school. And we got to see some interesting characters there because a lot of parents thought the Christian school could fix their fix their kid when probably they needed to. But,
right.
So, it definitely happens.
Now, Rick, how this all unfolded? We have an American soldier.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Travis King.
Mm-hmm.
He served nearly 2 months in a South Korean prison. He was sent to the airport with guards to fly back to Fort Bliss, Texas. The guards could not put him physically on the plane. They could not go past the security checkpoint. You know, if you don't have a ticket, you don't go. So they put him through that. They thought he was headed back to Fort Bliss. Well, he somehow got out of that, went back, and joined a tour group that was going to the Korean border village of Panmunjom.
And there we go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, when he got to where you could physically walk into North Korea, he screams to the crowd, "Ha, ha, ha," and runs into North Korea.
Thus earning the nickname,
right.
Ha Ha Dixon. So he ran into North Korea. They didn't grab him.
Nope.
Yeah.
But once he ran into North Korea, they grabbed him.
Yeah.
You know, they do that
Sure.
if you cross the border. And North Korea really doesn't care what South Korea or the U.S. thinks.
No.
And he is being held there now. They say they're working, official and non-official channels trying to get him back. But I don't think you're going to see that. Tensions right now between North and South Korea not good.
Yeah.
The U.S. Has a nuclear submarine there, and it surfaced and showed itself to everybody for the first time in 40 years.
Yeah.
And North Korea shot a missile off again yesterday.
Sure. Ha Ha didn't pick a very good time in history to run into North Korea screaming "Ha Ha."
No.
Ha 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 ha.
It's a sad situation. I don't think, I hope it gets resolved, but I don't see that happening because North Korea doesn't have a good history of returning people that they grab there for whatever reason.
Well, even if they do return you, it's usually not your quality of life is pretty much over.
Yeah. Remember they sent the one kid back that they beat into a coma when he got back.
Yeah.
So
because he wanted a sign, remember?
Yeah, took a sign.
Real good reason.
When they say don't take the signs, they mean it.
They do.
Yeah, and they don't care. They don't care about racism. They don't care about freedom. They don't care about rights.
No.
They can do whatever they want to do. Sadly, because we've allowed them to exist.
That's right.
And now they have somewhat of a nuclear weapon arsenal. We don't know how good it is. It looks to be primitive, but still got one.
Yeah,
could cause some problems. So now we got that to deal with.
Right, and
initially, Rick, he got in trouble for kicking a South Korean police car.
He did?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know if that means he was
Ha-ha.
kicking it in protest or was put in the back seat and was kicking it trying to get out or what the deal was.
Well, and, you're going to hear a strange thing today that Bubba and I are actually going to agree with President Biden on something today,
and that's rare.
If you're sitting there and you're the Biden administration or whatever administration, okay, and you're dealing with North Korea and all the things you just mentioned, okay, that are going on, and all of a sudden somebody comes, well, we got some Nimrod that ran into North Korea. Yeah, he ran into North Korea screaming ha ha ha.
ha.
Now he's a hostage and his family wants to know what we're going to do about it. And you're thinking, what kind of it's one thing for them to go grab somebody, then you really come to the microphone. But when you start thinking about that the idiot ran into North Korea on his own, I mean, you almost want to go, well, I mean, I'm sorry. I hope you can work it out, but pardon us if we don't have other fish to fry right now.
Yeah.
They'd rather stop to try to get Ha Ha out of North Korea who ran in there on his own free will and got away from our own military personnel who were trying to send him back home. So...
Yeah, I have a feeling today that young Travis King is thinking, Fort Bliss, Texas is probably better than this.
I know the name Bliss might have been a little overreach, but I mean, but it's still, it's better than North Korea in a prison, don't you think?
Yeah. I just don't see that being a good arrangement.
And like you said, when I know it's a concept that our country
seems to have lost a sovereign country that has borders and does their own thing, and they have to give them back to you and have to agree to.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, you think we're going to run up in there after with a country that's got primitive nuclear weapons that's extremely unpredictable and crazy?
And Rick, we have to. I can't help but look back at history here. We're always taught that we should learn history so we don't repeat the failures.
Yeah,
of it.
we don't seem to. And somebody's thrown that up, wadded that up, and thrown that in the trash.
At one time, this all started after World War II when North Korea invaded South Korea, and the communists there were trying to take the whole peninsula over, and the U.S., being affiliated with South Korea, came to their defense, and we have what is known as the Korean War. It lasted 2 years and ended basically in a ceasefire where you go back home, North Korea, and we stay in the South.
Right.
But at one point during that conflict, you realize that General MacArthur had completely taken North Korea and had gone into China where they were retreating and hiding, and he was camping like 20 miles in China. Now, he was told by President Truman, do not cross into China. It was 1950. We were still weary from World War II, and this was some of the cleaning up that needed to happen after that. But General MacArthur was relieved of duty. The U.S. fell back. North Korea came back. We ended up signing the deal, the armistice to let them have North Korea, but we're still paying for that today. And if we'd have just let General MacArthur finish the job, we would have no North Korea to worry about.
Yep.
But we thought that this was the best thing to do. It would save lives, where we really don't know how many lives this is still going to cost us before it's all said and done.
Right.
So there's your update from Ha Ha Dixon.
Ha ha, Travis King.
It's King. Why can't you call him Dixon? That's the guy that played for Alabama, wasn't it?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just that look on his face like, I am an idiot. And how about this? He wasn't just a little bit offsides.
Oh, Rick, he was lined up in the backfield. I thought he was in their formation.
I'm see.
And sadly, he had nothing to do with the interception.
No.
Didn't get, even though he tried to give himself an advantage. Now, if he had been the one that hit Brady and the ball shot up in the air, you'd feel better about it.
Yeah.
But
because he gained an advantage.
He really didn't gain an advantage that mattered in the game. It just lost the game.
And D Ford is such a great pass rusher.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they tied with the Steelers, I think, for the most sacks, but they could not get a hand on Brady last night. And that was aggravating. They were trying to get every inch, every play. Yeah. But you see that a lot. Just the lining up offsides, y'all. That's ABC stuff. You can't. You may get out blocked. You may get somebody stronger than you, faster. And you got to line up on your side of the ball.
Well, I'll tell you why he lined up offsides, because he was getting handled, and he was saying he was saying,
trying to get a jump.
I got to find some way to get to the quarterback. And the offensive line for New England played phenomenal. I mean, they played phenomenal. I watched them a couple of times. I just keyed on them on pass protection and on when they needed to when they needed to run the ball, and they were, they really, really handled the Chiefs.
Well, they whooped them up front with a running game, and then when the Chiefs made an adjustment and brought in an extra heavy guy, then they passed. They were just, whatever you did, they took what you gave them.
Yeah, look, I can't stand the Patriots, but I got to tell you something. They know who they are, and they do their thing, and I hate every second of it. But how about this? They are fantastic.
And they run that same little play.
I hate it. I hate their whole presentation.
As Romo told us.
I hate their pants. Yeah. I hate the pants they wear. Would it kill you to go white on white one time?
Yeah. As Romo told us several times, Rick, they run that same little play, and if they rotate over in double coverage Gronk on the outside, they dump it to the back, and if they cover the back, they go one-on-one to – it's just textbook, very predictable. They just execute.
One thing I'm not clear on. Now, were the Patriots trying to pressure Kansas City up the middle?
Jeez.
Tony. Look, Tony, I agree with everybody that talks about your incredible knowledge of the game, and you do a great job from that standpoint. I struggle with the fact that it sounds like Jim Nantz has brought his son to a game, to Disney World or to a theme park, and your son's so excited to be there, and it's like he's screaming, "Dad, Dad, 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 Dad!" the whole game.
And Rick, it's amazing.
One time he says to Jim Nantz on the field goal that they were kicking, "Hey Jim, I mean, if they miss this, that sends the Patriots to the Super Bowl, right, Jim? Yeah, Tony, you're right. Because he would say things that were so deep and so incredible. Then he'd say something like that was like,
well, do y'all think the overtime rules need adjusting too? I think
they made that one little adjustment.
If you're in the playoffs, shouldn't it just be? Shouldn't you play the whole quarter or something? I mean, you get the ball.
I think
you
they
drive
do.
Down, you
College
score.
has the best overtime rules
Yeah,
out there.
they do.
Why not just do that?
Well, to me, even if you want to go full field, I love the thing if you kick a field goal, you can't win on a field goal. And they had to stop doing that when
and that's just for the first series.
Yeah, when professional kickers can kick it from 60. I mean, you saw the Rams. The Rams winning field goal.
Yeah.
The Rams winning field goal. He would have made that from 70.
It was a bad snap too. The guy got it down, and he still kicked it.
But anyway, I think if the team goes down, because really what it came down to is the trip to the Super Bowl came down to a coin toss.
Yeah,
I mean, so if the first team goes down and scores, and the other team never even gets a possession, they should at least get a possession. Then if you stop them, game's over.
Yeah.
Which is got a little college ring to it, but you're using the whole field.
Right.
If you want to do that, I don't think there should be a scenario that one of the teams never gets possession.
Well, their offenses are too good, and the rules are set up to have the offenses be good, as you know. So you get the ball, and you get teams at that level. It's so many times they score that first time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but they added, was it 2 or 3 years ago? Well, it's longer than that probably. The deal that if you kick a field goal, if you're the first team with possession, you kick a field goal. Then the other team gets a chance. Right. But now, if you're the first team and you don't get anything, now that other team can kick a field goal and win. They don't have to score.
Yeah.
So, it's just.
I don't think that it should be more like college. Like, here's your possession.
Let's make it exciting.
Now here's my possession. And if I match your possession, we keep going. If I don't, you win.
Yeah. You remember that game? Wasn't it Kansas City and the Chargers that played one in the playoffs, and they just played forever, it seems like.
There it is.
The rules were different back then. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was really good.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. I'm going to tell you what, the folks at simplysafebubba.com, this new smart alarm indoor camera, fantastic. All part of the, 24/7 live guard protection. The folks at Simply Safe, this all started out with, a guy who said, I've got friends who have live in rental properties and they can't have a security system. Because they were too intrusive, and the landlords are like, "Look, you're not going to be putting all this stuff in my property." But he said we got to come up with an alarm system that will work on rental properties, and so they started working with the Wi-Fi, technologies. It was getting better, and more dependable, and they still have that attitude. They're never satisfied. They keep looking for the next thing, and they have completely changed the landscape of this industry. And now another game changer, 24/7 live guard protection with the new smart alarm indoor camera. They work seamlessly together as part of your entire security system to keep your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, floodings, and more. And right now, we'll get you 20% off any system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring. Now what does it do? Well, this new indoor camera allows the people that are watching your property and are standing by ready to help, they start getting live footage of a break-in, a fire, a flood, whatever. God forbid somebody's there by themselves and they have a medical emergency. This camera comes on, and they're able to monitor your property and even speak to the person. They could tell the intruder, law enforcement's on the way, get out of here. That cuts down on how many things they steal or break. Hey, you got a fire at home, this kind of stuff. So anyway, go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it under the sponsors too. So we're going to get you 20% off any system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, so some items to discuss today. We started getting emails yesterday. We in our state of Sweet Home Alabama, that's where the show originates from most every day. And it started out that Matthew McConaughey was all over Alabama. They're shooting some movie that everybody says in the movie you'll think you're in Oklahoma, but they're shooting it in Alabama.
And so that became kind of.
Have you always wondered why the movie industry does that?
Well, I know.
I mean, if you're in Oklahoma, shouldn't you just go to Oklahoma and shoot?
Yeah,
it
well,
take care
it's
of
all
it?
it's all about the best deal they can get to go to somewhere to shoot. Coming to shoot this in Alabama versus Oklahoma is probably a better deal for them. And there's incentives that the states give you to come shoot it here. And
Well, won't you make the story about Alabama then?
Well, now that part I can't help you with, but that's whoever wrote the screenplay. But anyway, it's all about, can we find the place that looks the way we want it to look? So yesterday, one of the things they needed in this shoot was for Kurt Russell to go out and let it eat on a dirt road somewhere.
Yeah.
And so they were looking for a good dirt road, and they found one somewhere in the Guntersville, Alabama area. And so we started getting footage yesterday of Kurt Russell hanging out with law enforcement up in Guntersville and Marshall County, and so he definitely was there. And of course, to no one's surprise, that everybody who said they hung out with him said he was nothing but fun and kind.
Yeah, you could just tell he's kind of
put that one back up there again, Adler. I just want to stare at Kurt Russell and wish I was standing there. On that road. I mean, you do not want to look at him. Got his hair perfect. He's sitting there. Is there anybody hipper and cooler than Kurt Russell? Why am I not hanging with him right now?
Well, they kind of caught him at an awkward moment the way he's walking.
Yeah. Oh no, it looks like he's rolling up his sleeve actually, because it's getting hot in Alabama.
Real hot.
He's in the process.
And apparently he's going to be bleeding in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we've seen it later soon.
But anyway, so that was cool. And then you said, Bubba, we've got a couple of movies that has Barbie open.
Can I say this? I wish Kurt Russell would come hang out with us one morning.
100%.
Speedy, do you think you could find him if we sent you? I mean, we ain't had you out on the road in a while. I feel like this is a worthy cause.
We send Speedy to a dirt road. Got him swerving like a George Jones. So the
well, we got two big movies coming out.
What
we
if
got
Kurt Russell
Oppenheimer
and Matthew McConaughey just walked by here and we looked and they were sitting over going to
Yeah, I mean,
that'd be awesome. And singing Sweet Home Alabama. Singing Sweet Home Alabama to us. But anyway, all right. So these other movies, and we're jacked about Oppenheimer. I mean, we can't
I
even
want to see it.
Yeah. Couldn't care less about Barbie, but that's the other big one.
We got two big ones coming out. A lot of comedy there. The two different crowds that'll be in the theaters together.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Gaetz, his wife, Ginger, and he attended a Barbie premiere at the British Embassy in Washington, D.C. last night. Okay. Now, this was a big red carpet event, and everybody got dressed up in pink and went. And obviously his wife, a big fan of Barbie, and was very excited about seeing it. Well, after the movie was over, she tweeted this: thinking about watching the Barbie movie, I'd recommend sticking to getting outfit inspiration and skipping the theater, and here's why. The Barbie I grew up with was a representation of limitless possibilities, embracing the diverse careers and feminine empowerment. The 2023 Barbie movie, unfortunately, neglects to address any notion of faith or family and tries to normalize the idea that men and women can't collaborate positively together. Pros: Margaret Robbie's performance, her stunning costume design, and amazing soundtrack. The cons: unfortunate portrayal of big dreams causing anxiety instead of inspiration. Disappointingly low T from Ken. And unfair treatment of pregnant Barbie Midge. I don't know what that means. I really wanted to enjoy it, but I ended up feeling let down.
Yeah. I saw Greg perk up. I think that may be her name, Greg. So yeah, okay. So but boy, he came alive. Didn't he?
I'm just reading the tweet.
I'm asking Ron Burgundy over there.
He came alive, didn't he? See, Greg? What? They got a pregnant little person there in Streety Portland?
Come on.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, that one, like I say, is not going to be an issue.
No, not at all.
That one's not on my consideration.
No.
But now Oppenheimer, I'm all in on.
Yeah, well, I've heard too that there's some scenes in that probably are not going to be favorable to the review. But and do you know how long Oppenheimer is?
No, I don't.
I was told it was 3 hours. Can that even be right?
Oh yeah,
probably. Yeah.
The question is back to
you couldn't cut that baby down to 2:30.
Greg, what was his name? Malden Leonard.
Yeah,
back to the great Leonard Malden. He was the one who used to say, "It's okay to do a long movie as long as it doesn't feel long." And I remember he would get mad. He goes, "The movie was long," and then he would do his face. He'd go, "And it felt long." But so I don't know.
The actor that plays Oppenheimer, and I can't remember his name, but I saw a story yesterday where he only ate an almond a day, trying to get real skinny because Oppenheimer looked famished anyway.
Yeah.
And he
pulled it off.
He was trying to get as
sickly looking,
sickly as possible. And they said Oppenheimer rarely ate. He was so obsessed.
So actor is last name is Murphy. I can't remember his first name.
Yeah, he's a weird looking guy.
Yeah.
Now, I heard
he lost
another
perfect casting, by the way.
I heard another story.
Robert Downey Jr. and him are like really good friends.
Yeah, I heard another story on the casting where all of these people tried out for roles, but they did not know what role they were going to have until they signed on to do the movie.
I did not heard that.
And then they literally in the first meeting they found out who they were going to be.
How about that? I didn't know that.
This guy had to know he was going to play Oppenheimer.
Well, yeah.
I mean, he's the only one that looks like him, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I will just walk back for just a minute to the Barbie movie. And actually, this I saw this happen last night with this friend of Sherry's that has a 7-year-old daughter. She said, which is true, if you are a parent right now and you have young children, Hollywood's going to throw things at you that you'll think, well, that must be a children's movie.
Right.
They'll throw cartoon characters at you and childhood toys and stuff. Really, really, really vet them out before you take your children to see these things that sometimes they are shrouded in family children's movie, but they're not. You got to really do your homework.
How about Low T Ken?
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing now. If you watch any kind of presentation whatsoever, and it sounds like this one's almost like it doesn't hit on any of these things. Usually, it is look at the superhero female and look how inadequate, goofy, and worthless every male is in the movie. And our whole society hinges on women, and we're tolerating men. That's how most of it comes across.
Yeah.
If it weren't for women, we would all be doomed, and men are basically here for we can't figure out why.
Well,
if we could find a way to reproduce human beings without them, we would get rid of them altogether.
Yeah, I think there's a big underlying move to that. Right. With Barbie, though, I mean, it is about Barbie. Ken's a side figure in this, just like he was the doll. Mm-hmm. If they want to make it, girl power, that's fine, whatever. I mean, you kind of expect that from Barbie, don't you? I don't go in expecting,
but it sounds like
I don't expect to go in going, wow, Ken, that was cool.
Well, according to this review, it doesn't even pull that off.
Yeah.
If that's, but again,
Betty told me the other night she would like to see it. And she says, I know you don't want to see it. I said, I'll go see it with you if you want to see it.
Yeah,
I said, now if you'll go see Oppenheimer.
Right. Now you have to
we got to blow some stuff up.
Yeah.
When they do these, and the last one I can compare it to is when they did the Flintstones.
Yeah.
And these things, and you try to make them into a movie, not a cartoon, a movie. They're never good.
Mm-mm.
I didn't know there was a pregnant doll named Midge. That's real.
I didn't either.
Is she? I didn't know Midge was a name.
Midge is expecting, huh?
Is Midge married or is she single mom?
Well, what I can see here is that Midge comes in a box by herself, but Midge loves her newborn baby. Is what it says. Mommy loves her newborn baby.
Does Midge love her husband?
Have the baby?
Does Midge love her husband? Does she have a husband?
It's part of the Happy Family Barbie collection.
Well, I see a guy.
Okay,
there is a guy, but there's also Barbie.
What is Barbie doing? That doesn't look good. What is?
Maybe Midge has. This is Midge's family, and Barbie's just hanging out, saying, "Hey,
is Barbie the doctor or something?"
Maybe Barbie's the doc. Oh, you're right. I think that's a stethoscope.
It better be, because if not, let me tell you what Midge is telling whoever that husband doll is. I'll tell you one thing. I know you're really sure chummy with Barbie.
Yeah.
For some reason they got a pineapple upside down.
Hey, I'll take it.
Well, there it is. Yeah.
There's the pineapple upside down right there right now.
Let me ask you this. I see the baby. Is Midge going to have that gut from now on?
Oh,
well, I mean, look.
Sometimes it sticks around.
No, I'm talking about as a toy.
Greg, yesterday,
I think it's just going to be a pregnant toy.
But she's not. The baby's there.
Right, but I think she's going to be pregnant.
Do you trust me?
Once the baby's born, does it change?
Sometimes the stomach sticks aroround. Trust me on that.
No.
Hey, remember, I asked
what
that
is wrong
lady,
with you two?
I asked that
you
lady.
drafting with him lately.
Remember, I asked that lady if she was baby prediction.
David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
How you doing, guys?
We're good, man. Hope you're all right.
My question is what do y'all think? Because the commissioner has the authority. I think it's under Article 17. He has the authority to, if a game, an NFL game, is interfered with through an egregious incident or a call or something like that, he has the full authority to basically do a read it. So basically, he could say the Rams and the Saints are going to play Wednesday. There'll be a minute 49 left. The Saints have the ball first and go on the 6th. The Rams have one timeout left. Basically, if the call would actually happen, that's where they would start.
All right, so you're saying it could be anything that is egregious. Does that mean he also will demand that the Saints redo the national anthem with somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's crap, to be honest.
Okay, so it's there, but Greg makes a good point, and as you were saying in the kitchen, but if you open that can, I mean, you realize how many times and how many games somebody could say, well, we all saw on replay that was the wrong call, and I want you to demand this game be redone. It costs us the game. I mean, you open up that can of worms. But
Especially on a judgment call. Here's my point. If they had given them 5 downs, like Colorado Buffaloes in college that year, you may have a point. Or if they had, I picked up a muff punt and scored, and then we realized you can't score on a muff punt, but we gave it to them anyway, and that rule was wrong, I still say it'd be much. But I'll give you kind of a thought on those. But on a judgment call, something like that's ridiculous.
Well,
you replay the game.
You just you open up so much on that. Yeah, it'd be
thumbs down.
And again, hey guys, the game didn't end on that play. They had opportunities to win the ball game.
Yeah. Well, if it had been called, though, the game would have ended on that.
Yeah, but it didn't. My point is, you still had opportunities to win the ball game. You overcome it. Bad calls are part of the game.
Yeah. You're saying
they're part of the game.
It's sports.
Yeah. And they had opportunities to win the game. They didn't do it.
Yeah, or you could even go back. You had 4 quarters before the play to be further ahead too.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It
goes back.
It's part of it.
It goes back to a guy that.
And I don't care who won, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I don't either. I don't either. But I understand if you did care, and this was your livelihood and the money it cost you, and all those things, because we've been in that world where this for some people it really does matter. And
there was a lot of money.
Yeah,
a lot of money that changed.
I'm just talking about it bothered you. I'm not saying I understand
Yeah.
everything you're saying, but it still was wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong.
But there's a lot of things in life that are wrong.
the first time that there was been a bad call.
But what I'm saying is, though, it doesn't mean it's okay, though.
No, but I don't think
that's all I'm saying. How about this? That call wasn't okay.
No, it wasn't. But
as a
but we
fan-
don't replay the game.
we
totally agree with that.
It would have been better, though. It would have been better if they were up battling for the ball, and you had this side saying it was, that side saying it wasn't. It was just so blatant and so out in the open, and everybody saw it.
Well, I think the problem.
Have y'all seen anybody that said, "No, it was a good call"?
No, you won't find them either.
Not even the DB.
No,
that's the part that's really bad.
No, he absolutely. He was looking for a flag. He was like, "Hey, I was out of position, and I was trying to
believe it.
I was gaining ground."
He fully expected to look around and see yellow everywhere.
Yeah. Well, back to this though, and I understand what the rule is. So don't. Hey man, you don't. No, I understand the rule. But what I'm saying is this. But you talk about it bothering you. So you're everybody that got wronged on that deal. And I understand all the thing about the whole game. You have to overcome it. I get every bit of that. But it has to be like somebody just grinding down a chalkboard when you go, okay, so we're going back and we're getting to the detail on whether the ball touched Edelman's fingernail.
Right.
Yes. And we're able to get that right.
Right.
And here we are. And nobody can go back to what happened to us. That's not near as complicated as what you're trying to figure out on Edelman. That saved the game, for the Patriots. And we can't get a simple overturn.
You're probably going to get you'll see a rule change on that.
Yeah, you can't review a judgment call, which is tough.
In the offseason, you may see a rule change.
But we're figuring out how many people caught the ball and didn't caught the ball. We're turning the ball. We can see it touch grass or it didn't touch grass, but we can't simply give the Saints the pass interference penalty they needed.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why. That's not the point. But that'd be tough to watch. You go, okay, so they're just overturning calls left and right.
Yeah.
They're not near as blatant as what we can't get overturned.
And I would still go. I had my opportunities to win, but that did make it very difficult.
And Rick, I would like to see if we're going to correct a few of these things. Let's simplify what it takes to make a completed catch in the NFL.
Well, that's the most confusing thing. When you
if you're running the ball, you simply bump the line of the end zone. You've got a touchdown. It doesn't matter if you fumble it, drop it, get pushed back, or some guy kicks it up in the stands out of your hands. It's a touchdown. It's over. Now, to make a catch, you have to go up and get it. You have to come down in bounds. You have to secure the ball all the way to the ground. That means you have to have a hand under it.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we roll through another one. And it comes from all around. And she's homeward bound. What Greg meant to say was, does Midge, since she is a doll, even though there is a baby in this set,
I'm talking about the toy.
Does the toy stay pregnant the entire time, because a toy cannot really give birth, thus over time not look pregnant? And so does the doll always look pregnant even though that has the baby? That's what you meant, as opposed to your phrase, does that gut hang around?
No,
you know, so I'm just saying there was a different way to say it. Right? Yeah. No,
I'm just from a toy.
No, we got
angle.
Yeah.
If I'm a little girl, I got this toy. Okay, she's had her baby. Mom, she's still pregnant though.
I think that's portraying two different things.
Yeah, and that would have been a better way to say it.
That's what I meant.
Right? Yeah, I know that.
Or they just want to have continuous kids.
Yeah, maybe
they want a ton of kids.
Maybe she's all
happy
pregnant.
family.
How about
a lot of kids?
Or you just want to sign it in, Greg? Either one.
Yeah. How about this? Or as a toy, this particular toy gives you the option
Midge
to always be taking care of a baby and having a baby on the way.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. It's a snapshot in time, Greg. It's a child's toy, so let's just.
Is the left okay with a toy being pregnant?
Probably not.
Is that okay?
Well, as long as they come out with a male one that's also pregnant.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Right.
Got it.
Even though that's impossible.
Even though that's biologically impossible.
Midge has been around since 1963, by the way, so I didn't know
Midge
about
didn't
Midge.
get the press Barbie got.
I didn't know about Midge.
Let's say I had no moral foundation whatsoever. I said everybody, whatever, anytime, anywhere, as long as it's not against the law. Let's say that was my world, and I was a toy manufacturer, and I got the Barbie franchise. I would literally have a series that came from the fake world, and then I have a series that comes from the real world. Would you like to play with toys that are in the real world? Buy these. If you'd like to play with toys in the fake world, we got those too.
Here's the bearded lady.
Right. This one comes with flannel shirts. So anyway. All right. So, Bubba, do we get to the part of first of all, I noticed you've brought a new drink container today.
Yeah, well, I'm just sporting it.
Are you trying to keep something cold or keep something hot?
Or hide something?
Neither one.
Yeah, neither one.
Granddaddy's cough syrup.
You're a Baptist.
Oh, look at that. SpaceX.
Yeah.
That's a cool one, Bubba.
Look at that.
Okay.
Got him a golf.
SpaceX.
Have you?
I got that down at the Cape when I was down there, and I saw it in the counter in the
cabinet.
Cabinet.
There you go.
Mad at you for helping.
And I thought, I hadn't used that, so I think I'll use it.
That's pretty cool.
You
Right?
did
That's
not design good too,
It's
man.
nice.
It won't not too much come out. The cap screws on, so you got a good seal with it. I mean,
Do you think of Elon when you do that?
it's designed like anything for SpaceX. Number one,
Right.
SpaceX.
Yeah, just be leery if
or
Blake,
you can launch it.
be leery if Blake Shelton hands you that.
Have you seen the one Blue Origin has?
Well, no, I don't want to drink out
What
of it.
is wrong
What
with
we're
you?
talking about, Greg.
Your mind.
I noticed when he has a good one, he does a sniff.
Okay.
I know. He does.
Did he forget his medicine?
No.
Or is he-
Let me tell you what I
Is
think
there a
happened.
lapse in the prescription this week?
I bet Bubba
or-
wouldn't be drinking out of that.
I'm sorry, Bubba. I like it.
Greg, you try to casually take a walk on the south side of Birmingham. Everybody keeps trying to buy it from you. But anyway,
Hey, where'd you get that?
where'd you get that? But anyway, what I think, Bubba, to your point with Greg, you know how sometimes if you've been like on probation, maybe you've been grounded, and all of a sudden you're set free.
Right.
You tend to kind of go wide open for a few days. Well, Greg, in this world, all the pictures we showed on Monday has been immersed in granddaddy world,
Yeah.
Papa world, and that's a great world. That's where Greg is the person we always wished he would be. Okay? And what's happened is he's been in that so much. He had all four at one time. It was his birthday. And so he just came off probation. Do you know what I mean? And people just go wild.
In a weird kind of way, he's a lot like Travis King. You know what I mean? He got out of jail and he just can't behave, and he's gone nuts.
Right.
You know?
I'm running into North Korea.
Bubba, how do you like those? Because I don't drink out of those much, and that's these I don't know, these what are these rattlers that that you can keep things cold, whatever they are, the Yeti rattlers. They have rattler. No, it's a rattler.
It's like I've never got one.
It's a bigger one. But Terry drinks out of them all the time. And the other day we took a trip, and she said, "Hey, I got you a water," and she had me one of those. And I'm like, I can't drink out of those. But by the end of the day, the water was still cold on the inside. And I was like,
I got a big coffee mug.
I like them for a while, and then you have to get them out and wash them every now and then.
Yeah.
And that's
I like Bubba's because I believe it will. It'll probably fit in your cup holder in the car, and mine doesn't. Mine's too big.
That's
so
I'll
I
tell
just
you what
have
else
to
I
keep
like
in the
about
back
it.
rolling around.
That you're claiming that it slows the flow down.
Yeah, it does.
I can't use them tops with coffee. The ones that don't, because you burn your face the whole time.
Well,
this may be the answer.
SpaceX would do it right.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
SpaceX.
I like that.
Y'all hit on it. These kind of drink bottles, and we sell them. We got them on Ricky Bubba. We got them at
but they
RickyBubba.com.
liked it too.
And like you said, just like all of us, for some reason, I guess it just works better with women. My wife has. I mean, there's. It's. I don't know what you call the bottom part. Is that still a cabinet? What's down here? All this
bottom drawers.
More cabinets down here. There's one area of our cabinets in the kitchen that's nothing but these.
Yeah, we do too. We got them all in one area, and the tops piled up on the other side.
Oh, it's unreal.
It's on me.
That Lisa has.
Let me say this: it's on me. I can't. I can't use them. I've tried to use them. I've tried to say today's the day I start using them. First of all, I can never get the amount of drink that I want. I can never get the temperature to where it's not taking skin off my mouth.
That's why you can't cap it.
Yeah, or now it's not any good. And here's the other one, and it's what you guys hit on. And you have to be able to be okay with this. And I'm just not. That doesn't mean it's the way everybody should be. These things are wonderful. We sell them. My wife loves them. People love them. It's now I'm accumulating dishes.
Yeah, you're right. We have a cabinet full of them.
I hate that I've got something that is no longer used to me, but it's still hanging around.
Oh, yeah.
I want to be able to say I'm done with drinking that, and I throw away its container. Not I'm done with drinking it, and now I'm stuck with the container.
Right. You know what my problem is? I'm not a sniffer. Sniffer. Sipper. I'm not a sipper. I gulp everything I drink.
Yeah.
I mean, I just. Like if I open it up, I drink it.
That's
I don't.
beer days.
I don't sip on it all day long.
Well, that's why I got blamed for the coffee mess on Sherry's chair. She said, "Well, there you go. That's what happens to gulpers."
Yeah.
So every now and then a gulper gets choked. Yeah. And I said, "Am I in trouble for the way I drink?" And she said,
"Sounds like it."
Yeah. I said, sometimes there's just accidents. No, if you hadn't been a gulper, it wouldn't happen.
Rick and Bubba.
Sideways, it can't slip. Oh, wait a minute! Is he pinning it? Did it hit the ground? I mean, I've never seen so much for a catch.
They even said that it can hit the ground. I've heard that
If you've
several times.
established-
If you've established and
established-
hits the ground, that's okay.
If you've established that you've caught the ball and it hits the ground after that, then yeah. that's
I'm
crazy.
for simplifying some of that. Even if we have to just say, look, if you come up with a ball, you got it.
Yeah.
It's yours. I don't care if it bounced, you trapped it,
Close
whatever.
enough.
Yeah.
Well, the thing, and I agree with y'all 100%, but here's what their thinking is, even though it's got to be.
We use 26 cameras, Rick, to get a close look and look at that ball sticking out right there. It is. It hit a blade of grass.
Art to Helmsley's point, well, it doesn't matter that he hit a blade of grass because he established control of it and then got it back. So now it's really a fumble that he got back. But this is the thing, that what they're trying to tell us on your analogy about running the ball. When you're running the ball, you have established it is in possession of you. And all you have to do is break the glass, and you did, then lost possession. And we don't near have a problem with that than trying to determine if you ever did have possession.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to do, but it's just real complicated.
Under the simplicity of the Rules Act of 19, let's take some rules. I mean, not safety rules, not advantage.
Well,
but my gosh, we got the referees are looking for so many things. They look like they're going into combat. They got so many things. They got their walkie-talkies and their bean bags and their flag and it's a challenge and wait. It's a highly technical presentation.
Well,
now.
I'll go further thinking. I think this run to replay, which I was for, has got referees where they don't care as much because they think it'll get overturned and they'll get it right, so they're not working as hard to get it right the first time.
I bet they're going to strap those like iPads to them in future years.
Well, let me ask you this.
It all over.
If you want to keep the game moving and you don't want to see people break down what's possession, not possession, you could simply go back to whatever the referee calls, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, I like getting it right. But I'm saying the rule,
right.
like with a pass, getting your feet in, you got to have 2 feet in the field.
In the NFL.
Yeah, in the NFL, and have possession. We use replay to check that all the time. And you see the grass kick up. Hey, it's a good catch. We get it right. That's good. That's the way the rule is. We use replay to get it right. It just got so tedious with the way they're trying to call this stuff now.
Yeah.
And look at the quarterback. You're rushing him. We want safety. Can't hit him high. Can't hit him low. If it looks like you hit him high and you didn't, you might get a flag.
You can't swing for the ball and look like you're hitting him.
You can't leave the ground, launch yourself, even if you're hitting him in the middle, apparently. So, my goodness, it's just a lot of stuff to keep up with.
Then the referees,
then
the referees also are supposed to do what they're told to do, and you heard the head of officiating say this, or the expert. He said he's not supposed to call it if he didn't see the beginning or the end. So that guy called it, and he didn't see the beginning and the end. If he cannot identify that the swing down actually hit the quarterback in the helmet, you're not supposed to call it. And he called it even though he couldn't identify it. Yeah. So then there's human error. Yeah. Even when you establish what you're supposed to call, then the human beings don't call what they're supposed to call or the way they're supposed to call.
The guy they were talking
to, life.
The referee they were talking to, isn't that the guy who got the index card out to check for the first down that time? Isn't that the same guy? I like it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Barry is calling out of the great state of Georgia over in Homersville. Barry, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
I know what the deal is with Romo.
Okay.
It's because he played for the Cowboys, and when he was playing for the Cowboys, he was the media darling. Everyone, all these analysts and all said, and Cowboy apologists was why Tony Romo was the greatest thing of all time, and he just never, and we just have that in the back of our minds, I think, is why, we can't get past it or whatever. Like, he does a good job, but there's just something in the back of our minds, I think, is because
that may be
the Cowboys, and that he was just, we was told, this is why he's so good. He's better than Staubach, Aikman, and all like this, but he sits on the bench half time because he was hurt.
Yeah. Well, for me, maybe you're right. Some of that may be there, but I got to tell you, it's the delivery more than anything, Jim. I mean, it's come down to this, Jim. And you believe, Jim, tell him if he misses, he goes to Super Bowl. Damn. I mean, there's a little bit of Shaggy there. Oh, my goodness, Scoob.
Yeah.
Really is. In there. Oh, Scoob. I mean, there's a Jim, right, Jim? Yeah, Tony, I was going to say that right before you told me to say it. Yeah. Believe me, I was going to say if they miss this, it's going to send the Patriots to the Super Bowl.
Who has the Super Bowl this year? What network?
I think, is it them?
Let me see.
Is Romo doing the Super Bowl?
Man, I hope it's
I want to
Fox.
say CBS in Atlanta.
Oh, that means
it's in Atlanta.
Yeah. Means Romo.
If it's CBS, it's Romo.
Jim Nantz and Romo.
It's going to be you and me, Jim, Super Bowl.
Man, I really won't be Joe Buck.
Troy. So Troy, like I said, he's a former quarterback, but he didn't call the plays.
Jim, I'll see you in Atlanta. He's telling his wife, I'm not getting there till like Friday. I can't stay 4 days with Romo.
Man, we got to eat dinner with him.
Jim, where you want to eat? You care about these wings, Jim?
It is on CBS.
In Atlanta, Jim, you got to do this, Jim.
So we're going to get to see Romo
I can tell you, I'm going to get the number 2, Jim. I'm going to get it hot sauce. You watch it. It's going to happen. I can tell you, they don't roll a guy over. That's what we're going to do.
quick.
He's changing the play, Jim. So that one's off. That means you're going to come out here. He's killed it, Jim. And that means he's going to run over here wide. That's what they do. Well, there it is, Jim.
It's a touchback moment.
The Wizard, Jim. Back 6 minutes past from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Super P, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba interns there. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and we appreciate you letting us do what we do.
Wednesday Bible study back today. The Revelation, we move into chapter 15 today. We'll go through verses 1 through 8. Watch it live at rickandbubba.com on our YouTube channel. Subscribers, you'll get an alert today. If you can't catch it live, it's archived soon after. Catch the archived version on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel, usually within an hour of it being finished. And then you go get it whenever you want to, if you so desire. So, Bubba, we were talking about that. There's a moment today where we will agree with President Biden, and that is, now he may not know we're agreeing with him or even know what he's saying, but we have plenty of that, the latter as well today. But he has done something that we actually totally agree with him on.
Well, it's rare, Rick, and I find myself in an odd place here that I have to double check to be sure that we haven't been misled.
Well, when we agree, we agree.
So true, and I should be proud of that. Right. The president has suspended funding for the Wuhan lab, where is the suspected place where the pandemic began, COVID-19. Because they are not being forthcoming with investigations and not being compliant with regulations. And you know what? I agree. The only problem I have with this is why in the world did we start funding them again to begin with?
I don't know how that happened, because I don't know what that, think about, just picture like I'm something that you support. And I had a debacle similar to the Wuhan lab, and I come back and said, now you back with us? I mean, wouldn't you say, Bird, y'all going to have to make some changes before I start supporting this again?
Now,
and I probably never will.
In the story from CNN, they say that the lab has not received any federal funding from the U.S. Department of Health, National Institute of Health since July 2020. The determination came after the Research Institute failed to provide the National Institutes of Health with requested documentation on safety issues.
I go back to before we ever had the pandemic when we sent representatives over there to check the lab, and they came back saying,
2 years before that.
This thing's not secure. Why did we not treat that more serious?
Yeah. Well,
you talk about the place where they're doing experimentation with viruses and gain of function. It's not secure as we would like it to be. No, it's not. I think that's a pretty serious report.
Yeah. Well, it was like 2 years prior to that.
Right.
And that, history is going to look at that as the red flag that was missed.
Right. You're right. But I like that Biden's saying, look, y'all are not getting in line. We still don't like how this looks, and you're not getting any funding from us. And I think that funding should be halted. Like I said, I can't believe it ever started back again. But
and just for history, just to remind everybody, why is it in Wuhan to begin with? Because it was outlawed in the United States because it was too dangerous.
Correct.
Wow.
So there you go.
And the whole reason we're doing it is so we have drugs and we have the ability to fight these viruses once they evolve on their natural process to this. But you remember early on, people were telling us who really understood the problem that this thing was 5 to 6 generations ahead of where it should have been naturally. Mm-hmm. That's why our immune system had no chance against it. And when you are experimenting with that and it gets out, you become the thing that you were trying to prevent. Right. You started a pandemic instead of preventing one.
Right.
And kill millions of people.
Yep.
And we're still paying the price for it.
All bad. Now we go to Biden 1A and B.
Oh, boy.
So Biden, and there's a Fox News story today calling him mumbler in chief, which I think is hilarious. Sad, but hilarious. So here he is with the Israeli President Herzog, and
did you know that was the Israeli president's name?
I did not, because I knew Netanyahu had been removed.
He'd been there so long, in and out.
But
you talking about Whitey Herzog?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Isaac Herzog, but
I think he has secondhand embarrassment though.
Yeah, he does.
Because he leans in and he's trying to help. For those of you that cannot see, you've got to understand that President Biden's chin is leaning on his chest. He's looking down at his tie. It looks like he's got his eye closed.
Yeah.
And no, he's just mumbling.
And it looks like he's asleep.
Yeah,
almost.
Got his hands crossed under his chin.
And he's mumbling. I tell you what it looks like, and unfortunately, something we've seen. I think he's having a mini stroke.
Well, anybody that's had a granddad has seen this before, usually at a family get-together.
Yeah, so here we go.
And we brought Israelis and Palestinians together at a political level, and Akko and his Paul Schramm. Yes. And as I affirmed to Prime Minister
right, I figured it out.
Hey,
He's reading something.
He's reading something
Yeah.
on his lap, and
I was wondering why he wouldn't look
they've
up.
given him a script,
Yep.
and he's trying to
that's
figure.
why he wouldn't look at
he's
it.
trying to figure out where he needs to land, and
Yes.
he
Well, he
can't
looks
quite
like he
get
is
it.
gone.
Well, he hadn't landed very well.
No.
And look at
And
look
Whitey Herzog ain't buying it.
No.
Look at Herzog's face, how he looks like he's about to go to sleep.
Yeah, look at right here. He's offended. I'd be.
I'll go ahead and just blow a shroom.
Yes.
And
Did he say Trump?
as I
Schramm, I think he's
Now, here's what's bad. All right, we now know he wasn't asleep, so that's
Okay,
good.
that helps.
But here's what's still bad, and I think it's what Herzog is responding to. See, I know what y'all are doing because your bodies protect us. I lose all concept that he's the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
I think he's some guy who got to visit with the president of Israel.
Well, that's
is
the worst presentation of a public address I've ever seen.
Of course.
I've ever seen.
This
Really.
is the
Look at
United.
his face.
Listen, guys, I want y'all to listen loud and clear because you're like me. You're protecting yourself. This is the United States of America sitting down with Israel. I'm going to say that again. The United States of America is sitting down with Israel. And we've got an old, fading man who has been handed a piece of paper. Read this to him. Think about this. Hey, I'm the president of Israel, and I'm meeting with the president of the United States of America. How'd that go? Well, he looked down at his lap and read me a letter somebody gave him.
Yeah, and mumbled it.
Can't you look him in the eye and talk about, now here's what we need to do, and here's some things we're doing? I mean, look how inept, look how embarrassing, look how feeble, look how lost our country looks. So you're focusing on a human being. I'm doing it too. I'm just saying, I'm talking to all of us.
He's representing.
But what you see sitting across from Israel right now is the United States of America, and this is our presentation to
This
the
is your
president
leader?
of Israel, that he's going to look down his lap and read a letter that somebody on the staff wrote and said, just read this to him.
And read it badly?
How about this? I don't know about y'all. I'm not even important, and I don't like people to sit down and read something to me.
No. Look at Herzog. He doesn't have one
That's why he's
note.
got
Not
the
one note.
And look
He's
at
just
the look on
standing
his
there.
face. That's it. He feels exactly like what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
It's so important for the U.S. and for Israel to appear strong.
Oh, yeah.
Those
That's
countries
why,
are very important.
That's why Herzog's supposed to address Congress, and most Dems aren't going.
Oh, that's good.
That's, of course, standard.
Well, it's the
but-
squad.
Just don't do
Most
anything.
of them.
Don't do,
No, a lot of them aren't going. I mean, not just Cory Bush. I mean, a bunch of them have said they're not going.
Just don't look at anything but Herzog. Just watch him. Just take Biden out of it like you just did, Adam.
Look at his face.
Just watch him the whole time. He's looking around everybody like, I've done this before. Speedy, you've seen me look at you and say, who brought this Nimrod in here to read this to me?
I know.
Haven't you?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Right.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
This is where we've got. It's sad.
That's so sad. I'm almost.
He almost fell asleep.
Did y'all catch the show for just a minute, which is odd for us? We went silent.
I know.
I really do think he was falling asleep.
Well, even if he's not sitting there reading a piece of paper to the president of Israel who has not one note and is ready to talk about our relationship. All right, the next one, everybody wants to ask him about the cocaine found in the White House. And you can't get him to comment on it, but watch his facial expressions here. Look.
I'm sorry, he's a weird guy.
Yeah, he's a nut. Oh, you just gonna smile?
Leader of the free world.
Raising his eyebrows.
He's lost.
Would it help him out to snort a little right now to get up?
Yeah, he needs a bump.
Oh, my goodness.
Give him that cocaine they found.
Why do those people have
support
masks on?
that. I fully support that.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. First phone segment of the day next, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. You can talk about any topic. You can talk about what we've discussed already on the show today, or you can bring up your own topic if you'd like, your own questions. Super P and Cam Solo are ready. All the lines are available. All 10 are available now, so move. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Mowings, Rick, on the play-by-play, and then I want Romo on the color, and Gary on the sideline.
It's a plate full.
We're here for the Super Bowl. Hi, Beth Mowens. I know a lot about football. I've got an authoritative voice. I know a little bit about X's and O's. And I'll tell you, Tony, right here, they got to pick up 8 yards. I'm going to tell you, Beth, what they're going to do right here. If you see they've got your cover 2, if that guy rolls over, Beth, they're going to go to Gronkowski. Right, Beth? You're right again, you wizard. To the sidelines, Gary, the bulldozer man, standing by. Hey, I'm down here, and I can't hear nothing. It's loud. It's loud as hell in here. And you see why that guy keeps doing his ears like this, like his ears on fire. It looks like his ears on fire. It's loud. Back up to you, Beth. Thank you, Gary. Tell Rocky I said hello.
Good,
thank you.
I'm done. Y'all have a good show.
Yeah. For some reason, Bernie Sanders is in there.
Wait, there's Coach O.
Well, take it down to Coach O. That's airmail.
Yeah.
That's a hard foul.
Let's go to is it Graham?
Pretty big game this weekend too.
Graham, go ahead.
Alabama, Tennessee.
Hi, how about it, guys? With Jimmy Buffett and the national anthem, the last time I remember him doing that was 20 years ago this month when he sang the national anthem for Don Siegelman's inauguration as governor of Alabama.
Well, that should have been a sign.
Can you imagine?
Well, go back down to Gary on the side. Gary, are you with Buffett? Oh, Gary, tell him to sing Son of a Sailor. Right, Beth? Hey, I'm going to ask him to sing that song. Why don't we get drunk? All right, back up to Beth.
All right, let's go to Landon. Landon, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
It's about Jimmy Buffett doing the national anthem.
What'd you think about that, Landon?
I'm okay with it, but like my stepdad and me listen to a lot of his music and stuff.
Yeah. What's your favorite Jimmy Buffett song?
I don't really have one.
Right. Sorry.
I don't listen to him a lot like my dad does.
He's forcing Jimmy Buffett on you. I got it. Go ahead. Yeah. I do that to my kids all the time. If they hear Tom Petty one more time, they'll scream. Go ahead.
But it may be like, remember when in the finals when Fergie sang the national anthem?
Yeah. Bubba talks about that a lot.
Right. Yeah.
And like you said, he's like a tropical singer. Like he sings a bunch of beach music and stuff.
Right.
You're right, Landon.
So it may just sound a little bit like that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Look, Jimmy Buffett does what he does well. He's probably not on the list of people that you go, we want the national anthem sung by this artist. You probably don't think of Buffett a lot. Just because of the way the song goes. It's a difficult song.
When did the caller say he sung the national anthem the last time?
He said he sang Don Siegelman's inauguration.
Okay.
That ended well. So.
Yeah, that went good.
Yeah.
Buffett's
the Saints said, here he goes again.
I found him in 1984, the NLCS. He performed.
I just wonder if it sounds different.
He's a big lip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can I hear just a second? Wow, so he's got an earring. Okay.
Does he have it?
By the dawn's early light.
Got a little more swag then.
What so proudly we hailed.
Better.
As the twilight flashed gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming.
Well, I think even there he's doing a better version of Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah.
And I had some Buffett fans, of course, they don't want to be named because they'll be hit with plastic parrots.
All right, they don't want that.
But they said that even his Buffett act, because of age and time,
Yeah, well, that's probably
he doesn't sing those as well as he wants
nobody.
to.
Yeah.
Nobody can. Yeah, I'm sure. Let's go to
except Tommy Shaw. He still hit it.
I've told a lot of people about you saying that.
Unbelievable.
Brandon, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
We're great. I hope you're okay. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Phone calls coming in, and you are invited to be with us. If you'd like to dial, you get there now. The interns are ready. Start with Corey. Corey's out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Corey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
I'm good today, guys. You?
Oh, yeah, not bad. Lower back hurting a little bit, but that's all right.
Same here. I had a thought about the Travis King fella, the ha-ha soldier.
Yes.
So maybe he was trying to not only be a troublemaker, but he was defecting from the United States to go commie, like a lot of people like to do. And maybe not only is he in prison right now, but he's also being tortured for critical information, and he can't give it because he wasn't that high up in the chain of command.
It's possible.
Yeah, him as low as he was, he won't have any critical information. I mean, it's
what branch was he in? Was he a soldier? Was he a Marine?
He was Army.
Army. Yeah, it sounds like he wasn't a very good soldier, so I don't think we entrusted him to a whole lot of valuable information. But, like you said, he may want to defect and think it's better, as a lot of leftists do in our country, that we'd all be better off if we would just be communists. So he gets to go enjoy it and see how that works for him. Now, my heart breaks for his family. I hate it for his family. But for our country, I'm not sure it was a big loss for us.
But they'll use him, to try to get something they want. Sure. It's obvious.
Right.
Like they always do.
Continuing, Dana. Dana, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
How are you, Dana?
Hey, I don't know if you guys have seen when the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial was going on, they had a male psychiatrist brought in for the trial.
Right.
If y'all will pull that clip, that is exactly how Biden is going to be, I say, within the next year.
Okay.
Because this man was on the stand and could not speak. He was just making the facial expressions.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I do remember that.
I don't remember that. I didn't follow that other than what we talked about on the show. But, that might be a good reference point. So thank you for the call. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Jennifer, out of the new, Bubba, as you said, the Emerald of Elmore County, Wetumpka.
Yes.
I mean, we are just, the show is on fire there.
Yes.
Yeah. Jennifer, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
I was just wondering what your take was on the girl that went missing in Birmingham, Carly Russell.
It's one of those stories that it's almost like, and Bubba and I both have kind of learned this over the years. We haven't always done this, but looking back, we wish we had. I think on this one, you're just going to have to wait till it all is completely finished before you make too much commentary on it, because you might have to walk something back. And I don't want to be, mean to the family or, and I don't like this world where we live, where anonymous people can just go on social media or email you or whatever and say whatever they want to say about you and then hide behind anonymity. But so I don't want to do that, but it's obvious that I think we can say this without reservation, I think, based on what has been released, that the original scenario that we were given likely did not happen.
Yeah, I feel for her
fair?
parents, Rick, because I know they're glad to have their daughter
Absolutely.
back. And we rejoice in that. But the police came out yesterday and said there was no evidence of a toddler on the interstate. No video, no other calls, and no child was reported missing. So based on the facts that are available, there was no toddler on the highway. Now, what happened, why it happened, what she was doing, was she abducted? We don't know yet, but they're having press conferences almost daily as they investigate these other things, and we'll know. We do know this. Her parents were scared to death, and they have their daughter back.
Amen. I heard the kickoff hour, early days on this, and Greg, you said it, and the other guys agreed. One of the questions from the very beginning when we saw the footage of the actual highway, and of course, this is our city, so we're very familiar with this highway.
Oh, we travel it there all the time.
Number of automobiles were on that road with
very busy
with her, and not one call from anybody else about a toddler walking down the side of the road. And that was the first thing you thought. So no one else saw that? I mean,
well, it
called that
kind
in?
of sounds strange. Yeah, it kind of sounds strange to begin with, Rick. I mean, if you were baiting somebody by putting a toddler on the side of the road, that would be like putting a cat on the side of the road. You don't know what they're going to do. They would run into traffic, run into the woods.
And how do you know who's going to pull over?
Yeah, you just don't know. So I think that part of the story was a little tough to begin with. And then now that as we look at available evidence, there's no video, no one was missing, no one else reported seeing this. So, that is the facts at this point in that case, that it looks like there was no toddler.
Let's go to Amanda in Hueytown, Alabama. Amanda, go ahead.
Hi, guys. How are y'all this morning?
We're good, Amanda. You go right ahead.
Well, I just got a quick question. It's kind of off topic, but what would be your dream car? Mine would be a 68 Ford Mustang.
Dream car.
Mine would be one that is inexpensive and extremely dependable. I've never really been into cars, so it's just, for me, it's not a really exciting topic. So something that was that was not.
She didn't like that, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, I've never cared about cars.
Yeah. You know what mine is.
I don't have a car like. I think what you're talking about is a classic car that you think, wow, I'd really like to have that. I really like some of the more modern things. If I was just going to have one, I'd like to have a Tesla.
I would
play
too.
with.
That would be my answer.
But we drive usually trucks because of other work things we do, and I love the Jeep Wagoneer that we're in right now. It's a great family car. But I'm like you. I don't have one that I think, wow, I might see one sometime and go, wow, I wish I had that or I could drive that. But I don't have one like I just think that would be the greatest thing ever.
No, for me, being able to be
I'm kind of glad I'm that way, honestly.
Being able to be a Hendrick driver.
Probably save me some money.
Yeah, be a Hendrick driver, getting to drive this Ram 1500, which I have a story about that today. But I love this truck. What I do know, and it did happen, there was a brief little break in that where they didn't provide us trucks anymore. There was some kind of change in agency or whatever. And I went and bought a used Ram immediately because I'd gotten to where I can't function without it now.
That's when you have the best of with the horn.
Yeah, right.
That we
like I say, as proving my point to this woman, I proved that I don't really vet cars out a whole lot.
No.
Since I bought one with a Dixie horn and didn't know it. But anyway, automobile to me, dependability and function is all I care about.
Now, we'll say this.
Style really doesn't matter to me.
I have a work truck that I have to use, and I really enjoy It's a Ram 3500 dually, which was my first dually.
Yeah.
And
John Dutton.
4-wheel drive.
Y'all know what mine
I love that.
What's yours, Greg? Smokey and the Bandit. That's your old black Trans Am.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I wanted one of them. I wanted one of them so bad when I was a kid.
Now, I did think when I was younger, if I had that, life would be okay.
And I like that Camaro Z28 too.
And and I know, Adler, you already got yours, that van.
He got a sweet bed. So
hey, I saw one of those made up that's just like yours of where you want to go with it. I think they're nice.
Sweet.
I think it was sweet.
I do like the Corvette Stingray from the late 60s.
Okay.
Also Jaguar
I like that new
X-Ray 220, McLaren F1.
Okay, but she said one car.
Well, okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pretty good. Just trying to stay warm at work.
I understand. There's a lot of that out there. Go ahead.
Ooh, you look chilly.
So I wanted to know if you guys had heard about the vice president's wife wanting to go back to teaching, and she's teaching art at a Christian school, and I think it's the Huffington Post and also the Washington Post picked up on this story, and they basically are seeing a worldly view of the Christian school and saying that it's not acceptable for the criteria that they have for employees and or students, I'm guessing, for, they obviously don't let you be openly homosexual or, in an adulterous relationship.
So why do they care? I don't mean to interrupt you. Why do, that's all obvious. I mean, it is.
Well, they're just saying she shouldn't be going back and teaching somewhere that discriminates.
Yeah,
basically.
that's what they're claiming.
But again,
but that's her faith.
Yeah, again,
her faith discriminates.
She is teaching at a Christian school. The Christian faith clearly outlines things that you should and shouldn't do. And just because a portion of our population does not agree with that now doesn't mean that she can't follow her biblical faith tenets.
Yeah, that would be like people saying that that people who are Democrats don't have the right to live their life by their morality and their principles, but they tell us all the time that no one should encumber them for living out their life the way they want to live it. So why don't Christians? I mean, it would be weird if the vice president, if they were Muslims, that his wife was going to teach at a Christian school. Now that'd be strange. But I mean, if she is a Christian and she wants to go back to teaching art at a Christian school, regardless, that's her worldview, whether she's teaching at that school or up there, with her husband. And she's the vice president's wife. She's not the vice president.
And that's the worldview of the school. Right. I mean, that just happens to be their rules too. So, they're trying to make a story out of it. It's non-issue.
That to me, why would anyone even spend any time on that at all?
Are used to dealing with tourists in downtown Nashville, but they had a very unexpected visitor on Saturday night. Officials at the convention center said that a coyote ran past ran past a security checkpoint at 7th Avenue South and entered an area of the Nashville Boat Show where it was being held.
Watch it.
And went into an exhibit hall where employees were working. And Rick, this is funny. They've got a picture of him. Apparently, he ended up in one of the bathrooms, and he jumped up on the counter, and he's backed up in the corner. He looks like a stuffed animal sitting up there.
Now, we have some video. Is it a whole package or just video?
It's Channel 4 here.
The Roadrunner. A coyote got into the Music City Center last night and was captured, as you can see right here, inside a bathroom. News 4's Edward Birch live at the Music City Center tonight.
Edward, while this sounds pretty strange, this points to actually a bigger issue happening in and around downtown Nashville.
You got that right, Tom. Metro Animal Control says that all these buildings and developments taking shape around downtown Nashville are causing coyotes to lose their natural habitat. Plus, there's plenty of good food sources around downtown. These are just some of the reasons a coyote was able to wander into the Music City Center.
So they do have to go somewhere.
Lauren Bluestone is the director of Metro Animal Care and Control.
I do think that we're going to see this
good to hear from Pat.
Common and less unique as time goes by.
What do y'all think?
Coyote got in through this security checkpoint at 7th Avenue and Korean Vets while this weekend's Nashville Boat Show was loading out.
It wandered in there on its own. Cars can easily go in and out, so it was very open.
The coyote was able to make its way into the exhibit hall before Animal Control and a Metro police officer cornered it in the bathroom. Metro Police tweeting today, Officer Brenna Hosey used catch poles to lead the coyote to her police car. Hosey then took the coyote to a wooded area and safely released it.
Didn't appear to be sick, injured, but did appear to be on the youngish side. I'm glad it worked out for the best in the end.
This story is getting a lot of attention on our News 4 Facebook page. We asked viewers to come up with their best caption for the coyote.
Okay. Wow. All right, who think it's a good thing that we've released a coyote back into the wild? We're trying to eradicate as many as we can.
That's not feared of humans.
Yeah.
There's no fear.
What about the not feared of them?
No fear of humans.
If that spokesman hadn't went with a neutral haircut.
Bubba, what's going on? I'm afeared.
But anyway.
You do?
No, I don't think so.
I do. I think we're going. Yeah.
Had a neutral haircut. I don't know.
Well, we got ourselves in a Pat situation there on the person who was the animal expert, and
let me tell you, Rick. Listen to what
I'm going, dude.
I am.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number as we move forward. Greg and Jennifer, we're moving on to some other topics, but others have emailed and talked back to last hour. Barbie Midge has a magnetic stomach.
Okay.
So once
that was my point.
Once the baby's here, you remove her stomach, and then you can put it back on if you want her to have more.
How about that?
You okay with that, Greg?
You okay with that?
I was wondering about the toy design.
Could have been worded better.
I think the word gut is what got everybody.
I meant, but it was a toy gut.
I know. Greg, we all got it.
It was a toy gut.
We have
Thanks for clearing that
Greg,
up,
we
Greg.
have your answer.
I wish mine came off magnetic.
Well, you talk about being the most popular diet in town. We call it the magnetic gut. We make your gut magnetic. We just simply take it off. Bubba, here we go. again, the reason why we're having so many global warming, climate disruption, whatever the name of the week.
Because of the record heat, Rick.
Because you're hearing every day, end of time, furnace, we're burning where we stand. So we must stop carbon emissions. Of course, the people telling us that, they don't, but they want us to. They, for some reason, aren't overly terrified of it because they continue to do it.
Strangely, if you pay a tax, you get to keep polluting.
Yep.
Burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn. Bubba, climate czar, he's back.
John Kerry is visiting China to discuss global warming with the Chinese government.
I bet that's going to be
and
effective.
Apparently, he didn't have a very good flight over because when they greeted him on the tarmac and he came off the plane, immediately the Chinese delegation said, "What's wrong? What's wrong, Senator Kerry? Why the long face?"
Are we going to make a commitment now that we never will bring him up without saying that? Never.
Absolutely. I'm in.
Did he fly on his wife's plane? You know,
It's not personally his.
It's my wife's, yes.
I said personally.
Yeah.
But anyway,
you gotta watch those words with the left. They'll hang on the latest interpretation of every tiny word.
Bubba, I would go this far. You know, you ever watched an illusionist and really can do all kinds of incredible things?
Yeah.
The left, they are word illusionists.
Yes,
they can take words and do all kinds of things with them.
They do to words what Kreskin used to do to his paycheck.
Yes. So remember, young people, that the left is terrorizing, telling you that you're going to internally combust right where you sit just because of the heat of the asphalt, and because of all the carbon emissions and the evil people driving vehicles and things like that. John Kerry, the climate would be the entire world.
Yes.
It is not the United States weather or the weather in the state in which you live. That's called weather. Climate is the climate of the entire
over a long period of time.
The entire planet in which we all inhabit.
Yeah, it's not even worldwide weather. It's over a long
period
weather,
of
time.
It's climate.
Yeah, different thing.
Yeah, and we love to play games with weather and pretend it's climate. But anyway, if you don't get Big China on board, you got problems.
Yeah.
And of course, the only thing more probably a bigger waste of time than China is when you go to beg India. But anyway, so a lot of folk there too, a lot of things going on, a lot of industry. So here is John Kerry, our climate czar. Probably flew to China, I'm sure, and is driving around in automobiles in China, probably with some kind of entourage.
Probably eating psychedelic mushrooms for dinner.
Right. He's begging China to cooperate. Here we go.
China and the United States are the two most powerful economies in the world. We also happen to be the two largest emitters of greenhouse gases. And so the imperative of our two countries coming together and working and showing the rest of the world how we can cooperate and begin to address this with the urgency it requires.
Can I tell you, Rick, honestly, if I owned a store where we groom pets, dogs, I wouldn't hire John Kerry to walk dogs.
There he is.
Huh?
There he is. No.
And I know he's sad about it. Just look at it.
I know. Well, you're right. If we're going to try to let's say I buy into this hypothesis and some of the bad science that goes with it, and I'm ignoring, the map of the United States of America from 1936. Okay, I'm ignoring that kind of stuff, and I keep saying we've never been this hot before, even though we have. And I just hope nobody knows that. But anyway, so let's say that I say we got to get China in line. And I believe it. I'm talking about the doggone planets at stake here. I'm not sending John Kerry. I mean, I'm going to find. I hate the Shamwell guy. He's dead, isn't he?
Well, they got another one.
Is Shamwell guy dead, or he's just in jail?
We got the new one. The guy with the black hair. He does a pretty good job.
Yeah, and what was the legend?
He's a little more heavy.
What was the legend that he is dead? The legend of infomercials.
Yeah, he got.
What was his name?
Billy Mays.
Billy Mays.
He died from a tumor or something that he got in turbulence on a plane. Remember that? He was in a plane.
I forgot.
And got hit in the head, it ended up being fatal after a while.
Who's the other guy, the big tall guy that was in what's his name? The motivational speaker that everybody gives 15.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins. I'd send Tony Robbins.
Yeah.
I'm not sending John Kerry. I would send Tony Robbins, who basically has made a fortune telling you things that your parents taught you.
Yeah.
Set goals. You're amazing, Tony.
Believe in yourself.
If you don't believe in yourself, no one else will. Wow, Tony. By
the way,
right.
Shallow Hal, his greatest performance ever.
Goodness, yeah.
What a great show.
Yeah. So anyway, shouldn't Tony Robbins be a pastor at a mega church somewhere? but
take out the
he
cousin.
kind of is, Rick, if you think about it.
Well, you're right. Wow, you're amazing.
In the church of self.
What you said was about an inch deep and a mile wide, but I feel great. So let's send him over to China, not John Boring Kerry.
Because not only will he be good at selling the point, whatever it is, he will tower over the Chinese and scare the crap out of them.
Bubba, John Kerry's one of those people, and I hate to say this, we all know them, and God loves some of them, not John Kerry, but some of these people who have the same issue are very, very wonderful people, but they have an uphill climb. And of course, you know the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
But the minute they step in the room, you're bored. I'm talking about the minute their foot lands in the room and you lay eyes on them, you uncontrollably become bored. And I had teachers like that. I had professors like that.
Yeah.
And I was like,
you
goodness.
immediately start thinking in your mind not what they're there to talk to you about or what lesson you're supposed to absorb from them, but how can I escape?
No, that's all you think about. You just want it to end.
Joel Osteen could go over and make them feel better about themselves.
Well,
Rick.
Joel doesn't have the Tony Robbins pop. Joel is he blinks too long.
Okay.
And I don't think Joel Osteen's presentation is very motivational at all. It's kind and it's sweet, but it's
a little whiny, maybe.
And has
Tony Robbins.
It has some major theological problems.
Yeah,
but
Tony Robbins takes
I
charge of the room when he comes.
Right.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, he does. He does.
Yeah. You send somebody over that's got a little pop, a motivator, maybe a coach or something like that, but no, it's like
Tim Tebow could go, Greg.
Tim Tebow would be a good one.
I've been trying to get him to do his Joel anymore.
Nah,
He's just so
Joel.
corporate Gray's got his coffee and he's into it.
I don't like doing impressions.
Greg, we love some of your impressions.
I just don't like doing it.
I know you don't like it, but we love it.
I don't like it.
We like it. We love it. We'd like a little more of
I've
it.
decided I'm not doing it.
But
Let Speedy do it.
back to this again. You know how we love to break.
out.
You know how we love to break things down to their simplest form. I mean, if there's one thing we do well, it's that. Okay, and there's not a lot we do well. The key to someone to get me motivated to do something, the very basic talent or gift that person must have is the ability to hold someone's attention. I mean, that's crucial. I mean, if you're going, hey, you got to go in there and you got to get this thing done. If I send someone in there that can't hold anyone's attention, we're going nowhere. And as soon as John Kerry sat down, I would go, how long is this guy got?
Yeah.
Because this last 3 minutes seems like an eternity.
Dave Ramsey would be a good one.
That's a great
He's
one.
hard hitting, but
That's a good one.
I think he would be good at that. I'll say this: Gene Simmons is pretty good at giving a speech.
Okay, didn't see that coming. Yeah,
well, I'm
didn't see
just
that.
saying,
Yeah,
Dave or Gene made me think of that.
Gotcha.
Mark Levin has some passion.
He does, but I think Mark would make everybody. Mark Levin is usually angry. We're really looking for someone to try to bring everybody along, not say we should put all y'all in jail.
Tony would Tony would convince the Chinese that they're doing themselves a favor by working with us.
Yes.
Yeah, he would have the Chinese walking on clouds.
Yes.
And then nothing he would say would be overly deep, but you would just love it for some reason. You're right. We do need to stop this. Good. Thank you, Tony. Wasn't prepared when I saw that documentary, though, how much Tony cusses.
A lot.
Yeah, he's got a mouth on him.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's I think the point's still valid. He's a motivational speaker, and we're sending in the most boring human on the planet.
We didn't finish our global warming update. We've got 2 more clips you got to see. Because if you're watching the news now, local or network, you're being told this is the absolute hottest time this planet has ever seen since God rested on the 7th day. Wait a minute. No, they don't put that part in there.
No, they won't say
that.
that.
Put that in there.
No.
But they will convince you that this is the hottest time ever.
Ever. We'll dispute that next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Listen to what he or she said. They got a catch pole, which that's a pool pole with a rope on the end of it.
Yeah, get around your neck.
That's right.
And they got it around the neck, and she said let it out to the police car,
Put it in the back seat.
and then carried it.
Well, who is she, Ricky Bobby?
I mean, so
you
they
remember when the cougar?
You got to reach in there and get that pole again, right?
Yeah, y'all. That story, something doesn't sound right.
What was his name? Lisa.
The cougar name. Was that what it was like that?
Let me tell you, they carried that.
A coyote was able to wander into the Music City Center.
Listen, watch it.
So they do have to go somewhere.
Lauren Bluestone is the director of Metro Animal Care and Control.
I do think that we're going to see this become more common and less unique as time goes by.
Lauren,
Coyote
it's a female.
Yeah, it is. That's what I said. I feel like it.
Did you see the name? Did you cheat?
No, I
didn't.
didn't.
Did you see the name?
I didn't see the name then.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all, we're focusing on the wrong thing.
But the officer, the officer did
not here.
The officer did not carry a coyote with a catch
Bubba,
pole.
it's not Kai.
It's not.
I want to know when they put it in the back seat. Nobody's holding the pole, right?
That is a coyote. I'll give you that.
It may be
probably-
feared. I'd be afraid.
I would say they let the pole off into the back seat, let it kind of run, and then once they got it out, just open the door.
Yeah. Hey,
That would be my thought.
Bubba, say that again. Let me break it
bet it
down
took a
for you.
dump
What are
in
you
there.
doing wrong?
No.
It's one of those.
At
you
least
know what?
tinkled.
It's
Of course,
close
the
to
prisoners do
Toyota.
that,
I
too.
can't say.
No, that's what I was just about to say. Like with me,
Coyote.
if something's real R oriented and if an R is sitting in the wrong place, I can't get my mouth to do it. For Bubba, it's OY. Anything that has that oi. That's
Toyota.
we all have it. We all have our little things.
Right.
For me, I can see a word based on mine, and I can tell you that word's not for me.
Yeah.
But
Say
so
it
it's
again.
something about oi. Say toy.
Toy.
Say koi.
Koi.
Now say Toyota.
Toyota.
There you go.
There you go.
Coyote.
Coyote.
There you go.
Rick, you're an
Well, see,
excellent
I was
teacher.
saying Kai a minute ago, and Speedy's going, ain't Kai.
Well, no,
He's over
I
here-
corrected
no,
myself.
he's
It's
over here
coyote. I
cackling.
was trying to figure out
In
where
all
you
honesty,
were messing
in
up.
all
saying
hon-
coyote,
In all honesty, you're not defending Speedy, but what you did was so unbelievable.
Yeah.
Trying to identify the problem was very difficult.
Right.
It's always been a tough word for me to say.
Oh yeah. Well, like I cannot.
Coyote.
If you give me L's, M-N's, and R's, boy, don't group them in the wrong way for me. I can't get it
Well,
done.
we were just on Sesame
You know what I am,
Toyota.
Greg? I'm a person who can't get past that bridge.
It's there.
I can't get past.
Oh, when I see that coming up in copy,
Oh, yeah.
I'll
Sure.
mess up a line
Sure.
before it because I see it coming.
I've got my own, brother. I've got my own. Trust me.
Toyota.
I know what's going on.
Say the other one. What was caught in the bathroom?
Coyote.
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 There you go.
Coyote.
There you go.
Coyote. Coyote.
Coyote.
Coyote.
All right, let's get crazy. Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
No.
No.
No, that's just how I say it.
Chihuahua.
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 I'm going to change my clothes.
I'm going to change my clothes.
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
Oh, that's close. Getting better.
Say a chihuahua and a coyote.
Let me tell you something. You come to my speech therapy a few more times,
Say a
but you might want to get a teacher that doesn't have speech problems himself.
a chihuahua and a coyote jumped in a Toyota.
No.
Ready, go.
No.
I don't even want to try.
Just try. That's like Don Juan and Funeral and Buick being.
Yeah.
Real quick.
No, I can't.
Bottom of the hour, your phone calls are next and more stories at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the YouTube channel. The Revelation 15 today. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Look, all your, when you think about your well-being and your health, it builds from a good night's sleep out. So if you're not sleeping well, it could be the mattress. Mattresses, they're not designed to last forever. What if you had a mattress that was designed for you, the way Greg and Lisa Burgess did? They went to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg and his wife, they filled out the information. Didn't take very long at all about the way that they prefer to sleep on their side, their back, their stomach. What firmness do you want in the mattress? And they want to know that. They've got soft, they've got medium, they've got very, very firm. Are you someone who's tall, big and tall? Oh. They have mattresses for that. Is this for a child? They have children's mattresses. And they, based on the style you want, they either have a 10 or 15-year warranty on them. And they ship it right to your door after customizing it for you. You have 100 nights to sleep on it to decide if you want it. And we can get you 20% off on the mattress that they design with your help for you, so you can get a truly amazing good night's sleep. Go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's where you'll find that 20% off. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You could be sleeping better, and the reason you're not might be because you don't have a mattress that was designed for you. All right, so Bubba, we're continuing with the ongoing end of time, global warming. Now, I notice when it's dealing with heat, which is what we're dealing with now, they will stick with global warming.
Yes.
And carbon emissions. Now, when that doesn't happen, they'll shift to climate disruption or climate change.
Yes.
But they love global warming right now because it's hot. Of course, it would be, and big part of it. They mainly talk about that where like we are as far as the planet when we're actually experiencing summer.
Rick, you may remember back a few months ago, I made a bold prediction that when it got to July, it was going to be real hot.
Yeah.
I'm apparently dead on.
Yeah. Say it again.
So and look, I'm going to share y'all, and I don't mean to boast here. I'm not a prophet or a soothsayer, but when it gets to January, it's going to be cold.
Probably so. Probably.
Is that your prediction?
Yes, that's why I'm going with that.
All right, so we've got. You want to start with Omar?
Yeah, we have. The squad's been busy this week. They're really out there working hard, hating on Israel. But they took a break, Rick, to tell us about global warming and put a tweet out that was absolutely incorrect.
Yep. Here's a doozy. The Earth just broke the record for the hottest day in 120,000 years. In fact, we broke it on 3 separate days. National climate emergency now. Now, I don't know.
120,000
120,000 years.
We start keeping up with temperature.
We don't even know that the Earth's that old.
Yeah.
There's a debate about that.
And we definitely weren't checking temperature.
You see the Twitter fact checkers there?
Yeah.
Saying it's not possible to go back.
Yeah, well, we don't have any weather records. Bubba, you told us our records only go back to what, maybe 1880?
According to this 1880, most people don't think they were very accurate even until about 1900.
We have no measurement of daily temperature. If you believe the Earth is 120,000 years old or older, we do not have any records of weather from that time. So the statement she's making, it is impossible for it to be accurate. Impossible.
Yeah, it's totally ridiculous.
You can't. We have no weather records from
her brother may have told her that.
Well, that's true. Right. That's
Ooh,
so.
Wow.
But I'm talking about why
was 1880 not impressive enough for her because she had just started there?
And here's the point, Rick. Let's just take.
No,
that's 1880.
I got to be extreme. I got to have an extreme thing to say.
Let's look at the fact that Twitter has presented with the fact that she says. Let's just say the Earth has been around for 120,000 years. We'll take her number on it. If we only have records for about 120 years, that's a very, very small sample. No statistician would use that as a baseline for judging weather over 120,000 years, if you believe it was that long or longer. Okay, that's a very short measurement. You've got to look at it. If you're talking about global anything, you have to look at it on the big scale.
Well, you also can't let anybody get away with this line. Just broke the record for the hottest day in 120,000 years.
Rick,
you can't make that statement because we don't know what it was. If you believe it's even that old,
Rick, is an asinine comment,
right.
as my dad would say.
You can't make that statement. That statement in and of itself is a lie because you don't know that.
Right.
No one knows that. All right,
Rick. It's just, I mean, the comedy of this. Listen, my favorite thing now is to catch the ABC News, the network news when they kick off with David Muir.
Yeah.
And every opening line is of disaster, impending doom. I mean, it's every day. Yesterday, and I don't have the exact quote, but I'm gonna paraphrase. He said, "We have set a record for the hottest day on the planet, 15 days this month." Well, yesterday was the 18th, I believe. So that means we set a record of all time, the way he phrased it, every day this month except for 3 days.
Right. I know. Yeah.
Well, I mean, where?
Yeah, right.
On the whole planet? You got the numbers for the whole planet.
You talking about where you talking about where you live? Climate is the whole planet. And also, look at this July.
I'm begging educators to come on. We got to do a better job. We've let down a generation here.
So look at this. Look at this July graphic here. So if emissions drive warming, July 2023 is about the same temperature as July 1985 and even cooler than 2012.
Yep.
So how can that even be possible if emissions drive it? So
well, Rick, I'll tell you why. Because they're wrong on their facts.
Right.
They're wrong on their reasoning of their facts.
Right.
And it's all cyclical. And the sun and our magnetic field has so much more to do with it than every van that's ever been built and every truck that's out there.
Don't use van. Adler's sitting right there.
Especially don't
well,
blame
they like to blame the big
They
cars.
like big
That's
cars.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. Even though they drive them and they have them in 39, 40 of them at a time riding around.
Again, if you Omar, you're sitting in Congress with you and the squad, and I know this morning you're probably out hating on Israel, but when you come back from that, look, do something about you. Do what What do we talk about in athletics? Worry about what you can control. Okay, what I can't control, can't do nothing with it.
Right.
Let me tell you what you can do, Congress. You can ground every combustible engine the United States government is using today. That'd make a big difference. But you don't. But you don't. You just like talking about it. And you want us to do it, and you want to pay. The catch to all of this, and I'm begging everybody, it doesn't matter about your political beliefs or religious beliefs or anything, on this particular topic, look at their answer to fix this. It's for you to be taxed, for you to pay more. But yet the problem is still there. What?
Yeah.
What?
Well,
the planet is dying. The planet is about to hit the side of the mountain, y'all, on the plane. They're not saying pull up on the stick. They're just saying pay me for another bag of peanuts.
You're right.
I mean, it's crazy.
No, you're right.
Their logic is so defective on this whole topic that we should all laugh them out of the room. It's a joke.
We've talked about it for years. If they truly say that this is going to destroy life as we know it, and they let you tax your way out of it, they don't really believe that. You couldn't buy your way out of anything that was going to kill all of us.
But let me tell you what, your air conditioner's going to cost more, your home's going to cost more, your car's going to cost more, your business is going to cost more, but that silly carbon's still out there.
Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had one story last hour, or whenever you might have been with us last, news media running with the BuzzFeed story over the weekend, thinking they had now, that Mueller in his investigation, we now have proof that Trump was asking people to lie and all of this. Mueller had to come out and say, by the way, that's totally false, incorrect. So news media having to deal with themselves and saying, this is the kind of stuff that makes people think we're dishonest. Well, yeah, of course it is. This is this is exactly why. You know why? Because we have proof here that you did run with a story that you could not corroborate, and you ran with it anyway. Because there was an agenda, not you trying to find out the truth. Well, we had some students from Covington Catholic there in the great state of Kentucky. They went to the Lincoln Memorial, and as Bubba mentioned, but in case you didn't hear that, we'll set it up again. We were led to believe that a bunch of rich, white, especially private Christian school kids had gone to the Lincoln Memorial, and they were a bunch of racists and bigots and everything else, and their treatment of people was grotesque. The only problem is that's not what happened. And with any kind of investigating at all, someone could have found out exactly what took place. But it's actually taken one of the students, Nick Sandman, and I'm going to skip around some of the language in here, but you'll know what he's talking about, where he said, because of all the misreporting about us, and now we're being pummeled and vilified, look, we've been there, brother, we understand, by the all-loving, all understanding, and free-thinking left, as Bubba has said perfectly, the only thing, they want you to be allowed to do anything except disagree with them.
All right, that is the cardinal sin.
But in this case, there's
so to speak.
How about in this case, there's no disagreement. These are just kids that were on the tour. They were there for the March for Life, which, that probably puts them in bad light with some of the people.
That's already strike one.
Yeah. Strike one. And then they said during the time of free time, if you've ever been on a trip, you get free time. They want to go see the Lincoln Memorial. So this is covered by Nick. He said, I'm providing the factual account of what happened on Friday afternoon at the Lincoln Memorial. I won't read all of it, but I'll hit you all we need to know to correct misinformation and outright lies being spread about my family and me. I am the student in the video who was confronted by the Native American protester. You may have seen this video. I arrived at the Lincoln Memorial at 4:30 p.m. I was told to be there by 5:30 p.m. when our buses were due to leave Washington for the trip back to Kentucky. We've been attending the March for Life rally, which, was hardly covered by anyone. Of course, if it had been an anti-Trump rally, we would have called it tens of thousands. They had to split up. We were able to split up in small groups and do some sightseeing. So I covered that a little bit. When we arrived, we noticed 4 African-American protesters who were also on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. I'm not sure what they were protesting, and I did not interact with them. I did hear them give us direct derogatory insults to our school group, which, now keep in mind, we have not interacted with them. We don't even know what they're protesting, but suddenly we become in the crosshairs for them, and we haven't done anything. Just our presence, to Bubba's point, they went ahead and, Bubba, I hate to say it, they were almost stereotyping these young people.
No, I think they were.
They began to call them bigots, racist, white crackers, some other, even at one point they were called kids of incest. Very nice, loving, all-caring people, I guess. They also taunted an African-American student from our school by telling them, listen to this, that we, talking about the white people in the school, would harvest his organs. What in
gracious? The same, man.
Does they not know that's not? Is that from the Get Out movie or something?
I don't know.
But anyway, so I have no idea what that insult means, but it's startling to hear. I mean, he's saying I don't even know what. So he says, before we were being loudly attacked and taunted in public, because we were being loudly attacked and taunted in public, a student in our group asked one of our teacher chaperones, one of the adults, for permission to begin our school spirit chants just to counter and drown out the hateful things that were being shouted to our group. The chants are commonly used at sporting events. They're all positive in nature, and they sound like what you would hear at any high school. Our chaperone gave us permission to use our school chants. We would have not done that without obtaining permission from the adults in charge of the group. This is important. At no time did I hear any student chant anything other than school spirit chants. I did not witness or hear any student chant "build that wall." Didn't happen. Anything hateful or racist at any time. Assertions to the contrary are simply false. Our chants were loud because we wanted to drown out the hateful comments that were being shouted at us. So the protesters there, that we don't even know what they're protesting, engaged the students. The students had said nothing to the protesters. So then, as students might do, let's drown out what they're saying so we don't have to keep hearing things like we're going to harvest our fellow students' organs, or that we're a bunch of blankety blanks, okay, including kids of incest. After a few minutes of chanting, the Native American protesters, who I hadn't previously noticed, didn't even know they were there, approached our group. The Native American protesters had drums and were accompanied by at least one person with a camera. That's the key to the story being wrong. The protester everyone has seen in the video, and we talked about that, began playing his drum and waded into our crowd.
Yeah. Broke into almost a circle they had.
Which parted for him. I did not see anyone try to block his path. He locked eyes with me and approached me coming within inches of my face, and he played his drum the entire time that he was in my face. This is key. I never interacted with the protester. I did not speak with him. I did not. It is 7 minutes past, and we are available to you all across America. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. All sorts of live options. America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, our TuneIn app, and our YouTube channel. All those are our live options. Archive options to catch the entire show on your own time, available to you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here, intern, Super P, and Cam Solo. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Oh, there we go.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Out of 24, I don't feel like that's a bad deal.
We need from you. Speedy, how are we doing on letters for the podcast tomorrow? Do I need to bring it up? Are we okay?
Stack. Oh,
no need to talk about it anymore?
No.
Okay.
We got a stack of stuff in
there.
Got
all the letters we need.
As you said, it could be a reoccurring theme, so I'll keep compiling more and more letters and try to highlight them and get them in topic format for you, and we'll go at it.
So coming up this weekend, a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the topic, letters from the audience, as Bubba and I will roll through those on the 45-minute podcast, which is a unique podcast you get most every week here, wherever you get podcasts. So, Bubba, this Bryan Adams thing. We played a little Bryan Adams earlier in the program, and I started seeing this video, and it was funny. It harkens me back, some of you may remember this, when we were all going to see the supergroup Kiss back in the day, and someone on the staff made their way onto the stage to commandeer Ace Frehley's microphone.
Well, he didn't seem like he was using it.
Well, he was my favorite, too, so I wanted to
Anybody remember that?
Mm-hmm.
This was before Helmsy and Adler were here, but it did take place.
It's hard to believe I could make eye contact with Greg, who was in the middle. I somehow found you, and then there you were.
Yep. And for a glorious, 15 seconds?
Not that long.
Not that long?
No.
10 seconds?
I think maybe 4 to 5 at the mic. Let's see.
45 seconds.
Form tackled, pushed to the side, 10 to 15 seconds.
Total
mania.
Yeah.
Then in the hall, power pushed out, kicked out. You're looking at a minute and a half.
Okay. So a lot happened. Well, Bryan Adams apparently is one of the many artists that are out there on the road
I
again.
thought of Speedy when I saw this.
Making bank, cranking out them hits. And, Bryan Adams has done all kinds of writing and got songs on multiple soundtracks and all this kind of stuff. But, he's got the song Summer of '69. And, has that little intro at the beginning. Yeah. And apparently this particular fan knew when to come in.
Oh, yeah.
And he gets on the stage, and he sings the first part of Summer of '69 for Bryan. And what you'll love, when he's removed from the stage, Bryan Adams just picks up where he left off.
Oh, yeah. They never miss a beat.
Yeah, so here we go.
Bought it at the 5 time, played it till my finger was the summer
That's excellent. That's the way to embrace it.
fantastic.
I love that as they're trailing him off, he finishes his line. The mic still
and then they hold up in the
Hey,
air.
the band is what's so impressive.
They're perfect.
Yeah.
Bryan Adams, he doesn't look like the crazy rocker he used to look like. does he?
No. He always was pretty neat, though.
Yeah.
Bought it at the 5 time,
He's there, Greg.
played it till my finger was the summer
By the way, don't miss that he gives him the rocking horns.
Yes,
Watch horns, Bubba. As they dragging him. Still. Then it goes right back. Let me tell you what I love. The guy realizes that security's coming, but he knows he has to pause before the next line. And he still takes the pause. He takes the pause. He wants to be in the pocket. He doesn't want to not be with the band.
He glances back at Adams here. Do you think he was hoping he'd jump in with him?
Watch the pause here.
It's all good.
And then Bryan Adams
right back
says that and then lets the crowd finish the line. I mean, there's a lot of people singing there.
That is awesome.
A lot of parts.
Fantastic.
That's the way it's got to be done right there.
That was you, Adler, doing that.
Hey,
so
that
madly.
drummer with the snare cue, simple,
Simple.
coming in, clack, boom, let's
Clack,
go.
we're there.
It's
We're
great
all
drumming.
still here.
Great drumming.
And it wasn't distracted by this at all.
No.
And really, Bryan Adams, for I don't know his age, but he seems to be holding up pretty well.
Sure.
Voice sounds pretty normal.
Yeah.
You know.
Always.
Sometimes the raspy guys they don't age well, but
Right.
he still seems to be holding it together.
Let's watch it again.
Y'all want it again?
Bought it at the 5 a.m. time. Played until we think
The
the summer of.
I got to have an oil change rag in his pocket.
I think he might have a little sweat rag at least.
Here's what I love is even when he's being pulled away, I'm going to finish my part.
No, your best point was when he paused, knowing he was
He
finishing.
sees him coming.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't rush it. I can't rush it.
I got to stay in the pocket. If we're going to come in right, I can't rush this.
I got him at 63.
Yes.
63.
Oh, man, that's so good.
Oh, 5'8", so he's a tall guy.
Yeah. So that's funny right there.
Kind of big and tall.
So he's
Funny.
up there.
So Speedy, you never got in the lyric. What you were? Didn't you try
Rick
to
and Bubba
He
talk?
tried to say Rick and Bubba rule.
Rick and
He
Bubba
got it.
rule. You got that in on the mic.
He got Rick and Bubba rule and about that.
Yeah, I got
rule. But in his defense, he tried to come back for a second run at
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And he broke free.
Yeah.
No,
Have you
didn't.
seen?
They didn't take me down.
Have you seen?
No, you broke free.
Because Reels has picked up that I like to watch people charging the stage get hit by security.
And I bet you get a bunch of them.
Hey, let
now.
me tell you something. Some people get hit
Yeah.
real hard.
Yeah.
I mean, real hard.
Yeah.
I forget what was the artist. I don't even remember. But boy, somebody got, jacked by a really, really big guy too, and he knocked him all the way through the monitors.
Well, that's the
what
thing.
made this
On
one?
stage, you don't have a lot of room sometimes. You got a lot of equipment, wires, lights. I mean, you got to
Right.
be careful you knock that over. But, the ones on the football field can unload on them.
Oh,
They know
yeah.
they get a running start.
The stages are a lot taller than you think too. If you're going to jump up on them, it's pretty tall.
You're right.
And what made ours so bad is that most of the security staff knew us from events and they were
They were mad
hired.
at
They
you,
were hired
weren't they?
hands, and they were really mad that we made them look like that.
You lied.
You
Said
know.
you wasn't going.
This
No, I didn't say. I just they couldn't believe we did it.
Speaking of
I
high
keep saying we like y'all made me.
No, you did. That was all on you.
I remember the shock on Terry's face.
Yes, I
That's
did.
hilarious.
Speaking of high stages, this was at
And her
a
zebra cowboy hat.
This was at a hip hop festival in Europe, and this dude is on stage, and people are saying, "Don't stage dive, dude. Don't do it. Don't do
no.
it." The rapper's like, "Should he do it?" And so this guy stage dives, and everybody moves out of the way.
That's too high.
They just clear the
that's
way.
high. Oh no! Oh, good night.
Why would he do
Y'all,
that?
he landed right on his head.
Why would he do that?
Did he live?
He had minor injuries.
I
believe it or
got to
not.
give him credit. He didn't hold back at all.
What did
I
He
think
took
it's-
off like Superman.
I think his foot hit the lady
I'm
in the
glad he didn't
red.
land on top of his head.
I don't say I didn't break his neck.
Did you hear the guy say that's too high?
That's too high.
Is that what it's
Here he comes. This is bad.
He's doing?
And the crowd's like, "Don't do it, don't do it."
They're not
And
going to
he's-
catch you.
He swan dives. That's not what you do either, buddy.
Oh, it's like you went off a diving board.
Can I tell you something? I'm loving the person with the phone because he came right by him.
God forbid him break the guy's fall.
Why would he do
You
that?
could hurt yourself
I don't
jumping
know how it
in
didn't
water
kill him.
like that.
Why,
Yeah.
Why would he do that? I don't. Well, I
Thank
know
goodness he
why.
had enough thought to kind of roll
I
with
guess
it.
so.
you
Greg,
know?
I bet he said the famous line. I bet that hurt.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't know it yet. But I bet he knew enough to, wow, that,
I bet next day.
I bet that hurt.
I bet that hurt.
Yeah, right. And when this stuff wears off, I'm
gonna be in some
gonna have to assess what's wrong. I could tell by the jar and the metal taste that hurt.
You got to give him credit. He didn't reluctantly do it.
Did you ever
He
do that in your
once he
trench coat?
committed.
Well,
Similar
again,
things.
it's
Similar.
the gene pool tries to clean itself up.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah. I bet that hurt.
That's
We'll
gonna
be
leave
back.
a mark.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hand gestures or other aggressive moves. To be honest, I was startled and confused as to why he was even approaching me. We had already been yelled at by another group of protesters, And when the second group approached, I was worried that the situation was getting out of control where adults were attempting to provoke teenagers. So the protesters were all adults. I believe by remaining motionless and calm, I was helping to diffuse the situation. I realized everyone had cameras and that perhaps a group of adults were trying to provoke a group of teenagers into a larger conflict. I said a silent prayer that the situation would not get out of hand. During the period of the drumming, a member of the protesters' entourage began yelling at fellow students that we stole their land and that we should go back to Europe. I heard one of my fellow students begin to respond. I motioned to the classmate and tried to get him to stop engaging with the protester, as I was still in the mindset that we all needed to calm down the tensions. I never felt like I was blocking the Native American protester. He did not make any attempt to go around me. It was clear to me that he had singled me out for a confrontation, although I don't know why. And then there's more, but that kind of tells you exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that and you saw that video, and that's what caused the rub to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But thank goodness there were other people shooting video further back that were able to document what he was saying.
Right.
So it wasn't they went and surrounded this guy and was giving him grief. I mean, we had people losing their mind because this kid had a MAGA hat on, Make America Great Again.
Right.
Yeah, he said, I never understood why either two groups of protesters were engaging us at all or exactly why they were protesting at the Lincoln Memorial. We were simply there to meet a bus, not become central players in a media spectacle.
Yeah, and I think some of them are out there just trying to entrap people like that, too, anyway.
This is the
Part of
first
game
time
they
in
play.
my life I've ever encountered any sort of public protest, let alone this kind of confrontation and demonstration. He said, I was not intentionally making faces at the protester. I did smile once because I wanted him to know that I was not going to become angry, intimidated, or provoked into a larger conversation.
Now, they're talking, too, about all the death threats they're getting. Their
Yep.
parents are getting death threats. Professional organizations are coming down on them. And he said, look, we're being blamed for something we didn't do.
Right.
You're not seeing the whole picture in that little video clip that was out this weekend.
Well, this is the soundbite society and gotcha society we live in.
Oh, yeah.
And it's grotesque, it is unfair, and it's dangerous. He said, to end up, I'm a faithful Christian, practicing Catholic, always try to live up to the ideals my faith teaches me, to remain respectful of others and take no action that would lead to a conflict or to violence. I harbor no ill will for this person. He has a right to his free speech and engage, but I do want the story to be reported correctly. Sounds like he was one of the few grown-ups there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was a teenage student.
Yeah.
So there you go. Make our way back. Let's say hello to the golden ticket seats. It is 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, your phone calls. We'll get to some of those here shortly. If you want to go ahead and get those lined up. Super P's ready for that as we work our way back. Bubba, you told me in the break, one of the things, another XFL, well, the first XFL season, they completed. The USFL completed their second season, and the Birmingham Stallions have won it now 2 years in a row. And one of their star players, and they do pride themselves, these leagues, on how many people they get back to the NFL. And the USFL's done a good job of that. And apparently, a Birmingham Stallion has got an opportunity because of last season.
Yeah, Alex Magoo, who was the league MVP, who we had on the show here several times in studio, has signed with the Green Bay Packers. So good luck to him.
Yes.
They're starting over. The Packers are looking to shore up their quarterback situation. They've got what's Love's first name? Jordan Love.
Oh, Jordan
is
Love.
scheduled to be their starter, but they had no other quarterbacks on the team. So Alex will
have a
jump
shot
in there
then.
and probably have a shot.
He's had a great year.
He did.
Right.
Rick,
Really
our mom
good
will be happy. She's a huge Stallions and Alex Magoo
She loves
fan.
the Stallions, and she loves Alex Magoo.
Yeah.
So, and the fact that I liked the Packers when I was a little boy, she'll probably come on over to the Pack now.
There you go.
Girl, what about let's nickname
Well, good
Jordan,
for him.
Let's nickname Jordan Love Blue Chevy Love. It was a blue Chevy.
It was
Love.
a blue Chevy Love.
Blue
Balls
Chevy
and
Love.
all the problems.
That's an inside joke that
a funny one.
only veterans know.
All the quarterbacks are reporting for the NFL teams, and it is so weird to see Aaron Rodgers in a Jets uniform.
So let
It
me.
is so
That
weird.
is
That
That
was
was
weird for him too.
Now,
was-
where's Colin Kaepernick at? Oh, he ain't coming back.
Stallions.
Hey, he should have. Magoo got another run shot.
That really would. If he really wanted to go back to work, he would get in one of these
Yeah,
leagues. and work his
Magoo
way
was
back.
in the NFL at one time.
too
He
long
went
now.
back
Stallions
to
still have a pretty good quarterback.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
do.
they're
oh yeah, they're supposed to be in the starter.
yeah. He was the backup last year and ended up playing the whole year when
Right.
Magoo was hurt, and then started this year, got hurt at the beginning, and Magoo played the whole season.
How about it was interesting how that worked, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mr. Magoo was supposed to start, then he got hurt. This kid that we can't think of his name came in and took the Stallions to a championship. Then he gets hurt, and Magoo comes back and takes us to another.
So I really feel like the Stallions will be okay. I assume he's still with the team. He hasn't signed with anybody.
I don't know. Yeah, but you're right. If they have him, they sure will.
They got the kicker too, who had lit it up.
He lit it up.
Yep.
Yeah, he deserves
Where'd he
that.
go? Was it Dallas?
I think that's what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I told Hunter we were watching the championship game, the playoff game before the championship, and they kick off from the 20-yard line,
Mm-hmm.
and that kicker was kicking it in the end zone, and I'm like, am I? You start counting. Am I looking at the lines wrong? I mean, he's kicking that thing 80 yards.
Yeah, maybe. Jason Aldean brought us out of the break. Kickoff hour talked about this, but at this point of the show, some of you may not have been there for that. This is just another step in the wrong direction by so many people. I've heard the song. Jason Aldean has written a song that really was said by sheriffs, was said by people, back when we had the riots going on, and some of the things that goes on in big cities. Many people have made the comment because of the way people live in small towns and in more rural areas, that these things don't really happen there. And one of the main reasons is because people can shoot back, and are very well versed with weapons and guns, and you don't see that happen. As a matter of fact, you saw a couple times there was a threat that it would happen, and all these sheriffs would say, "I'm telling you don't want to bring that here because if you do, you'll regret it." And these mobs really never did. So he's written the song "Try That in a Small Town." And now, of course, the social media, Twitterverse and all that, they're attacking him about being pro-gun. And I'm like, you might want to see the song as anti-crime.
Yeah.
That might be a good way to look at it. And I don't, are y'all on the, y'all love crime? Are y'all pro-crime? And he's in trouble now because the videos come out, and the video, Bubba, believe it or not, you're not going to believe this, actually shows actual footage from 2020.
Yeah.
Well, it's not actors putting on some story they've written.
No,
this is actually what happened.
Well, they've just carried it so far. They're accusing him of writing a lynching song, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That's about
matter of fact, race is not addressed in this. And Jason Aldean has even discussed it in some of his online tweets, saying that to him, Try that in a small town for me refers to the feeling of a community that I had growing up where we took care of our neighbors regardless of differences of background or belief because we were our own neighbors. That was above any differences. My political views have never been something I've hidden from, and I know a lot of us in the country don't agree on how we get back to a sense of normalcy after we go at least a day without reading a headline that keeps us up at night. But the desire for that for that is to what this song is about.
And here comes the word white nationalist again. That's what some of the people are putting on Twitter. He's radicalizing his fans into white nationalist vigilante violence.
No,
if somebody comes burning your place down, you're going to defend yourself.
I saw people defending themselves of all ethnicities. We're talking about that. So are we all pro-crime?
Did that make any sense?
It didn't make any. We're not. And people saying that it is true, and even some people try to tweet in, well, look what happened. Is it Uvalde? As I say that place in Texas? Uvalde. And some of these, but what they're leaving out about the mass shooters there, they went to gun-free zones. That's not the same thing. Just because it might have been located in a smaller town, where they found in the small town was not to go to where people live. They went to where children can't be protected. They went to university campuses where people can't defend themselves. That's what the song's about is you won't do these things in places where people can defend themselves. And yes, it is true that he is saying it's a good thing to be able to defend yourself, and that really is a good thing. Now, we wouldn't need to defend ourselves if people weren't trying to take our stuff and kill us.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't need that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe we should concentrate on why people have to defend themselves, not be bad about a song that says people can defend themselves.
Right. And before
maybe I'm just nuts, but that makes a lot more sense
right.
to me.
Yeah, and he even mentioned, look, before the video came out, the song's been out for over a month.
Yeah.
But the video coming out and showing the rioters and those that were, smash and grab and burning stuff, showing that is what's upset everybody.
But it's real footage.
But it's real footage.
Happened.
It's what really happened.
Yeah,
the smash and grab is at an all-time high in these big cities right now.
But do you realize
they just walk in and get what they want?
Yeah.
But do you realize how wicked that is? Because what that is, and I think Greg, I heard you say this, or one of you, that's censorship. Sure. You're saying that an artist shouldn't be able to show what actually really happened.
Yeah,
like you said, it's not a dramatization.
That they wrote the script for.
It's not actors pretending. He's showing real things that really happened in our nation. And if you're saying an artist can't show those things, that's censorship.
And people are saying he's promoting violence. No, he's not he's promoting no violence. Unlike the Democrats in all of 2020.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With the birthday boy here in a minute. Everybody in the audience today, and as we talk about this to them off the air, just when they thought today couldn't get any better, they receive Rick and Bubba CDs that Walmart sent back we couldn't sell. So they take some of those with them today, and also a pound of BuzzBox coffee goes with them today. So there we go.
I'm really afraid about the mom and son up in the corner, the shirt they're going to wear next time.
That's on me. You look very young.
Yeah,
for
you
your
don't
age.
look old enough to be a mom.
Really, you look younger than he looks.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you really do.
Right.
And look, I know what that's like, but at least it's a husband thing. If anybody asks me again when I'm having dinner with my wife, if it's just on the same check, hey guys, it is possible this is my wife.
Nah.
Yeah, they'll look at both of you and goes, y'all gonna be on the same check. What do you think? Who do you think this is? This is my wife. Y'all gonna be together. Y'all gonna be together. Yeah. When they're running and I'm standing there going, hey, you watching your kids? I'm like, that's my wife running.
Right.
So I understand.
I know it made them feel weird. I'm sorry.
It did. Well, yeah. I mean, if anybody,
if
anybody says you're dating your mom and making out with in the corner, that'll make you feel weird. I mean, that's going to be one of those things that's always weird.
Brother, sister.
I thought they were messing with us. I'll be honest with you. I did. I thought y'all were messing with us when you first said it.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, but it'll serve you well. It really will.
Is that your sign for that, Speedy?
Yeah. Speedy's signs. He forgot. So give me a number.
He went.
Bubba, let me have a number between 1 and 9. 1 and 9.
1 and 9. What about 4?
4. Cade Horton. Cade, where you at? You get thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. The kid's life I've ruined gets $50. There you go. $50.
It's all right now.
It's all right now. $50, but don't take her out to lunch. So $50 today from American Express, courtesy of Dr.
Rick,
Thomas
the check knew. Isn't that what Romo was saying last night? The ball just knows.
Ball don't lie.
It fixes itself.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Let's do phone calls now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we've got Super P standing by ready to take your phone calls right now. Whatever is on your mind, it's your turn to speak, and we look forward to chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Carshield.com/Bubba. If you're out there and it's summer, baby, we traveling. Is there anything that takes, hey, I got a little something planned. Hey, let's all get in the car. We ready to go. And then all of a sudden, something goes wrong with the automobile. I mean, you can't even have anything. And it's such a hassle when your automobile is not working, and then you start thinking about the cost. Wow, my warranty's over. I don't have any warranty left.
Oh, no.
Let me tell you who they're going to ask you. Guess who's going to pay for it if there's no warranty? YOU.
Mm-hmm.
So go get a protection plan from carshield.com/Bubba, and we'll get you 20% off the plan. The plan features really, really great things like 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, a rental car while yours is being repaired, and they pay the ASE certified mechanic directly. If it's a covered repair, they'll pay them directly and it's done. So you can go find a plan that works for your situation and get 20% off, go into carshield.com/Bubba or by calling 1-800-451-7776. Phone call standing by. You can join us if you want to. Looks like there's some room. Let's go to Kyle. Kyle in Coleman, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to see what y'all thought Miranda Lambert would do if she was at Bryan Adams' concert.
Yeah, there's no telling. Miranda does not like people taking selfies around the front of the stage, and she kind of comes from that world. I told you the funny shirt that my wife wears from time to time. Mess with me, mess with the whole trailer park. Yeah. And so I think Miranda Lambert might, if she had a mic stand, she might hit him with it.
Yeah. I think so. The lady she was dogging has come out with a statement.
Really?
Yeah, and said that they were a bunch of older ladies from their 30s to their 60s, and they were just taking a picture, but it was portrayed as though they were some young, a bunch of young girls, vain girls trying to take pictures. Whatever she said, they were just trying to take a picture,
documenting
in the background.
And we've also had footage come out. We heard the story that she busted a beach ball at one of the concerts too. Took it and popped.
Was she against fun or what?
Yeah,
no.
Fun, please. Craig Shoemaker, it's funny.
I play it every time I do a best of. It's selfishly played.
You're anti-fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say it on air. You remember the time we were contacted
Let's do it.
by her people?
Never stopped you before, Greg.
If you want to terrify us, start a statement like that coming from you.
It
If
was
somebody
a
else says
mistake.
it, I hang in there.
It was a mistake, but she was playing here.
That's right, yeah.
And her people reached out,
Right.
and they said that one of us made a weight comment.
Right, which we
about her.
didn't.
But come to find out, there was a thing called the Big Fat Country Countdown.
It was a Saturday
is
morning
what we
countdown
do, and
we
we
did,
recorded it, and that's what it said on Miranda Lambert on the Big Fat Country Countdown. It wasn't nothing to do with her, but we did have to answer that.
No, you're
question.
right. Yeah.
Remember, so she may be a little touchy.
Her people.
It seems like
she feels a little touchy to me, like a little bit. May I explain the whole Blake Shelton thing?
It may.
Yeah, but remember, we couldn't figure out what they were talking about at first. We
took
were
us a
like,
while.
what?
Because let's
Of course,
be
y'all
honest.
all looked at me like I
Immediately
Well,
looked at
Greg,
you.
I'll take you back to about an hour ago when you were talking about Barbie.
That was a doll. That's old Midge.
Okay, of course. But
If you're just joining us.
Yeah, well, let's go back to this again. Raise your hand, and they are the most miserable people on the planet. How many of you enjoy being around eggshell people?
You gotta watch everything.
Well, you got to walk on eggshells.
Yeah.
Every little thing you say can be misconstrued as some kind of, what do you mean by that? But nothing. I know what you meant by that. No, I really didn't. I didn't like the way so-and-so said that. I didn't like the way so-and-so looked at this. I didn't like the way that was. It's like, okay, wow. So you start the day looking for something to be mad.
I'd like to point this out, too. If you don't have those people in your life, you may be that person.
Well said.
Possible.
Yes. Complete with sweet.
Speedy's a little high maintenance.
Yep.
Michael.
Why is it always me?
He is on you lately.
Is it because you look directly at
That's
me?
what it is.
I think
It's
it
where
is
your
too.
seat is.
I think it's where
I
your
believe
seat
you're
is.
right. So I can't see. I can't even see him.
Right.
It's some reason I stop at the pharmacy I do. It's just on that side of the road.
Yeah, exact same thing.
Michael in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I was in the yard messing around yesterday afternoon, and I grabbed a hold of a swimming pool ladder, and I got popped in my right calf by a wasp. And about the fourth thing I thought was dadgummit Rick Burgess. You had to talk them up. I've been avoiding them all summer.
I talked him up. I mojoed you, didn't I? You almost got hit in the exact same spot. It's like they're on attack right now.
And I saw one out yesterday too, Rick. And I was like, yeah, they're on the move right now.
Yeah.
I guess they're just so tired it's so hot out there.
Yeah, trust me, they're out there. That old feeling.
I know it's shocking here in July.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
John in Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going this morning?
Good.
Hey, that movie Oppenheimer, man, I'm headed down to Mobile this weekend to watch it with my dad. I cannot wait.
Good.
But that movie Barbie, was it a rumor or was it true that they asked was Amy Schumer going to be the lead Barbie? If it was, they was desperate for a Barbie.
I never heard that.
I don't think that would be true.
I think she was going to be her friend with good personality.
All right, Cam Solo says it is true. Cam, can you get to Adler's mic?
That can't be right.
All right, let's see.
Here comes Cam.
Cam Solo, young person who's maybe more hip to the groove.
I think it was going to be more of a feminist version of Barbie with her, and then they went with the Margot Robbie version of it.
Okay, so they were going to get a little more political with it.
Yeah, I remember 2 years ago that it came out that Amy Schumer was going to be it. But
Really?
Then they went away from that, and it came out that Margaret Robbie.
I think
was doing
Amy
it
Schumer
instead.
put that out.
That's
But
funny.
yeah, that's what I wasn't sure. I wasn't
And-
sure that it was true or not.
Don't you know
So-
she can use it in her stand-up? Well,
Right, yeah.
Almost was Barbie.
Right. Yeah, maybe she could play the aging angry Barbie.
Oh.
And wasn't there something else in the movie too where they show a map and it shows Taiwan back into China?
Yeah.
I
don't know. They may be making too much.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
Mike.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Most people can't find Taiwan.
I wouldn't
on
never
a
known
map.
the difference.
Yep.
Let's go, anonymous caller. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Good morning, and God bless all of you. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome, man. Listen to you every morning. Listen, I was going to go back to what you were talking about the Jason Aldean, the small town gun. You know, I was involved in the, they call it the Sampson Massacre down in Geneva County some years ago. And I'm going to tell you, we wished some guys would have had a gun. I mean, there's a lot of deer hunters down there.
Yeah.
Absolutely no one had a gun, and we ended up with a few bullet holes in our patrol car, and I think eight or nine people deceased, and you would definitely want somebody to take action, but we finally chased him back down to a location where he sadly took his own life, but that was by the grace of God that we didn't have to take his life. But you would hope somebody would at least have a gun in a gun rack, and deer hunter would have said, no, we're not going to let this happen here,
Well, we've heard example after example of that. You're exactly right. And, this thing now where they come in and steal from all these business owners and nobody's allowed to do anything about it. Predators, and once you decide as a human being to be a predator, I say then, all bets are off. But predators, the only thing they respond to is thinking they're going to get killed or hurt.
Yep.
And if they don't think they are, then they own you.
Mm-hmm.
They own you. And you have to have some sort of recourse that says coming after me isn't worth it.
Yeah.
And because if they have that sense, they'll move on.
Yeah.
And they'll go after somebody else. That's why they go after the least protected places, the least protected people, because they're nothing but predators.
Yeah, as you said, the only feeling they have is self-preservation.
If somebody said, let's go, what's it called, grab and go, is that what they're calling it?
Smash and grab.
Smash and grab.
Smash and grab.
Let's go smash and grab at Rick's grocery store. And somebody said, if we go in there, he will shoot as many of us as he possibly can. You know what they say? Well, there's some more stores down the road.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
Maybe we should just go fishing.
There's stores on the West Coast and big cities that are having to revamp how they sell merchandise, like Walgreens and others that are if you need help, this is the Walgreens in San Francisco. They've locked everything, all their refrigerator doors, and even on their aisles, they've got casing to where you have to call for help if you want something.
Yeah, so you can't even buy frozen food there without getting someone to unlock a chain.
And all that added cost to the owner, which then they're going to put on the consumer.
Mm-hmm.
So, because
turnstiles, I've seen where some of them are putting, it's hard to get out of the store quickly.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
But go back to this again. The other thing that's missing on this whole thing, well, sometimes people just get desperate for what they need. Do you realize that most every place has a food bank? Most every place has churches that have benevolence funds. If you really are down on your luck and you need help, the communities have places where you can get a free meal.
This is not
and
about
get free
that.
food. It's not about that. This is about just terror and lawlessness, anarchy. That's what all this is about. It's not about people down on their luck that just need a little help.
No.
And to spend it on that is just really not genuine.
Right.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More stories to cover today. Thanks for your phone calls. We'll get more opportunities for you to do that coming up a little bit later on in the program. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Are you a subscriber to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel? Go there and do that. Wednesday Bible study is out today as well. That'll be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern later today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying.
us on that groove line.
Ain't no heat wave outside, but I love the song.
Yeah, it's good. I was telling, we were talking on Friday's program about the impending wolf super blood moon. Is that what it was? Blood?
Let's see. It was the super blood wolf moon.
Wolf blood. I remember even hearing Tony Romo try to say it one time during the game.
Yeah, he got tangled.
So he predicted it, but
he predicted the eclipse exactly when it would happen. Rick.
Jim, I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna have a super blood moon right here. Watch. Jim. But anyway, so I was I had an opportunity to go to Destin, Florida yesterday afternoon to speak to a group. Power South, Greg. We get co-ops, baby.
Oh yeah.
It's all the southern co-ops all across all the southern states, and I didn't know how to act there, Greg, because you being Southern Company, them being co-ops, and
it's a little different.
And I was trying to, I didn't know whether I should even bring you up. Is there some sort of?
I played for the other team, but that's fine. But I live on a co-op.
Well, that's what they said. They said that was in their opinion, there's no greater justice that you actually are on a co-op.
Yeah.
So I have a co-op that down at the farm. So those guys were there, and Central Electric, and
I'm co-op one spot.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So we had a great time, and
everybody does good getting it there.
Yeah, I appreciate them inviting me to come and to speak at one of their sessions for their workshop. So here's the deal, it was actually booked for October, and that's when they normally do it. But the hurricane came, and not only destroyed their little workshop, destroyed so much of their infrastructure, and I mean they said like they thought, well, we may never have some of this again. So they had been through a lot, so they rescheduled it, and I was able to make that date work too, and got to go speak to them. So that was a fly in, fly out. So as I was flying out, the sun was setting because I spoke at like 3 p.m, and so I was in the plane headed back, I guess about 5, somewhere in there. And so as we're lifting off, I look at over the horizon, and I put it on Instagram. Just incredible sunset over the Gulf Coast. It was just a beautiful, beautiful sunset. It was just so cool to be up there in the air and be able to watch that and just see all that beauty as God's just showing out. And I'm thinking about the verses where He says, "I reveal myself in creation." Look at that shot right there, Bo.
Yeah, I saw. I just rolled it up. Yeah.
And so anyway, so then I kind of rocked back and thought I'd chill a minute, and so. We have these different guys that are pilots that we've all flown with at different times, and the show's flown with. And Mark Hughes was the one that was flying me yesterday. And all of a sudden, Mark turned around and said, "Look out the window! Look out the window!" Well, it was dark now, and I was kind of like, "What does Mark want me to look at?" And then I got scared for a minute.
Right.
If the pilot's saying, "Look out the window," am I going to look out and we're on fire? What am I looking for? Is something on the wing? Like that terrible scene from the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
So anyway, I look out. And the moon is, and I know it's all optical, but it looked gigantic. It was red.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, wait a minute. That looks like the blood moon. That's more blood moon and wolf moon than I saw Sunday night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I
layover.
But it
Old
was
blood wolf.
It was really. I tried to take I'll show it to you on the break. I tried to take a picture of it, but it's just not the same when you're trying to. Now it's dark.
Yeah.
That light that worked for me at sunset, that's rare that you get that.
Yep.
But now your flash is trying to go and it keeps on hitting the windshield. So
gotta cut it off.
I got a little shot of it, but you don't get a feel for how it looked. But I thought Wolf Blood and Super. Matt, was it still rolling? It looked pretty super and bloody last night.
No, that was you. Just seen it on the horizon.
Yeah,
kind of the same effect.
It was incredible.
Getting a little shielding going on there.
What an incredible view! It really was. It was great.
When you see that though, up in the middle of the sky in the pitch darkness, it's really pretty.
Weird.
We've sit out on a couple of those eclipses when I was much younger and didn't have to get up early, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
Yeah, but
the solar eclipse now was it's the walking ball as far as showtime.
Well, that was kind of cool because Mark was the one that flew you guys there.
He's funny.
And he was talking about that. He said, that total darkness was. He said it don't last long, but it is a weird experience.
Oh, it's eerie.
So anyway. So thanks to they're still down there, so I think they're finishing.
You talking about a round moon, Rick? Is it round?
Very,
Earth round? Okay.
Very round.
Be sure.
Hey, Bubba, extremely round. We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Fellas, are you looking for a man church near you? Go to themanchurch.com on our upcoming events. Crestview, Florida, this weekend on the 22nd. Andrew Barbudas there for the men's breakfast, and you can get into one of our small groups as they go through our curriculum. Also, down in Linden, Alabama, Linden Baptist Church, Rich Wingo will be there on Tuesday, July the 25th. The whole association in that area will be there to hear about the men's discipleship strategy and hear a message from Rich Wingo. On the 28th, Emmanuel Baptist Church, also in Crestview, Florida, they're kicking it off. Blake Prime will be there. August 4th, I'll be in Austin, Texas. Be there as they have purchased some of our curricula, because they've got more than one. And I'll be there speaking to the men for their men's event in Austin, Texas, City Reach Church on the 4th of August. And then on August 6th, First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. Scott Gorosky will be there as they will be having a man church enrolling into our curriculum as well. You can find all those by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, you and I really, really enjoy, driving Hendrick automobiles. It's probably one of the best perks we have.
Oh, yeah.
Doing what we do is that, a great company like Hendrick would let you drive their vehicles and provide vehicles for you. I love it. I mean, I've said that before. I've become addicted to free automobiles.
I'm addicted.
I like them. I love the arrangement. It's great. And it's caused me to fall in love, with the Ram truck. Now, one of the things that has been a bit of an adjustment for me is the last few trucks they've given me, they desire that I go out and show the presentation of one of their beautiful Ram 1500s with a lift kit.
Right.
And I didn't even know that's what it was called. I had to learn that. This, though I appreciate it, and I'm very thankful to be able to do it, I've never driven, before I started.
Parking's tough.
Parking can be... I've kind of got that down pat. I've noticed, because, lift kits are everywhere. I've noticed if we can all find a way to back in to the parking spot, we're all in for that.
Well, backing is actually easier with all the cameras.
With all the cameras and stuff.
Radar. And
sometimes getting set up to come in the angle, you still have to give this even to back up if there's two groups. So, there's a lot you do with it. I mean, the climbing in and out of it, Sherry, who is a tiny little woman, I have to almost throw her up into the truck and the climbing in and out. And if you got a little injury, like today, my little lower back's bothered me a little bit.
It hurts.
The lift kit, it up and in there. And so I've always make the joke. I don't know why. I guess it's become my go-to. We all have our go-to lines. If someone mentions the truck to me out in public, I'll say, well, at my age, I'm one injury away from not being able to get up in the truck. That's kind of my go-to line. And
right.
It usually gets a little chuckle and all of that. And but I've noticed that these trucks really, really draw attention.
Because they're sharp, Rick.
Yeah, like if I'm filling it up with gas, people come and say, "Hey, man, talk to me about that lift kit." And I've told y'all the discomfort of that because I don't know much about cars. This is where someone from Hendrick wishes they could step in and explain the vehicle.
Maybe you could get one to ride.
They start asking me questions about the vehicle that I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Because I didn't put the wheels on it. I didn't put the lift kit on it. Hey, so how much lift you got on that? And I have no, I don't know.
About 3 inches.
Hey, talk to me about these rims. So tell me about these wheels.
Those
wheels are nice.
And
now.
I'm like,
what size are the rims? I used to get that. And I'm like, I don't know.
And I noticed
pretty big.
I noticed that people all of a sudden start looking at me like, well, this guy's an idiot. He's bought a vehicle he knows nothing about. and I'm like, I'm sorry. I know that you think that I'm probably a little more savvy with vehicles than I am, and I know how disappointing this is for you right now. And then I panic, and I go to my go-to line like Cassie used to go to the dinosaurs. And I go, well, I'm one injury away, and I'll be able to get it up in it. I panic, and I always go to that. So, it's an attention grabber. And I keep forgetting that because it's become so normal to me now. I realize I'm really rolling up in kind of an attention-grabbing vehicle, and I didn't even know that. And I've noticed that there's a little bit of intrigue with it. It's kind of become people like this vehicle, and so I was riding, and I was going to stop. I was on the way to the funeral Monday, and I was going to stop and get something to eat. Okay, and I was by myself. It's just on the way to where I was going.
Okay.
And so I pop out of it, and I'm rolling up to the restaurant, and I look out front, and people who work there are all sitting out front. And they said, hey, just FYI, we've had equipment break down. We're waiting on it to get repaired. We can't serve anybody. You know, we're probably a half hour or more away for being able to serve again. And I was like, oh, man. And I was like, okay. And I do the deal, you know, well, hey, I was hungry. I'm really looking forward to eating with y'all and all this stuff. So I get ready to turn around. I also say, hey, tell me about that truck, man. We like that truck. And so it was males and females sitting out there. And I said, well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I go to my line. Well, you know, I'm on injury from I don't know why I'm attached to this line, and I won't let it go. I'm one injury from that's a big old lift getting in and out of that thing, getting a little old for a lift kit. And before I knew it, I heard one of the females say, I'd like to get up in that lift kit. And I was like, I said, okay. I said,
what?
Yeah, Tell you one thing, I'll get up in that lift kit.
Turn
and I was
it
like,
down, Rick. Turn it down.
I was like, nah, it's just my truck. You know, I'll go get in it. Hey, if you don't want that, we'll take that truck. I don't want it. You know, and I appreciate that. Tell you what, we like that truck. And I was like, wow, the truck's really become I didn't.
You're laughing.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, I've won injury away. Oh, I've already said that. Thank you. Yeah, what do you say to that?
Yeah.
I mean, thank you for all of you liking my truck. You know, it's almost like it's like the truck was giving me some coolness and some hipness because these were younger people. And I realized, is this truck making me hip? Is it making me a little more? No. This guy,
that may be a stretch.
This guy right here's got his act together. His lift kit.
Look at him.
I didn't realize that it's kind of bringing me a little bit of. I think I'm cool. I think people think I'm cool in the truck. Because I thought these trucks were mainly for good old boys. Like I expected Billy Wayne to say, "Hey, I like your truck," and I'm like, "Thank you, Billy." And I didn't know that young people think these things are kind of hip. Is that true?
Was she hitting on you, Rick?
No, it wasn't that. I think she was intrigued by the truck. They think the truck's
Give
cool,
me the delivery again.
Which they said, I tell you what, I'll get up in that lift kit. Yeah. And I think I think they're thinking, you know,
that lift kit or beard.
Yeah, it was just, you know what I mean. It was like I think they think that makes me cool. You know, to be.
She sound like I get up in there.
No, I don't know. I don't think that was.
Now there's a Chevy truck. Right
yeah, right.
Look at that. Look. Matching shirt.
So let me tell you, I get a lot of comments on that one. But when I was driving Dale Jr., I know what you're talking about. Everywhere I went, I mean, it was people would stop.
I don't mean to stereotype people, but I thought the stereotypical people that would think this lift kit truck was cool would be your standard good old boys. But it's not.
Oh no, Rick.
It's like the young people think it's really hip. Are lift kits hip? And trucks like that?
Always have been. Always will be.
I've had the same thing with the Jeep Wagoneer. I'm blown away by the comments I get.
Look out! Here comes Beard in the lift kit.
Did you say
I'm kind of hip to the groove? I may drop this line about being too old. You know, I say, you darn right. I'm in a lift kit. It's like this truck picked me because it knew I was hip enough to do it.
There you go.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
News apology concerning Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ruthie, yesterday, and Rick, I saw this when it happened yesterday. At the end of one of the segments, it just flashed up on the screen. Ruth Bader Ginsburg had her picture and had the dates, start and finish.
Yeah, that's what they put up there.
And then it went down right away.
That's what they put up there when you go on in.
Yeah, you know how they usually put that up there and it stays for a while. You could tell it was a mistake, but I saw it. And I thought, oh boy, they're going to catch grief on that.
Or the demos just panicked when they saw it.
Let me tell you, we've all said this, and we're not exaggerating. When she goes on in, if the Democrats get to the body first, we're not going to know for a long time.
No, you're going to have a weekend at Bernie's here.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
Well, everybody freaked out, and so our buddy Steve Ducey had to apologize and come back.
We need to apologize. At the beginning of Ainsley's interview with the professor, a technical error in the control room triggered a graphic of Ruth Bader Ginsburg with a date on it. We don't want to make it seem anything other than that was a mistake. That was an accident. We believe she is still at home recovering from surgery. Big
we
mistake.
Apologize.
On the control
big
room.
Mistake. Yes.
Indeed.
That's a big one. Hey, that's a big one.
They want you to say the blessing.
There's two things here. One, how it ever got on the air, who knows?
I'll tell you.
But I'll tell you why is it even done? Why is that graphic even done? Well, I don't know what they're going to say, but I'm going to tell you what my thought is on it before you tell me, because if you saw what really happened.
No. I've seen something that concerns this topic, but go ahead. Not this particular one.
Well, a lot of times they have interns working there, and they have people in the graphics department, and they really try to get ahead on things that are going on or things they think, like they're working on Super Bowl graphics right now, and they'll have one for both teams winning.
Right.
They have to do that to get ahead on these things. And they usually probably keep, if you're at Fox, people that you think will be famous that will pass away. They probably keep a reservoir of those kind of things. And somehow one of them got on the air. Now, what I imagine is somebody in the control room may have been looking at some of these graphics and saw this and stopped and said, hey, look, they already got one for Ruth done, blah, blah, blah. And then, boom, a button gets pushed. It got on the air.
No, that's it. That's what I was going to say, and it's true. I saw a special on that, and they say because of just what Bubba said, if there's anybody that is of celebrity status or famous
they keep
or whatever,
hundreds of them.
And what they do, they will go ahead and edit together the video they're going to roll when they die and have it already in the hopper ready to go, and they'll update it if the person keeps living longer than they think they will.
Right.
And now with somebody like her who's in the hospital, been sick, they've absolutely already got it ready. And like you said, some good and just hit the wrong switch and threw it up there on the screen.
Well, I got to tell you, I know this firsthand.
But it's not abnormal, to Bubba's point, that they have it ready.
No, I mean, when I interned with CNN, this is kind of what I was in charge of doing. You would actually run down to their video room, which was set up just like a library. But instead of books, it was beta of just nothing but video, different. And you would go down there and you'd say, I need everything on Bill Clinton or whatever, and you could check out all the different video of them. And
I bet there was a lot on Clinton.
Yeah, and then I'm just mentioning him.
Well, they've got it computerized now too,
and then you could take it back up, and then you would sit it down into the editing bay, and then you would get like if Larry King or somebody, you knew his talking points, his intro, and all this kind of stuff, you would try to find video. And if there was something big going on, that's exactly what would happen. You would go and pre-produce something and then have to go check all the video back in. But that's how they have a pull. And like Bubba said, now it's more advanced. You probably just pull it up on a computer instead of having to go downstairs.
When did you peel those peaches?
The graphic guys probably do their own. I mean, that's a whole other department.
And I was an
They're probably
intern.
doing their own thing. And in video, but, we had access to some of Turner's library of video that we got to use when we were on Turner South. And we didn't use it a lot, but one time, and we asked one of the producers to do it, we wanted a certain phrase used. And they sent me all kind of videotape of people using that phrase. Yeah. So it's amazing what they can do. But the graphic guys try to get ahead, that's for sure.
Well, that's also how when you see...
We did it at the local TV station. I know they do it.
Well, the thing that was specific, though, I have seen the special. They specifically go ahead and put together everyone's death reel. Yeah. So when they die, they have it ready to go. But what I was saying on that, now, did Hillary Clinton ever come there and demand to have all the video I have on Bill Clinton?
No, and I just brought up his name.
But another thing I was going to mention, though, too, is like you guys were talking about, the times we're living in. That's why I'm always amazed, really honestly amazed, that like people like Hannity and Levin, you name them, all of them, Beck, whatever, how they are able to say, like when they say, the deep state, and they'll say, if you don't believe this is the talking point of the day, we will now run newscasts from all over this country, local to national. Bubba showed me one a couple of weeks ago, and they'll have them edited together, all saying the exact same phrase. Yeah. And I guess that's how they do it.
Yeah.
Is they can go and say, pull up everybody that's saying this right here.
Exactly.
And it is amazing. It'll scare you to death when you
sure it will.
When they put them all together, you realize, okay, somebody's handing out scripts out there.
Yeah.
And they're all saying the exact same phrase the exact same way. And so talking points, we can laugh about that. That's not paranoia. That's real.
Yeah.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world. via all sorts of platforms. Find them all at Rick and Bubba. You can catch the show live Monday through Friday, or you can catch the show on your own time. Full archives available, video and audio, so you never have to miss a moment of the program. All right, so Bubba, as we start this hour, I did a little digging in the break, and Bubba has seen another episode of Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, no.
Did a little digging in the break.
SWR, and I don't mean standing wave ratio.
I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to get him to veer away from this second investigation they're doing that's tied to this.
Beyond Skinwalker.
I don't want you there. I want you concentrating on Skinwalker Ranch. It's too much to ask from you on a weeknight to try to catch both of these, and you didn't make it last night. I want you to stick.
I tried to watch Beyond, and I was dozing off during.
We don't
I just
care.
Could not stay
we don't
away.
care about Beyond. We're not into Beyond.
I mean,
Has it got the same people
at
on it?
9 o'clock? I just can't stay.
Well,
Well, there is a time.
Is that like Fear the Walking Dead and
They
Walking
usually
Dead?
no. They will usually meet with Travis and Eric and all the guys at Skinwalker and tell them where they're going, what they're looking for. Then they go and do it. Then they bring back their results.
Have they found anything?
Oh, they find all kinds of stuff.
Did it amount to anything?
Well, I want to know how you're
that
feeling.
secret underground military base was a good one last week.
And I'm upset with you too, Speedy. I want you to know that too. I got a problem with you on this. All right,
this?
I'll get to that. Yeah. All right. So, Bubba,
Rick, I'll say
you
this.
saw an episode, right?
I will say this.
Last I heard, we found a portal.
And Greg, I know Greg had mentioned, like all these Bigfoot shows where they hear something knocking and whatever. But I'm going to tell you, Skinwalker Ranch is bringing forth documented evidence of physical phenomenon that we just don't know what it is, but they have proof of it. I mean, we have radar, we have visual, we have high-speed photography, and last night they had video of an orb-looking thing coming right out of the mesa.
Good night.
And flew right under the helicopter, and they have video of it all. So
I need more than orbs. I get too much orb.
I know.
You want a creature?
We don't know. We don't know what the orbs are.
I want that Indian that came to Travis in his dream. Or did I make that up?
No, he said that.
Okay.
It just wasn't on there.
Right. It was all fair.
Yeah, I don't think he was supposed to.
Well,
on fire today.
This is where we do. I mean.
Seriously, was the drive-through just closed?
Something's happened. I mean, he's throwing statements like I probably shouldn't say
Rick,
this.
you can tell when people don't fill their prescription.
I know
you know
you
what
can.
I mean?
You
It
can.
gets away.
You can. I can tell when you're not taking yours. Everybody, we all can.
Travis said, and I think rightly so. He said they're on the very edge of rewriting the cusp of known physics, changing the way that we understand our universe.
And next week we'll tell you.
I will say this because I know you like fire.
Stay tuned.
I love fire.
You know, the episode before last, they carried a guy with a flamethrower up on a lift.
I'm all about it.
And this area over the triangle, they call it, was where two roads connect. They shot flames into it and then had high-speed cameras everywhere seeing what would happen. They're trying to stimulate this anomaly.
Anything run out?
This flames? Or as they call it, poking the wasp nest to see
Does
what
anything
happens.
run out?
They got some pictures of some things going on last night.
Looked a lot like fire.
They were shooting rockets in it. They were doing all kind of things and they got some results. But they have radar imaging of what looks like a wormhole.
All right. You've mentioned it, but I think you're more intrigued with the equipment than what they're finding.
I love the equipment part of it because they do have a lot of high tech. And if you look
Who
at
don't like a flamethrower?
if you look at the other shows, they don't have near the
Right,
equipment.
yeah.
Far as
like
lidar and all that kind of
but
stuff.
beyond,
these guys use.
I think you just stay where you are.
Spectrum analyzers, they're all over there.
You know, look, I'll admit, I'm the kind of person that when it gets down to it, if there's some kind of issue, I'm the guy who says, let's just set it on fire.
Well, that's kind of what they said. We shot rockets through it.
Right.
We've done this. We've run lasers. We've blasted it with audible sound. Let's shoot it with fire and see what happens. But you got to love the methods they're going through. They said, let's just try to make something happen. Then they got all these cameras and all this equipment to see what happens when they do this. And
I love to let a brush pile sit around for weeks on end so things will actually live in it, then set it on fire.
Right. Buddy, I got one I wish you'd come burn, by the way. It's a big one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Is it really?
All that dozer work.
Now you better have all day.
30 foot tall.
You better have all day.
Oh,
You got to watch it.
This was going to be all week.
And it really is hot when it
I love
goes.
it burn round
All
the clock.
Here's where I'm mad at Speedy.
Me?
Yes.
I want to know, did anybody else see it, and what do y'all think about the results that they're showing?
I'm waiting. I haven't watched this. I'm waiting when Travis is done there and he goes and tries to figure out what's wrong with the Whitakers. Then I'll watch that.
No. I think we know what's wrong with Whitaker, Greg. I think that mystery is
But what
solved.
a phenomenon that. They may be aliens. You don't know.
Well, I don't think it's that.
Greg, I'm upset.
If they'd have had aliens, it would have been better.
That's funny.
I think the branch was a little close.
Yeah, been a much better product.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm upset.
Spread them out a little bit.
I'm upset with Speedy. I know he's a little upset too because he thinks they finally got Trump. But and we'll talk about that later.
Him, then yeah, right. Cut his legs out from under.
You don't have to go with Big Brother.
Hey, right. But I caught you asking Bubba, why don't we not try to get some more people from Skinwalker on the podcast?
I know.
Now I understand we want views and we want all that. I got it.
Trying to come up with interesting guests.
But this particular this particular show is killing Bubba.
I got
it.
you.
And I don't.
That's on me.
I don't like you bringing these people back around again.
I will say this: watching the show is one thing. We've had Travis in here twice. I've been to the hospital 3 times.
Yeah, I know. That's what he's saying.
That's my point.
That's why I'm thinking a good Zoom might work. Let's not get him in here.
You think they can't get you through Zoom?
We may have to disconnect from that. Bubba keeps going
Are you
down.
feeling okay today, Bubs?
So far, so good. It's early though. You never know.
It seems like watching it on TV doesn't really seem to affect him. But if you start letting him interact with Travis, bad things happen.
Well, I was just looking for Channel have any? Is that their top show now? It has to.
Probably. I would think. I was just thinking of an interesting character or guest that would be fun to maybe meet and talk to for the podcast.
So, which one would you like?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you because I really haven't been watching it.
I feel like personality-wise, Travis is the most dynamic.
No doubt.
He's
of course.
kind of the leader.
I'm going next in charge.
You know, I don't. Eric is very smart, but he does. You know, he doesn't speak real loud. He's kind of a smaller personality, so to speak. I don't know. He'd be interesting.
What about Dragon?
Oh yeah, Dragon.
Let's bring a guy in let's bring a guy in that's living among demons every day and goes by Dragon. Yeah. Let's bring him in because the demons riding on Travis haven't done enough damage to Bubba. Yeah. Let's bring Dragon's demons in here and let's let them turn loose on Bubba.
Okay. Yeah. What about a producer, Rick, that has to produce this show? That would be boring. Never mind.
Yeah,
I like to have Brandon Fugel on that owns it.
There you go.
There you go.
Back to what I said earlier. If y'all consider the Whitakers for the podcast.
No, we won't. Greg. Yep. Well, Greg, we're trying to make people be informed.
It'd be 45 minutes. Like, yep.
Greg, we like to have people. We'd like to have people to be informed or to feel good. We don't want people to feel sad.
It would be
and depressed if we can avoid that.
Okay, I got. I mean, because that world,
bad enough. That world really brings me down.
Yeah,
I'll note that.
Rick, it just seems like we should just have done a better.
So
job
we're done
there.
with Skinwalkers. What you're saying?
Well, I just want to be careful with it. I mean,
well, we can't have Travis back on because then it's going to kick something back up in Bubba.
I know.
Did y'all see that green fireball over the sky in Louisiana?
I did.
Yeah,
I saw that.
It's definitely alien.
Listen,
definitely
or an asteroid.
Look at that,
Rick. I want to tell you. Can I tell you about this though? On the Beyond Skinwalker.
See, this
Ranch?
is not me. This is back to him.
Two episodes back. Mm-hmm. They're covering this place where a lot of weird stuff's going on. There's a stretch of highway that's about a mile long, and there's a bridge that's most of it. It's straight. It's a straight bridge, no curve. You can see everything fine.
Yep.
The number of people who wreck on that bridge and who are killed on that bridge is statistically impossible. Like over the past few years, 15 wrecks, 8 fatalities.
Yep.
And they're like, what's going on this bridge? Yep. And they were looking at it, and they go across it, and the electromagnetic fields go berserk on it.
Well, there's something wrong there.
Yeah, there's
what
something
do you think
wrong.
about that, Greg? What do you think about that?
They think it may be interfering with people's cars or something.
Well, can we just put a sign up? This bridge is bad.
No,
this is beyond. This is on Skinwalker RFD.
No, this is beyond Skinwalker.
Beyond, okay.
Right.
Yeah, I thought. Which is RFD. We Mayberry had that.
Yeah, never lived it. When you feature Howard Sprague as your main guy, I'm out. You got problems.
Well, he's a weak main character.
Yeah,
he's a side character.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering, did anybody else see it? What do y'all think about it? It's still pretty interesting to me. I think they're delivering 4 years into it.
Phone calls next at 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks.
Point. I mean, y'all had mentioned interns, and I was an intern, but I didn't spell
So
good
you
enough.
peeled his peaches and then went to get video.
You had to take a spelling test and different things to see who would type in the crawlers on the bottom, and so the intern. So I was out on that.
Yeah, I'd never made that cut.
Yeah, I wouldn't even have sit down and started that one. I'd have just forfeited.
No. Somebody said we need somebody that's going to type that make sure everything's spelled right, and I'd be like,
I'm
well,
out.
Looks like I don't have anything to do today, because I would certainly not be called to that.
That'd be full of typos. Talking about apologies.
How can I be so bad at it when autocorrect is available?
Oh, no.
I can't even, like Bubba said this before, and I'm the same way. I can't even get it close enough that autocorrect knows what I mean.
I'll even put the little microphone, try to speak it,
Yeah.
But I don't want to do it too loud so y'all can hear it.
Yeah. And it's bad when Siri or whoever is they didn't even understand me.
And they're not the only people having to apologize, Rick, as they should. Florida State.
Yeah.
It's
They
also
tried to be
on the
sharp.
apology tour today.
Yes, they are. We'll get that up. And also, I think, guys, in our line of work, let's don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Ocasio-Cortez is a gift to this show and all of us that do this for a living. We got her coming up, too.
Rick and Bubba.
So more apologies today. Deuce has to apologize. Steve Ducey, that they said that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was dead when she wasn't. And so now we have another apology, this one from Florida State.
Rick, Florida State put out a picture on their social media celebrating MLK Day, and it has a picture of MLK in a football glove. It looks like doing the tomahawk chop, coming out of their slogan, "Do something." Some people were offended by that, didn't care for it.
Don't they have a quote by Martin Luther King Jr.
Yes,
underneath?
they do.
What does
Yes,
the
they
quote
do.
say there?
It is the quote about if you can't do. Let's see, where is the quote?
It is.
I
If
know
I
the
cannot
quote.
do great things, I can do small things in a great way.
Yeah, okay. So what we have to apologize for that?
I think it's the tomahawk chop.
Well, whoa. Well, then it's the tomahawk chop. So the tomahawk chop is still offensive?
No, I just think that
I
they
thought-
say that you're kind of cartooning Martin Luther King.
So
I'm
they're
not saying I agree with it.
They're not saying the chop itself is
no.
bad. They're just saying, and if you would have had him say
he was doing hook 'em horns for Texas.
Right, that's what I mean. So that it's not
Yeah.
it's not the gesture.
Yeah.
It's that we don't take Martin Luther King Jr. and act like he's cheering for a football team
Yeah.
with y'all's tradition.
It's a little
Right?
more, yeah.
You're dumbing down his likeness.
Like
Yeah.
you don't take Martin Luther King Jr. and have him have RTR above him.
Exactly.
Roll Tide Road.
Exactly.
For Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You know, it'd be like
And
you
I-
making that great quote and then start doing that.
The reason why I thought that, and it wasn't far fetched, was, he did so much for the civil rights movement, and the fact that African Americans and their treatment of this country was unacceptable. Native Americans, I wondered if that had some tie-in, but it has nothing to do with that.
I think it's
just you're being a little cartoony and not respectful enough with this great man.
Yeah,
Is that it?
Florida State says, in a well-intentioned effort to recognize Martin Luther King Jr. on this special day, a member of our recruiting staff created a graphic using one of Dr. King's quotes, "If I cannot do great things, I can do small things in a great way." The quote resonated with our program, with the program's "Do Something" mantra. However, in an attempt to more closely connect the message to FSU, we foolishly posted a graphic that was not in line with our intent.
If y'all missed that,
somebody get Bubba a bill. Right. So can I tell you this? Here's one thing that I may find offensive more than anything, is that they're somehow saying that school, especially their football team, has adopted this statement. Apparently not. I mean, their team was terrible. So that would be offensive. They didn't do the little things greatly. I'll tell you that.
So if Clemson would have used him,
there you go. Now you got something.
There you go.
Well, I don't know. It's probably too soon, but if you think about the other historical characters historical people that we honor in various ways, you see them parodied in things all the time. You see Washington. You see Lincoln. Lincoln's in a commercial right now where he's talking to his family about he's on a $5 bill or whatever it was.
Funny. Bubba,
you see that? You see.
You're going to go minor league baseball, the race of the presidents?
I love that.
Where they're all running with big heads of former presidents?
Yeah, awesome. I'm saying this may be too soon.
I think that's the deal. Yeah. It's too soon. Yeah. And it's and I certainly understand why people would say, I'm not sure that's the best move.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. me to my knees.
Here we go. 866 We Be Big is our number. 21 minutes now past the hour. All right, so your phone calls are coming in, and we'll be chatting with you. Let's get started with Steve out of Alabaster, 104.7 WZZK. Steve, go right ahead. How are you today, buddy?
I'm doing good. Good to talk with y'all.
Our pleasure.
I wanted to get across real quick. I'm kind of in the same boat with Rick and Bubba, and that happens to me a lot when y'all kind of have a split decision or going two different routes. But on the Skinwalker Ranch, I want to make sure I get this across to Bubba. When you look at the flamethrower, the flame kind of splits. Travis gives an explanation for that. But if you go back, look at the shape that the flame is being made into. Yeah. Then later in the show, it shows the ground, like a shape that's on the ground, a void.
Yes.
It's the same shape.
Yeah,
nobody mentions it. The show doesn't mention it. They don't even talk about it. But to me, I noticed it almost looks like a bird's head with a peak, but it's the same shape that's on the ground when they're shooting the flame through what they call the portal or that area.
The anomaly.
It splits that flame up. Yeah, it splits that flame.
Yeah.
The split.
A rising phoenix.
The flame. Yeah.
Rick, here's the slow mo. Look at the high speed photography of it. What? Can you back it up a little bit out? See, he's talking about the curve of this. It almost looks like it's going around something that's there. They really couldn't prove that there was anything there with that. So I think Travis kind of, de-escalated that just a little bit because the other data was very incredible. Adler, go a little bit further ahead to they have the LiDAR picture of that area, and you see a black hole in the middle, and then you see a red ring around it. It's further in that show.
We've lost
right
Bob.
Toward the end of it. Well, I just wanted Rick to see the picture of this. This is Travis breaking it down, and they're talking about what he was talking about. This is the blob that they've seen several times.
Yeah.
But if you go, keep going to the LiDAR right at the end of it. That may be the next episode. This is where they're shooting a rocket, Rick, and they have this really high-speed camera that's shooting like 300 frames a second.
Sleepy.
And they
he did.
And you see what looks like a blob appear on top of this, and the rocket blows up.
That's who we need to get. What's his name?
Who's
Sleepy?
That is gosh, I can't remember his name.
Because didn't he have like some health issue from?
Yeah, he's one
working
of them.
there?
Yeah,
See, I think
got
he'd
a
be
knot
kinda
on his
neat.
head.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. See, so we could talk to somebody that's.
So we're going to bring the guy in that the aliens put a tumor in his head. That guy?
Well,
or a tracking device.
Some kind of tracking device. So we're going to bring his head in here?
Well, let's not do that in here. Okay. Let's just do it through Zoom.
Kevin in Albertville, Z93. Kevin, go ahead.
How's it going this morning, guys?
Good. Look at the fire, though.
We've lost
just
him.
watch the
Tremendous
fire.
amount of fire.
Just watch fire.
I love fire.
Forget what the fire's showing. Just look how cool it is when it shoots out over their head. You keep missing it. Every time you turn around, each other. I mean, you gotta admit, now that's fire.
Oh,
right
yeah.
there,
That's
huh?
what I'm looking for, as you already said. Yeah, I want to
Let's
see
bring that guy in right there.
Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm headed from Albertville down to Will Wrecker in downtown Birmingham to do his auction today. I'm an auctioneer, and I just wanted to call in and say that is y'all sinuses as messed up as everybody else's with all this stuff in the air?
No.
I'm actually doing pretty good right now for a change. Usually the worst time of the year for me is late August, September when the ragweed comes in. I struggle with that really bad.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues. No.
I'm just wondering if all this mess from everybody's hollering it's Canada, oh Canada, and nobody wants to sing the anthem about all these issues that everybody's having here lately around my parts.
Well, here's another thing. The folks that are so disturbed about global warming and pollution, they don't seem to be really getting on the Canadians for doing this wildfire.
Oh, of course, because you're not
and
allowed
you say,
to speak
well,
ill
it's
of
a
Canada.
wildfire, they can't control it. Well, they can. They don't do controlled burns because of the environmentalists, much like California. We had that stat one day, Rick. I forgot what it was in the U.S. There had been 30,000 controlled burns in that year, and Canada had 8.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
and even the forestry people were texting me going, that number's way low.
Right.
Your number's way low.
Kevin.
But if you don't manage it, you're going to have this. I mean, this is nature cut loose. But think about the damage it's doing to everybody all over the East Coast.
Well, you're not allowed to speak ill of Canadians. And you're not allowed to talk about that if we had control burns, we wouldn't all be in this situation. Kevin, no way can I let an auctioneer off the phone.
Yeah, you know what we're going to have to hear, yeah.
We got to hear you do your thing. Crank up like you're trying to auction off Speedy or something. I mean, how about,
All right.
Yeah, let's go. Crank it up.
All right, 100, everybody give anybody want to give 400, everybody give 400, give 500, everybody give 500, everybody give 5 a hand, everybody give 500, everybody give 300, give 600, give 6 a hand. Here's 600 down, everybody give 6 a hand, everybody give 6 a hand, everybody give 6 a hand, and 600, give 6 a hand, $600 bill.
So good.
I love to hear that, but that also scares me, Rick, because I'm afraid I'm going to move and I'm going to be responsible.
Oh, sure.
You know, I thought I bought a $20,000 meal one night, you know, because I raised my hand. And
I quit breathing. I won't even breathe.
That's true. I don't even look at the auctioneer.
I sit perfectly. I sit perfectly still. Larry, out of
what if
Huntsville.
you were a Spanish auctioneer, Rick?
All right, go ahead, Larry. 100.3 The River.
Yeah, guys, how you doing this morning?
Hey, Larry.
Doing good. Listen, Rick, I heard the story about the wasp you had.
Sure.
It harked back to when I was a kid in North Alabama. My dad was making me cut the grass. I was about 12 years old. A lot of people may not know this, but ground hornets make two holes. They make what they call an entrance hole and an exit hole. And I was mowing the grass one day. It wasn't too high, and I went over the entrance hole, and they came out like a swarm, and I got stung by like 6 or 8 of them, and I had to go to the hospital. So my dad made me about 5 days later mow the rest of the grass, and guess what happened?
Exit
I
hole.
went over the exit hole.
You gotta
watch
the exit hole.
And not only did I get stung the first time and had shot, the second time I went over it, it was even worse because I learned after that I had to have shots for it. I got stung 21 times.
Hey! That's a lot of stinging. Horny wings. Yeah, that's we would talk like that the rest of the show. No matter what time. I got a horny coming down there, no wrecks a hole. Got in the hole.
He's not auctioning underwater.
Yeah, really, if the most basic thing he just talked about, you know, this is something we don't comprehend or understand anymore.
Yeah. Speedy sounds like SpongeBob trying to auction something.
Stung 21 times. All right, we'll come back. Speedy says Trump's done.
That's not what I said.
We got to talk about it.
Speedy, Clay, and Buck. He's out.
He's out.
I'm like a magnet around here.
Stay off me. Go to Greg.
Trump's in and out of the ring and
Skinwalker.
Rick and Bubba.
So I can see the point. At first, I thought it was tied to the fact that it was something to do with the
No, it's just that. But
no, Rick, the Seminoles took a check on that. They're good.
That's why that was going to be. That's going to be my point. I thought they got.
They settled it.
I thought they wrote the check that nobody could be mad about that.
I will say this:
you cannot be mad after we write this check.
Some pretty good graphic work to get that glove on him and make it look like it's a chop.
It was. I mean, if you want to discuss it, that is pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, good job.
as far as
Whoever put it
artwork.
together did a great job. They just maybe misjudged the chop.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
They went, Rick, they took one step a little bit too far.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, but I hate to say this. I maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the day of rogue graphic people. But I mean, did that?
There's a lot of road graphics out there.
Was there not somebody?
What if they had him doing that?
Look, we parody the current president all the time.
Right.
You know, it's not uncommon in our society.
Well, I think it goes. I think it goes back to this again. In society, you have to have wisdom that there are certain historic people in our country that you can parody, and some you can't. And I mean, for a long time, you know, and boy, I hate to bring this back up, but think about the things that are said by one politician about another one from one political party about the other one. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah,
real nasty.
But then when John McCain started getting into crosshairs, they were like, "Whoa, prisoner of war can't do that."
Right.
So I think there are certain things in people's past and the way their life, with their journey they went on in our country, people go, they're off the parody list.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think
you just have to be wise in that. I think.
Right. You know,
now if you had a bunch of Florida State fans sitting around the apartment and they were doing that, you know, they'd probably love it. But
see, Lincoln's family, there's not nobody in Lincoln's family is going to email you.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
That's true. And say we don't think that our dad should be in this commercial.
Right.
That's just not
Shudder to wonder.
Right. Which was great.
That is.
But
I've been saying it around the house, getting on everybody's nerves.
Yeah. So I understand. So that there's an apology there, and probably the right thing to do. But what I'm saying is, was there no kind of older, wiser person with a little gray in their beard or gray on their head that somebody put this on their desk and said, "What do you think?" They said,
I said, you know what, great graphic, but I wouldn't put that out there to everybody because I think you're going to get blowback on it.
Yeah, I don't think we want a man who was trying to bring equality to an entire race of people who was then shot and killed to be doing the chop.
No, no. That'd be like Adler calling you yesterday and going, "Hey, I got a great idea."
But no one would be offended if Abraham Lincoln was doing the chop.
Well,
it's been long enough.
It's been long enough.
And the only thing different there is time. I mean, if you think about it.
Bubba, I'll go further. Are you ready for this? And this is awful. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play?
Oh, I know. That is a common saying.
That phrase is used all the time.
Mm-hmm.
When you have something, you know, you talk about what a bad day you had.
Yeah.
And what a terrible, you talk about an offensive statement. Insensitive.
That was.
You talk about insensitive.
That's brutal. It's brutal.
That is crazy insensitive.
But you hear it all the time.
But nobody's going to email you about it because it's like, you know, but it's, but I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm saying maybe we shouldn't do this for other people either. You know, it's one of those rules in life where you're trying to figure out what's the rule.
Yeah.
You know, and we've had many.
And see, just in my mind, I know I don't have to say there is a rule, but if I see Abraham Lincoln doing a chop, I go, yeah, whatever. If I see Martin Luther King doing the chop on his birthday or the day that we celebrate that, I go, you know, that's a bad idea.
Can I say one thing?
It just kind of comes from inside. I just know.
And look out, I'm gonna walk into a room and say something that probably, you know, is. But I, you know, when somebody says, "Well, let's talk about," but here's the only thing I think is a little bit different. And I'm not saying they shouldn't apologize. Hear me out. They didn't mean it derogatory.
No,
right,
not at all.
They actually meant
their intent was not
to honor Martin
and
Luther King Jr.
I don't think
that's they were trying to say our university would be proud for Martin Luther King Jr. to be a Seminole and to be part of our tradition here. He's a hero of this school, and we love the thought that he would be a fan of Florida State. It wasn't meant to be negative. Yeah. People are just saying it's too lighthearted.
Yeah,
you know that's it. Mm-hmm. But it was not a dig at Martin Luther King Jr. at all.
It wasn't being disrespectful.
Right. Other than the fact the way the football team played. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Grass off the record. As we make our way back. Well, you got the Rick and Bubba show. Somebody say this. All right, so Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. You know, every time we see a Cook's Pest Control truck, you know what I think? Somebody means business. I mean, if you want to take care and actually have a chance, just like, you know, it's hot and mosquito and buggy right now, and they showed up over the house the other day, and I was like, "Oh, tell me, I hope you're here to do that mosquito treatment." He said, "Absolutely, we're here to do mosquito treatment. You ought to be able to enjoy yourself outside. You don't need to be eat up every time you come out here."
That's right.
And so they knocked that out because it's the perfect. You know, we're in that tropical rainforest time of year where we get, big buckets of rain and thunderstorms in the afternoon, then 1,000 degrees and the humidity and everything's wet. So put them to work for you, and also termite protection. Let's face it. I actually heard a story from a contractor this week of a home that got eat up with termites. And you ready for how much money went down the tubes? Are y'all ready for this number?
How much?
$750,000.
Wow.
Had to do a complete rebuild.
Gracious.
Had to start over.
It's almost like a tornado got them.
Well, they will work with contractors with new homes, so if you want to come out and check it, they can. They give you an evaluation. They tell you what they're going to do, and they tell you what they think needs to be done. Then you decide if you want to hire them. But I'm going to tell you what, your old buddies Rick and Bubba say go ahead and hire the best, put them to work. They'll take care of whatever you need, and then you can sing with us. Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cooks Pest Control. So, Speedy, you said...
Now, whoa.
No, we're going to talk about it. You're the one that's keeping up with this. If I wanted to ask about something science or high-tech, I would ask Bubba. If I wanted to ask about, people who have, some kind of, strange story, or someone has some sort of, obstacle they need to overcome physically, I'd ask Greg. Okay? If I want to talk about tennis, I'll ask Helms. If I want to talk about music, I might ask Adler.
Okay.
And when I want to talk about Trump, I'm going to ask you, because you're the one that stays the most informed on this, and you and Clay and Buck.
Rick.
And so you were telling me you think that you're concerned that they may have Trump this time.
Well, it's gonna be a big handle. You've got New York, which we know about. You've got Atlanta, the Georgia deal, what he's going to have to get through. Now you got the classified stuff, documents that he's trying to work through, and then this latest one has to do with the special counsel Jack Smith's investigation, and because
J6,
because Trump received a letter of action or whatever, everybody tends to believe that he's the last one on the list, because you end with the most important, I guess. They feel like it's going to be close, probably within about 2 weeks of an indictment concerning the January 6th in the 2020 election.
Now, Speedy, let me be sure I understand. This is the January 6th insurrection where the weapon of choice was a selfie.
Correct.
That's good, Bubba.
Okay.
That's good. That's real good.
And I hear you tossing around the 14th Amendment a lot.
That's what I heard.
I hear you talking about that a lot.
Yeah. That's what I was hearing yesterday. That him facing the possible indictment in the Capitol.
And you were hearing it where?
Buck and Clay.
Okay.
Clay and Buck.
Just checking.
Yeah. And so I've just heard that could keep him from running in the next election. But he's going to ask for a bunch of different things from his lawyers, and they don't see it getting to court prior to the election, and that's what he's betting on. Because then if he's reelected or wins the election, he can pardon himself. But
what you're saying, Speedy, if I'm following this right, and I'm going to walk this out a little bit, there is a possibility that Donald Trump could be running for president. If he loses, he's going to prison. If he wins, he becomes the president.
Very possible, yes.
Wow.
That's real, that's two far ends of the scale there.
You think there's any chance that they get enough on him that he just steps down and says, I'm not running?
No. Well, that's back to the podcaster yesterday that we talked about, that was their prediction.
Don't
he would
see
step
that,
down.
Rick.
I think you could see him behind
He
bars.
would step down for all this to go away.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
He would step down for all this to go away.
Now, here's the thing, too. As you move into the election cycle and we get into the primaries, which a lot of these cases have been pushed back, it looks like almost on purpose to try to interfere with him being in the running for president. Trump now will have the card. He can claim interference, election interference, which on a federal office, a federal election, is a serious charge. And he can really play that card. And if he gets a judge to go with it, they could put all this stuff aside.
Yeah. The target,
it's crazy. We're in uncharted waters when it comes to laws and jurisdictions overlapping each other.
The letter that he got of action mentioned 3 federal statutes: one, conspiracy to commit offense or to defraud the United States, and there's a few more, which that's where that's where it would come in, to where if indicted he wouldn't be able to run. But we did have is this McCarthy speak on it yesterday, just briefly.
Well, I guess under a Biden administration, Biden America, you'd expect this. If you notice recently, President Trump went up in the polls and was actually surpassing President Biden for re-election. So what do they do now? Weaponize government to go after their number one opponent. It's time and time again. I think the American public is tired of this. They want to see equal justice, and the idea that they utilize this to go after those who politically disagree with them is wrong.
And that's going to be the argument, and it's a fair argument.
Even DeSantis is saying, I don't want Trump to be charged. This would be the wrong way to go.
Yeah,
for the country.
Yeah, he's supporting him on that.
Yeah.
Now, Rick, on the other side of the aisle, we have two IRS whistleblowers who will testify today before Congress on Hunter Biden's criminal probe and the special treatment he was getting and the tip-offs that the FBI gave to Biden's before a lot of the investigation was going on.
Yeah.
The Oversight Chair Committee, it says in the headline, will bring in the A-team to determine if President Biden is compromised. Now, if they can show that he was getting money from these deals that Hunter was out making, you're gonna see an impeachment of Biden too.
How about that?
I mean, it's reached a critical point in this where if that plays out, you're going to have a president that was being bought off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clay had some interesting comments.
There we go.
Yesterday.
Does Sean know about this? Hey, does Sean know about this? I haven't heard you quote Hannity, and I don't know when.
Sorry.
Does Sean know about? Is this your main source now?
No.
Does Sean know?
He doesn't. Maybe you need to text him. You haven't texted him.
I haven't
since you got his number.
I'm gonna text him about this. This is gonna be my first text. Sorry about Speedy.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah. But the only thing I was saying about Trump, I don't agree. But just the way they're spinning things and the way they're doing things, this is somewhat problematic. Just the way that they're.
Oh yeah, Speedy's been kind of down about it today. I mean, he's actually. Yeah, I mean, you think there's real trouble out there this time? Look at his face. He's nodding in case you can't see him if you're not watching on YouTube. He's nodding.
But the court system's not a quick one, and so a lot of the folks are saying there's no way this gets to trial before the election. But you never know.
No, but you could.
I just don't see how the man. I'm talking about Trump. I don't see how he held it together with all he's got going on.
Well,
I mean, this is
the good news for Trump. Every time he's indicted, his poll numbers go up about 5 or 6 points. So look for a big bump in that this week.
Right, and this January 6th thing. I know that's where they appear to be putting all their eggs in that basket that he incited a riot. But again, it's. There's nothing more scary than people running at you with phones.
Now, keep in mind that the shaman has been released from prison. You know, he got the harshest sentence. And after some of the pictures were released by Kevin McCartney, by the way, of him posing with pictures with guards and being shown around, they really, you talking about their case falling apart.
It did.
Again, very strange, very weird, the whole thing.
The whole thing's strange.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there.
And in these target letters, they say, are typically given to suspects that in a criminal investigation put them on notice that an indictment's coming. So that's why everybody's on alert that within probably by August the 1st or something like that, we're going to see something come down.
Do Clay and Buck think that there were undercover agents on January 6th?
Oh yeah. But that's been proven, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Right.
There he is.
Only certain people.
You can't talk about it.
Do you listen to Hannity at all anymore?
Yeah, a little bit.
That time of day tough on you?
It is.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah. And boy, at night it's really tough on you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How do you like the new primetime lineup on Fox News?
I haven't seen it. How's old Jesse doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. I think he got. There was a little dip. Jesse's audience compared to Tucker's.
15 minutes to the top of the hour.
It'll take him time to build it up.
866 We Be Big. Final phone calls and stories of the hour coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brings them with her.
She'll flare those eyes at you.
Oh, yeah.
And tell you that and Greg said it, God love her, she's not figured it out. You're supposed to say the world's going to end and give a number that won't be alive to prove you wrong. You throw 12 out there, you're going to be here in 12.
Yeah. Might call you out on that.
Ask Ted Danson.
Ted Danson did that. All right, here we go.
When he said in the 80s we wasn't going to be here but 10 more years, boy, he's been haunted by that one.
He has.
So AOC thinks the world's going to end in 12 years.
Okay.
And she's at an event commemorating Martin Luther King yesterday. Take a listen.
Millennials and people and Gen Z and all these folks that come after us are looking up, and we're like, the world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. And your biggest issue is your biggest issue is how are we going to pay for it? And this is the war. This is our World War II, and I think for younger people, we're looking at this and we're like, how are we saying let's take it easy when 3,000 Americans died last year? How are we saying let's take it easy when the nth person has just died from our cruel and unjust criminal justice system? How are we saying take it easy when the America that we're living in today is so
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S.
It's a fundamental separation between that fierce urgency
to build up our future.
The why we can't wait that King spoke of, that at some point these chronic realities do reach a breaking point.
Wow. Let me ask you this. Wouldn't you love for the interviewer to go, whoa, time out. Now, where'd you get 12?
12
you
years.
need to you can't just say 12. Right?
Now, again, 2 years
Not
ago.
Not 10, but 12.
2 years ago, she was tending bar. And
Bubba,
now she is talking about our extinction on planet Earth.
Bubba, can I go?
That's a pretty big leap.
Can I go
with
into
a number to go with it?
Yeah, can I go into iCal 12 years and set a reminder?
Yeah, please do. Will it be on this
12
date?
years.
I think I go 12 years.
So I'm just going to say 12. I really don't. I got to know where she got
Here,
that number.
Here is the exact quote. The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. And your biggest issue is how we're going to pay for it.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. Because
she needs to pour me a Jack and Coke.
And button it.
Go back to that.
What gets me, I'm telling you, I know you're saying, Rick, you've made your point, but the flaring eyes that go with these kind of statements makes it better. And y'all know what I mean.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
But I brought this
Such
up
as,
off air. The problem is that when she says what she says, and I got to hear it again, is the applause. Take a listen.
Millennials and people and Gen Z and all these folks that come after us are looking up, and we're like, the world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change. And your biggest issue
This is a congresswoman for the United States of America.
Your biggest issue is how are we going to pay for it?
12 years. We got 12, yeah. Well, 12 years go fast, yeah.
How about people? But is she out of college? Where is she? Because if you can go to college and get a stand and go on that.
She is at the, I believe, no, that's a different picture there. It's some type of Martin Luther King celebration. Let's see, where does it say she's at?
She's going to weigh in on
I
that.
think her being at a Martin Luther King celebration is more offensive than the tomahawk chop at FSU.
Rick, I'm going to give you an agree on that.
Yeah. Because at least
you get an agree.
At least I just
y'all. But this is what's scary. She does represent a large part of our population out there that really believe this crap.
But where's the
and that should be what's scary to all of us. It's not her. It's the people who sent her there. We need to be worried about because a lot of people went and cast a ballot for her.
Oh, she can only be there if people put her there. She couldn't run in there and sit there herself. I mean, that was allowed by people in a district.
And let's say that I believe
we ought to be real concerned about that region.
Let's say I do
New
believe
York.
there is a problem with the climate, let's say I believe that just for giggles. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Let's go. Hey!
Hey! So as we come back, a couple of things that we haven't hit on. So a couple of programming notes. Wednesday Bible study back today. If you're new to the program, we do a Wednesday Bible study. I've been doing it for almost 10 years now. So we've got another one today. It's live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. And then the archive made available to you on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel later, just maybe an hour after we're done. Sometimes he does it, most of the times even less than an hour, that it's available, that Adler gets that to you, but it won't be long after. And then you go get it on your own time if that's what you desire. So that's going on today. Also, we do have a good bit of emails, but you never know. You might send one right now that would perk Speedy's interest. Go, ooh, I need to move that one up to the front. Hey, that'd be a great topic for the podcast tomorrow. We're going to do letters from the audience, and so if you'd like to send one in or something you'd like us to consider discussing while Bubba and I have that 45-minute conversation tomorrow during the recording that'll be out this weekend, send an email to speedy@rickandbubba.com. Bubba, did you see this story today? An AI prodigy, a 26-year-old self-made billionaire. He is warning the United States of America that China's ambitions involving AI looks exactly the way America was pursuing the Apollo project. He said they believe this is their deal. They are investing time and money. They believe AI is something that they want to lead on because they think it gives them a huge advantage against their enemies and the other nations.
Well, you need to see Mission Impossible
to master it. Now, I thought about that when you said that. He says the Chinese Communist Party deeply understands the potential for AI to disrupt warfare and investing to heavily capitalize on the opportunity. It sounds just like the movie you're telling me. I mean, it sounds like this is the almost the plot of that movie, wasn't it? Wasn't that kind of it?
Yeah, you just need to see it. I don't want to give it away, but you need to see it.
His parents, are you familiar with this young man?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he, like I say, 26 years old, and he's already a billionaire.
Yeah, wow.
About that.
And self-made. And his company is helping the Pentagon adopt artificial intelligence technology, and then he brought the warning. He said, if you want to know what it looks like in China, just remember how it looked here when we were pursuing the Apollo project. So there, he says, so we need to understand that, and they're making rapid progress. Developing AI.
Rick, also an incident yesterday on one of our favorite shows, The View, or as we sometimes call it, The Few.
Yes.
Where Whoopi gets up and leaves the set.
What's she about?
It was a discussion about Miranda Lambert and what she's done on stage.
Okay, here we go.
Do we have that, Eddie?
Yeah. So she's mad about one of the comments from the other panelists?
Yeah. Sonny takes one view.
Really? She gets mad at Sonny? You don't see that a lot.
Sonny look cloudy.
Yeah. Which I think is really more of, hey, Miranda wasn't acting right. What in the world?
Sonny's view was, I paid to get in to I've spent a lot of money on these tickets, and if I want to take a selfie, I'm going to take a selfie.
I found another angle of that incident in the concert, if you guys want to see, and it actually shows kind of how bad it was. The front row, these women are standing up. There's a flash going with the picture.
Oh, yeah.
There's a flash. They're right in front of her.
I'm going to stop right here for a second.
Oh, okay, yeah. Somebody.
These girls are worried about the selfie and not listening to the song. It's pissing me off.
Yeah. So it's almost like somebody was taking their picture.
Somebody was taking their picture.
It wasn't like a selfie. It was more like somebody was taking their picture.
There was 7 women standing there, it looked like. And, with the flash going off, that's...
Is everybody else sitting down?
Everybody's sitting down. It's a very serious song about, battered women.
Calm down, Whoopi.
Okay, Whoopi.
Let's see Whoopi walk off.
Let's hear Helmsy get mad.
Well, the Whoopi walking off thing is kind of weird. I'll play it, and you can kind of see that she actually uses it to transition to a different segment. It's not quite a storm off.
Not split on this at all. The expensive tickets in the VIP section that they were in are $757.
Good night.
I'm going to take as many selfies as I want if I paid $757.
I think
I'm sorry,
you know
just
what?
me.
Stay home.
If
you're going to spend $750,000 to come to my concert,
then give me the respect of watching me while I'm doing my thing. Or don't come.
Maybe I want to play it again.
Well, it doesn't mean you
What
can't
does that mean?
take it.
Maybe I want the picture and I want the music in the background.
Well, the thing is that they're taking
I'll
pictures
relive
of just
it.
themselves.
Turn on the television, girl.
Where are you going?
Where are you going?
I'm leaving y'all.
That is weird.
Because I want to take a picture with this marvelous woman who is 91.
Okay. So it was kind of
Oh, yeah. It's just part, it's part of the transition.
And she's, I'm leaving you. She's cutting out.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's good.
Well,
I
headline
gotta
will get
say,
you.
there's people around you that paid $750 as well. So respect the people around you
down.
that paid that
Now,
money.
now listen, I will say this, Adler. I'll agree with you on that front, but that's not what the Miranda Lambert was all about. She was about, hey, listen to me, listen to my music.
Well,
she
yeah.
wasn't about you're being disrespectful to those around you. I agree with you on that. For sure.
I would say that she was saying you're ruining the moment. You're it's making me
Well,
mad.
she didn't say that. That's the thing.
I'm insulted as an artist.
I can only go by what
you're
Lambert
also
said.
ruining the moment.
Well,
for,
everybody else
for
was sitting
everybody
down,
around.
I guess.
Yeah.
It just made it look worse.
And that would have
They're
been
the only ones
fine
going,
if she would have said, hey, there's other people in here, and y'all are making it about you right now, and how about those folks around you?
Well, I know that one of the
it
things,
wasn't. That's
one of
not
the things
what she
too,
said.
because of she wasn't in that situation because it was a slow song, which is why she was mad. But it also wouldn't apply to the reason why a lot of times, sometimes you go places and they say flash photography is out, because it's A, distracting, and B, the artist can fall off the stage because you're blinding them when they can't see as they're walking around up there. They can trip over stuff. So some places you can't do flash photography during a show at all. I don't know what the rules were here. But I do think, looking at it, even though I'm not really coming down hard on either side on this one because I can see both sides, is the flash did make it more distracting. I didn't realize they were flashing. Because even if you're doing a selfie with her behind you, that flash is still hitting her in the face.
Right.
And you're singing about something that's kind of serious and emotional.
The women are disrespecting those.
Yeah, I
around
thought
her,
really
for sure.
until Adler showed this angle, I thought it was more of a stand-up little selfie.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had a whole row of women that were really taking up some spot. But I think timing is everything.
Timing's
don't y'all?
everything, yeah.
I think
You can get it done another way.
if you're at a sporting event and I'm returning from the concession stand, if it's in the middle of a pitch, I kind of wait for the pitch and then I go sit down. If it's a play at a football game, you kind of don't just like excuse me just as the quarterback gets the snap. You kind of okay, now I'm going to go. That picture maybe should have been taken in a transition to another song when there was kind of a downtime. Like okay, jump up, take our picture real quick, and then sit back.
Or
down.
something.
I think
everybody's
we're all
standing
in
up
agreement on that.
Yeah.
But the way Miranda acted about it,
No, because I think what that triggers is what Sonny said.
Exactly.
Because to me,
Who, Sonny?
I don't know. Look, I'm a free market guy. And if people are willing to pay $757 to stand down there, then you can get it, then you take it. I got that.
Yeah.
However, you do put yourself in a position of going, I paid $757 to be here.
Yeah.
I really don't want to be dogged from the stage.
Yeah.
So you set up that scenario too.
Yeah.
So there's
And
a lot of
evidently
different
they don't
angles.
care.
But I do think everybody could have accomplished what needed to be accomplished if they just used some logic.
Yeah.
Which that's impossible these days. We don't find it hardly from anyone.
No. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, it's been a great run again today. We sure have enjoyed our time with you. If you have more Rick and Bubba content lined up, ready to go, either on any of our platforms, enjoy that. But if our time together is wrapping up, as far as the live show, Lord willing, we'll chat with you again tomorrow. Find out everything you could ever want to know about the show at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.